Hello, friends, fellow traders, and of course, everyone else. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. The new year is upon us. Welcome to 2024, and I'd like to welcome you to our TopstepTV opening call. He's Seals, I'm Croft. So glad you
All
could make it.
right, I like that.
Summer winds, right?
Summer breeze.
Summer breeze. That's it. I was thinking that this morning.
Yeah.
You're at the right place at the right time. We've saved you a front row seat. And of course, we have an exciting, informative, and educational programming for you today. So today and throughout the week, we're going to be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, fellow trader, and even that voice in your head that keeps telling you success is no accident. It's hard work, learning, studying, and sacrifice, and most of all, love what you're doing or learning to do. So get yourself ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market info and know-how. And I'd like to say good morning to our good friend, John, a.k.a. the Hoagland. Good morning, Johnny.
Good morning, Eddie, and good morning to everyone. Welcome to the opening call, Wednesday, January the 3rd. Our focus here is always on context, risk management, and remaining patient. Hopefully we have a good trading day today. We got a lot of information coming out, most of it later on, but we'll review that shortly. Eddie, you're looking good today. How you feeling, buddy?
Still a little, the chest cold is still a little congestive, but NyQuil is all gone, so that should help. But anyway, how you feeling?
I'm good. I'm feeling all right, man. Rested up from the New Year's Eve festivities. I think at my age, at our age, I think it takes a couple of days, but feeling good, feeling rested, feeling ready. Gave myself a little bit of a cushion this morning in gold, and I'm ready for the trading day.
There you go. All right, well, let's hit the news and move this program forward. U.S. stocks today down a little bit. Investors looking ahead for the release of the Federal Reserve latest policy meeting. Dow contracts slipped about 0.2%, S&P down 0.2%, NASDAQ down 0.4%. Benchmark S&P 500, the SPOO, and the heavy tech NASDAQ lost ground in the first day of trading yesterday, weighing down by hopes that the Fed will roll out interest rate cuts early this year. Now they're talking about March. We'll see what happens. U.S. Treasury yields have climbed, also denting stocks. Yesterday was a rise in the U.S. yields and a possible sign that the excitement over the prospect of the Fed cut rates early this year may be easing. We got Fed minutes ahead, but I'm going to let John talk about that one. Johnny, what do you got?
Yeah, as far as economic numbers this morning, the mortgage rates and applications came out. The rate came down just a little bit. Previous week was 6.83%. Came out last week at 6.76% on the average rate for a mortgage. Applications, however, dropped. Previous week was down 1.5%. Last week, down 10.7%. I think that'll had a lot to do probably with the holiday and not a lot of people applying for mortgages during the holiday. So we'll see how that kind of cleans up as time goes on. This year, we've got Barkin, who I guess was already speaking here this morning at 7 a.m., 9 o'clock, the ISM Manufacturing Index and job openings and labor turnovers report due out. That JOLTS number is going to be the first look at employment this week. We've got ADP, I think, on Thursday as well as jobless clams. And then, of course, we've got the unemployment numbers on Friday. And at 1 o'clock today, as we all are well aware, we've got the FOMC minutes coming out, and we're going to be looking for anything, some sort of impetus to maybe pull these markets back to the upside and something that they may have to say. We've got the Santa Claus hangover, it seems, in the equities these days, kind of pulling back a little bit. NASDAQ at an important level. We'll check that out when we get to the charts. And as always, we're looking forward to a good trading day for everybody.
Everybody, yes. Focus, positive mental attitude. It's going to happen. Well, let's get, don't forget about our traders that are trading gold here. Gold today pulled back a bit ahead of the release of the crucial weekly inventories data. The crude traded 0.6% lower. We had the Brent down 0.5%. U.S. stockpiles, American Petroleum Institute Group due later today, as Johnny said here, usual due because of the Monday New Year's holiday. Now, John, did you hear about Mickey Mouse?
I know about Mickey Mouse.
Oh.
Did did something happen?
Well, the early black and white depictions of Mickey Mouse and Minnie Mouse, as seen in the 1928 Steamboat Willie and Plain Crazy, are now legally shared, performed, reused, repurposed, sampled, do what you like, because the copyright laws can only be held for 95 years.
Huh.
So do as you like with Mickey and Minnie, but only from Steamboat Willie.
Only that original one, right? Only
Yes,
that. Oh, that's
Plain Crazy. And hey, if you're in Chicago, there is a $777,000 ticket not claimed here in Chicago. I know that I have not bought any tickets in Chicago, but check your tickets. You might be a winner. And of course, yes, John?
I guess somebody won the Powerball
I think so. I think
in
so.
Michigan. Somebody in Michigan. One winner.
Wow.
Boom.
What would you do with that kind of money, man? I tell you, I don't know.
You have to first get your feet on the ground. Then you'd have to hide, and then you'd have to figure out what to do with that, or, where to go with it from there. There's so much good you can do with it.
Oh yeah.
And that would be, I would have to really just try and get my head together, get my feet on the ground, and make some good solid choices for my family and for others. Something like that happens, you got to pay it on down the line. So there would be some pretty good charitable donations coming from me at some point.
Hope too, if you're not a coward, you could just roll it all onto Michigan for the game on Monday.
Okay.
Yeah. Bet it all.
Bet it all.
Hey,
let it ride.
If you are a winner in the lottery, Powerball, Mega Million, contact Hoag. He knows what to do. So there you go. And before we go on to our charts, we've got tip of the week. And just a reminder, what is our tip of the week? It is adaptability. That's how we all evolved. Recognize when a trade is not working and be ready to cut your losses. And I did that earlier today. I traded a little today too, made some change and said, you know what, it's not worth the effort. I'll wait until the market opens up. So I'm up $36 in change coins. But
I did something I don't usually do and traded gold this morning. The opening range, well, we'll see this on the charts. The opening range was right at weekly kickoff low. So I got a nice 2-to-1 reward over risk to start the day off today. Off to a good start.
There you go, brother. All right, so let's take a look at the charts. S&Ps, the ES, the SPOOs. What do you got for our contestants today, Johnny?
All right. Well, VIX is up about 4% this morning, 1373. If anybody's still watching the VIX. Dollar index a little higher, 102.47. Yield on the 10-year. We're creeping towards that 4% level at 3.95%. What about these equities? What are we doing? What's happening here? So, well, of course, yesterday we saw volume increase a little bit. We had an additional 10,000 contracts added in the S&Ps, indicating some possibly new shorts. In the S&Ps, which is telling a little bit of a different story than the NASDAQ, this pullback has kind of created an area of balance. We've been talking about the big move to the upside, how it just can't continue constantly. It's going to have to pull back or come into an area of balance where inventories can even out, and we can look for the new impetus for the market to either break market state to the downside or continue the move to the upside. So as the market participants seem to be meandering back into the marketplace, there were about 3.7 billion shares traded in New York yesterday. So we're not seeing, I don't think, full volume or full liquidity this week, probably by into next week when all the traders and bankers' kids are back in school, the real year will begin. So the market state in the S&Ps has kind of fallen into a range-bound thing, and I think that's a healthy thing for eventual continuation to the upside if that is going to be the case. Take a look at the 30-minute chart now. So here we go. Let's scale this. So in short time frame, we've got a downside trend happening, right? We've got lower lows, we've got lower highs. We're looking like we're going to be opening with a gap. Overnight inventory is pretty good to the short side. We had that yesterday as well. We had a lot of shorts in the market. The shorts were really only able to bring back a move back to close the gap. That put in the highs. We looked lower. We were talking yesterday, late in the session, how we had some pretty serious negative delta. I'm looking forward to seeing Andre back with us today. We're going to chat a little bit about that. When we have that serious negative delta, that's what kind of creates these pullbacks late in the day. Overall, yesterday was a normal trading day. Back to where we're going to be opening today, looking like we have a pretty good probability of opening with a gap. So there's the gap rules again. If we can't close the gap relatively early, we look for opportunities to trade in the direction of the gap. We've still got plenty of space down below to get us to our weekly kickoff low, 47.37. Not so much in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ is again painting a little bit of a different story. And if these markets start to head to the downside, I think it's going to be led by the NASDAQ. So in the profile yesterday was a normal variation day. Both extremes of the initial balance were extended. That means that the market is likely to remain range bound for the rest of that day. The kind of neutral day yesterday indicates that the market used a lot of its ability to facilitate trade. It would not surprise me if the market started seeking new levels to facilitate trade. At this time, it's looking like it's seeking new levels to the downside. All of these overnight shorts are weaker hands, short time frame traders. If they don't get what they're looking for relatively early in the session, that's when we might see a pullback. So we'll be watching yesterday's value low from yesterday, which is about 47.74.75, and seeing if we can find any kind of degree of acceptance back in that area, which could bring price all the way back up to settlement, especially with the overnight inventory that we're holding. We've got to be able to close the gap relatively early for that kind of strategy to come into play. So we're going to be looking as short time frame, weaker hands traders for more selling to come in, new business, more sellers coming in to perpetuate our current short position. Again, if we don't see that, we may see a pullback that could bring us back into range, perhaps value from yesterday. And if we accept value, we could come all the way back up to settlement or the other extreme of value up here at 47.89 even. What I'm talking about here is the value area special situation play. And this is something that on Friday, Anne Marie and I think this is the kind of strategy or the market kind of thing that we're going to be talking about on Friday with Anne Marie. So I'm looking forward to that. Let's now move on to the NASDAQ, which again is saying something a little bit more ominous, if you will. So the NASDAQ has traded down to yesterday, weekly kickoff low. Again, to be precise, that weekly kickoff low is 16,604. Remains from the previous week as the weekly kickoff low. This is an area, weekly kickoff levels are areas that I look for longer time frame traders to begin to adjust inventories. If we're going to see the longer time frame adjust inventories, that means new longs below that level or potentially long liquidation, new shorts below that level or potentially long liquidation. We saw some liquidation yesterday in the NASDAQ, opposite of what we saw yesterday in the S&Ps. We added a 10,000 in the S&Ps on yesterday's down day, indicating possibly new selling coming into the marketplace. We lost 11,000 yesterday in the NASDAQ, indicating potential for long liquidation. Already, the NASDAQ is testing weekly kickoff low. We've got space to get to that in the S&Ps, which leads me to believe if this market does roll over and start heading to the downside, it's going to be the NASDAQ that's going to lead us. So this test here of weekly kickoff low is a possible market state change in longer time frame. I'm looking at this as a potential break of the upside trend that we've been having. And that could certainly lead us to lower levels. There's lots of weak structure down below, both in the NASDAQ and the S&Ps, and those will be important when they become important. I don't want this market to roll over and start heading to the downside. I enjoy when these markets continue to move higher, but we gotta be ready and protecting ourselves if that indeed does happen. And that is a distinct possibility today in the NASDAQ. Could be some larger risks today. Now, we all know FOMC comes out at 1 o'clock. The risks may not come until after that level. We got to see what they have to say. When everybody reads through all of that, all the algos instantly read through all of that. What is going to happen? Just be prepared. You may not want to be in the market at that time, but maybe there'll be some good opportunities as time goes by, as you find opportunities. If this market does get a little bit wild, a little bit crazy. After that, of course, we always seem to be waiting for something. It will be the unemployment numbers on Friday that will be the next really important information that comes into the marketplace. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. All righty. So here was our move. Let me scale this. There we go. So again, in short time frame, we're already in a downtrend. That's in short time frame. If we accept below weekly kickoff low, right where we're at right now, that could mean more continuation to the downside and an adjustment in a longer time frame. The day yesterday in the NASDAQ presented as much weaker. We never did take out the high of the initial balance. The opening range was relatively close to the high of the session, and the market kind of closed. Well, not too bad, but we did have that snapback at the end of the day, and I think that snapback was largely related to the negative delta that we had in the S&Ps. Short time frame traders got too short down at this level. Well, our short time frame traders are short again, down to yesterday's low, down to weekly kickoff low. Right now, looking like we may open with a gap right near an important inflection level. These traders, these short time frame shorts, are counting on the fact that they're going to see longer time frame traders join them in selling into this market. They want to see price continue to the downside. If that does not happen, then at some point they may freak out a little bit and bring price back towards possibly settlement, possibly a value area special situation play. But even if that happens, it doesn't change the fact that we're still in short time frame downside trend. 1, 2, 3. Today would be the 4th day of lower highs and lower lows, if that is indeed what happens. Watch yourself around this weekly kickoff low. It's going to be an interesting trading day. And again, the profile yesterday in the NASDAQ was a normal variation day neutral, no range extension to the upside, which we did see yesterday in the S&Ps, only downside continuation below the initial balance in the NASDAQ. And again, that's saying something. So as usual, these are very related products, right? They're stock index futures, but sometimes they tell very different stories and are in very different situations. The NASDAQ, to me, is in the most precarious situation of the two of them. The S&P seems to be falling into range. NASDAQ is at risk of changing a market state in the longer time frame. Now we get a good look here at gold. I'm going to have D with us. Looking forward to having D with us this morning for Fast Markets. We should have a full crew. I think Andre's back. I think everybody's here for Fast Markets. Should be a fun one. I know you're all looking forward to something. And all right, here's the crude oil. We've got yesterday a kind of a move down to a potential test of the weekly kickoff low, 69.50, which I believe remains from last week. So we didn't change weekly kickoffs because there was no change in market state. Last night we tested just below it by a couple of ticks, maybe 20 ticks or something like that, and we rejected it last night. So volume was, of course, higher yesterday as, again, market participants meander back into the marketplace. We added 5,200 in open interest on this push to the downside yesterday, which indicates to me in a balanced market, when we see a down day near the lower extreme and an increase in open interest, there may be some trapped shorts in this market. They're looking for continuation. They're not seeing it just yet. So again, that weekly kickoff low is tested in the overnight. That support, I think we're a little bit too short here. We did not see longer time frame traders come in and try and sell this market. So we ended up too short in the shorter time frame, speculative time frame, and now they're starting to get whacked a little bit. That's a industry term, getting whacked. So here's what we're looking at. So yesterday, the opening range was the high of the session, and it was a big opening range. It was a 40-point opening range, which made it very kind of inhibitive to try and catch that move. The market tried to close this gap. For all intents and purposes, I'm calling this gap closed. Last night, we tested to this point of control. We tested the weekly kickoff low. The market has come off of that. It has opened in range and in value. That tells me, all right, there's very little change in the perception of value of a barrel of crude oil right now. So I'm going to be patient. I'm going to let the initial balance establish itself and focus on the extremes for any opportunities as the day goes on. I don't see that the opening range was necessarily the high or the low of the range so far. We opened inside value, which value low is approximately 70.49 all the way up to 72.12. Anything inside of that is fair value. And again, we just want to let the early trade establish a range and then focus on those ranges for our opportunities. The profile yesterday, I'm calling it a trendish downside day. The opening range was the high. It had a very weak close. It did not close very well. Didn't necessarily leave a late spike, but if it were, it would be showing a rejection of those prices down there. Possible repair? Yes. What does repair mean? Well, we almost had a double distribution trend day. We just barely closed that out. High volume node to high volume node. That would be repair. Even this one. So we tested to this high volume node where we seem to be headed towards the high volume node, which represents the point of control from yesterday. The point of control, the highest volume single price from the day yesterday. It is considered the fairest price of the day, and it seems to be where this market could be heading. So be patient, let the initial balance establish, and then start looking for your opportunities as the day goes on. Now look at gold. Wow, I had a really a nice trade this morning. The opening range is still the high of the day. It was right at the weekly kickoff low. Took a nice short. Took a profit at 2-1 because I got other things to do. But we're seeing some continuation in this move to the downside. Yesterday, volume, of course, came in a little bit higher as, again, investors and traders meander into the marketplace. We added 2,500, but it was a very indecisive and kind of probing day. It was an outside day and extended trading hours from the previous session, which, would be expected. That was the Friday before New Year's. So a lot of folks kind of taking time off. The market has looked lower and continued lower this morning. That weekly kickoff low was in play early this morning. I would be surprised if we had another opportunity to see it today, because we're seeing what the weekly kickoff levels have a tendency to do. They have a tendency to either one of two things, and Andrew was talking about this. Sometimes they just become magnets if there's no big decision making in longer time frame. Sometimes they become directional. Look at this 30-minute chart. Opening range, the dead high of the regular trading hour session. Now that's the 720 to 721 opening range. The market traded, it basically traded right to 2053 regular time frame high, and the market is continuing this move to the downside. So with the overnight inventory already short, the short time frame weaker hands shorts that are holding this market are continuing to get paid. And they may continue to get paid. There's space down below. We have this weekly kickoff level. I tightened them up because I'm looking for a change in this market state. And that change in the market state could come today. Back to the daily briefly.
Running out of time, Johnny.
All right. Well, in that case, we can talk more later. Take your deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Don't forget to pray for peace. Let's get down to business.
Let's get down to business. Today is the third yes, and I'm smelling smoke.
Yep.
So if you're here, I do see that we've got over 4,000 people. Let's hit that like button. All right, hit the like button. It's not going to cost you a cent, but it's going to make us feel a lot better. And maybe even have that fire drill even sooner, maybe. I don't know. But hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We're going to take a break right now, and we're going to come back with Fast Market. Deanna, Andre, Hoag, myself, and Michael Patak. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Fast Markets. And before we start here, let's get our fire ants in the gates.
I like that.
I couldn't think of anything else. Good morning, Deanna. How are you?
Good morning, Eddie. I'm pretty good. Yeah, how are you?
I am fine. Thank you very much. And look who we've got back. We've got Andre. Andre, love the tan.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thanks for having me back. It's good to be back. Let's get this trade going.
And
Did you bring me some wine?
I did bring you some wine.
Ah.
Morning, Michael.
How you doing, Eddie? How's the fire ants doing? Let's do this.
Let's get it going here. We've got market has opened up, and they are off. This is going to be a good day today.
Nothing.
Positive attitude, everybody.
Yeah, for sure.
Looks like it's going to be an opening range kind of day.
All right, tell us about that again, John.
Yeah.
That first minute is the opening range. And if there's going to be a directional day, sometimes that opening range, that first minute of trade can be the one extreme or the other of the entire day. We have that in gold. I caught a nice move off that this morning. So I got a nice little pad already this morning, even before the opening call. And we're going to watch this opening range, see what happens, because we're opening out of balance and out of range from yesterday. Michael, the NASDAQ is in a very precarious position. I'll show you that shortly.
Yeah, I'm noticing it's 76% long, so we got a lot of folks that are long right now. But then S&P is only 62%, so that sometimes signals to me a continuation to the upside, to the long side.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's
So let's see what the opening range does here, and then I'll go into the NASDAQ for you, Michael. The NASDAQ is right at weekly kickoff low.
Okay. All right, guys. On the top of your screen are daily levels. Check those out.
Yes. Gosh, we got 4,786 watching right now. 487, 4.8, and we only got 1.4 likes. Hit that thumbs up button, not the heart. Hit the thumbs up button under the screen, and don't forget to subscribe. Let's get that number up, and I think if we hit 2,500, Hoag is going to get that handlebar mustache. Is that right?
That's right.
Nice.
I think
That's
we
right.
can do that. Come on, folks. We can do that. We got nearly 5,000 people watching here right now, and no excuse. No excuse. Let's do it.
John or Deanna, do you guys have any levels around this area?
All right, here you go, Michael. We're still in the opening range in the S&P, so I'm not in any position. But here is where we're at in the NASDAQ. Take a look at the daily. Here you go. So weekly kickoff low, 16,604. We're right there. I mean, this is a go, no go level for some of your longer time frame traders. We're looking to see if the overnight sellers get what they're looking for, and that is more new business to the downside. New business to the downside is what they're looking at. I'm not really looking at anything really huge today because it's FOMC at 130, but take a look at the 30-minute chart here, Michael. We've opened with a gap. We've opened below weekly kickoff low, well, kind of below weekly kickoff low. It looks like the opening range is the high of the day in the NASDAQ as well. Is that the case? Yes, it is. So we're starting to see the market kind of probe to the downside. And in the NASDAQ, this is important. I mean, this is a market state changer, this level right here. If we see sellers continue to press into this market, it could get ugly today. And I'm not predicting, I'm not promising, I'm not guaranteeing anything. The possibility of a large move is in the wind here today in the NASDAQ.
Can I hear you over in the S&Ps too, John?
S&Ps are not at that level.
Gotcha.
S&Ps are well above weekly kickoff highs still. So then the S&Ps on the daily chart look more range bound than anything that I'm going to be looking at as a kind of an upside market state changer.
Okay.
On
The
NASDAQ,
opening
I've got I've got the overnight view up at 166.42 half. So if it starts to go up, that will be like the first area to look for continued.
Say that number again, D. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's 166.42.5. So 42 half.
Yep. Okay, I got that too.
Yeah.
Hey, Johnny, when you got time, can you explain these gaps a little bit more?
Certainly. So yesterday, this was Friday's range in the NASDAQ. Yesterday, the NASDAQ opened and never closed the gap. So the gap is day over day. If the range from the previous day is outside the current day, that's a gap. Yesterday in the S&Ps, we closed that gap. Here it is, almost to the tick.
John, the 1 minute bars up are over. Now what do you do? What do you do on your opening?
Okay, so when that happens, when the opening range is finished, I put an order to buy to get long one tick above the opening range, and in order to
Can you show us on your can you show us on your charts what you would do? I just want people to understand when you say the first minute and then why that's important.
Okay, so I got to use this platform because this gold bar represents the range for the first minute. The second that first minute is over, I'll put a buy stop one tick above the opening range and to get long, and I'll put a sell stop one tick below the opening range to get short. Now, so obviously the market has broken below the opening range. I'm currently short right there at 47.61 half, and my stop is kind of already in. I'll usually move my stop a few ticks outside the other extreme of the opening range because sometimes they'll go looking for those stops. So right now I'm going to move my stop about 4 ticks, 5 half to 6 half to give the market enough room to take out those stops if they're going to. And that's my risk. So I'm risking 6 half. I'm risking 5 points. If the opening range remains the low of the day and the NASDAQ continues to break, like I said on the market prep, if the markets roll over and continue to the downside, it's going to be led by the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ is in a much more precarious situation.
Interesting.
Now, the NASDAQ just took out the high of the opening range. So if we were taking that opening range in the NASDAQ, it was a pretty big opening range. We just took out the stops above it. We have not yet done that in the S&Ps. Well, S&Ps, opening range remains the dead high of the day so far.
I'm trying to short crude oil right now because on the daily chart we are reaching the little supply from Sunday open. And sometimes those can be pretty reactive very early in the day. So it's worth a shot. So at the moment, I've just got a one lot short at 71.54. Again, it is initial balance. So obviously everything is quite jumpy. And it's open inside value. They're kind of trying to go higher, but there are some orders that I saw earlier that were sitting there. So we'll see what happens.
Just a reminder, boys and girls, 22 minutes from now, we've got some numbers coming out. ISM manufacturing PMI. We also got jolts. This should jolt the market. And, let's keep our eyes on that. So let's not forget.
Okay.
What up, Michael?
Oh, Andre, I missed you, buddy. We had a real miserable time last week trading the that holiday week.
Well, yeah, it's always tricky, but
oh man, put me to sleep.
I'm out.
Would you
Minus 280 because it didn't do what I wanted it to do. So
touch and go?
Could be up, touch and go.
Yeah. So now I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait until the initial balance is over because that didn't do what it should have done around the supply. Right. Yep. So now we wait.
We kind of opened right in the middle of value. So
yeah, but like I said, there was that daily supply. So now if they go higher, it means they're rejecting value to the upside. But I don't like. Oh, what was that? Oops! I just accidentally fat fingered.
Oh no.
Done.
No.
Yeah.
Don't be the accidental trader.
No. I'm done. No, luckily that's what happened there. Oh, I know what happened. I left a stop on the ladder. It's all right.
Well,
I only
gold
took
just hit a new level.
$10.
2039.60 glow in the gold, taking a bounce off that right now. 2042, and I caught a little wind in my sail there.
Nice, Eddie.
Nice.
Yeah, up 428 on the day.
I don't get how you always do that. You've been up 420s, you like all the time. Every day you're around the 420s every day, and I know there are people like quit talking about pot, but every day you're at 420.
It's going to be a new indicator. It's going to be called the horn indicator.
Well, Eddie's Bong, the guy who's in the chat room. Yeah, who was in the chat room. You and him, birds of a feather.
Andre.
Yeah.
You get negative 7,700 in the S&P so far. This market ain't breaking.
It ain't breaking. Yeah.
Makes me nervous.
Yeah. Did I see that short? Did you trade the closer yesterday, Hoag?
Yeah, I caught a nice
Yes.
kind of half that pop.
I saw that. Does that same setup that we've been talking about?
Yes.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
Delta was negative like 12,000 at the end of the day. And
Money.
at 245, it just popped.
Yeah, money.
Yep.
Nice trade.
Hey,
Yeah, I saw that. I
can
go,
you,
oh,
Beautiful.
can you
Yeah.
log back in? We can't.
yeah, I'll be right back.
We can't.
Oh, we can't hear Andre?
Right.
I
Yeah.
am.
You get him back in here. We need him. We need him. So, I smell
Okay.
smoke. There must be fire somewhere.
There will be a fire drill some point.
Yes. Well, as we promised, during fast markets, only we know when. We've got 5.6
Million.
watching, a million people watching, and only 2,000 likes. Remember, the like button is not the heart by the chat. It is the thumbs up under the screen. Okay, so click that thumbs up. Let's get that number up at least half of what we've got here. At least half the people like what's going on. And if we do, I think, well, somebody's clicking the heart button. Dirt.
There you go.
Obviously, somebody does not speak English. But anyway, yeah, 2,500, and we've got a barstool mustache ready for
Handlebar mustache, right?
handlebar.
27. Yeah, in the chat, anybody seeing anything? They have any levels? Let's bring this team trading to show everybody who's new how we team trading here. Everybody kind of contributes.
Yeah, we got a lot of new people here waiting for waiting in the soup line, waiting for a bowl. Get your soup. Tilt question. How can the percentage of longs be higher than the percentage of positives? The reverse on the short, sorry if that's dumb, but has me a little confused. Can the percentage of the longs be higher than the percentage of positive?
Okay, we got a lot of NQs approaching VWAP conversations in here. And we'll jump to that one, Eddie, in a second. But that's what I saw.
How am I coming in now, guys? Anything?
I hear you.
You're fine.
Yes.
All right, great. Thank you.
Yeah, I hear you
All
fine.
right, great. All right, yeah. Yeah, so that close, I saw there was a negative delta going into that, and we did not break. Eddie? All right,
Yep.
Johnny?
Yep.
Nice. Yeah, I saw that pop.
Yeah, that was nice. That was a nice little jump.
Cool.
I'm still holding this short because the opening range is still the high of the session in the S&Ps, but that negative delta, Andre, has my palms a little bit sweaty, but
Okay.
we're going to see what happens here.
Look at Johnny. You've been in the market for, what, 30 some years?
Yes.
Still get sweaty palms. I do
It's
too.
a rush, man.
I do.
Yeah.
You know, it's excitement. You know, I don't look at it as nerves. I look at it as, okay, here we go. You know,
That's right.
we're
It's the
gonna get
same
some here.
emotion. It's the same
Oh, yeah.
emotion. Being nervous and being excited is the same thing, isn't it?
Don't sweat the petty things, and make sure you
What?
get the sweaty things.
Eddie.
Don't sweat the sweaty things.
Nothing.
All right. Free reset will be around.
Is that happening?
That's what we promised. Yes, it's going to happen.
What a day. What a way to kick off the new year.
Right?
There's a 100 lot at 30. 630 right now.
Nice.
On the bed. There was, doesn't mean it's still
Go get
there.
it.
Ooh, there.
NASDAQ is pulling above that weekly kickoff low, showing rejection of lower pricing. And I may have to do something here.
If you want a free combine, get a combine, and then you'll get a free reset to have in the hot. There's your
There
answer.
you go.
There you go.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
It's like 2 for 1.
Oh my God. All right.
You can reframe the promotion for us.
Well, the question is, if you're looking to trade, you're looking to get a funded account. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, it's good to have one in the hopper, right, Eddie? I mean, like hitting DLL, now you hit your max loss. Happens.
Yeah.
First 15 up.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
And I'd just like to say, for those that are new here, as you can see, we've got our Tri-City locals.
Let's give it up for the Tri-City locals.
Yeah.
Love it.
Hoagland, Deanna, and Andre
Missed that.
are the OGs of the Tri-City locals.
All right, so we did touch VWAP. So there's a touch.
We bounced, yeah.
42 was a high of that.
Yep. I've noticed NQ likes its overnight VWAP touches.
Man, oh man, there's a lot of negative delta in the NASDAQ too, and it's going the opposite direction. There's divergence here, but
Yeah, okay, John, explain that. Guys, do we have a glossary? Throw that in there in the chat.
Okay, so here's
Big
what
word,
we're
the
here's
big
what
one
I'm
that
looking
you
at.
said, divergence, delta, all that stuff.
So this is the delta right here. It's negative 5,400 right now. The delta is quite simply the number of contracts that trade on the offer, as in buy market orders. Every contract is +1 in delta, minus the number of contracts that trade on the bid, which are sell market orders, are -1. So what we're saying here is the delta we've had 5,400 more trade on the bid using sell market orders, which one would think would move price lower. But if it doesn't, that can hint to the presence of a kind of a longer time frame buyer who's just placing orders and picking up what they can, placing buy orders, picking up what they can, replenishing those buy orders. They're not going to put in, buy 1,000 or buy 10,000 in any of these markets. They're going to piece them in a little bit at a time. And that's what happens when we see a divergence between delta, which is negative in the NASDAQ, would indicate potentially the presence of a longer time frame buyer. And again, potentially, there's nothing that works exactly the same way twice, and nothing always works. So what we're saying here is there is the indication of potentially longer time frame buyers using ICE orders, which are the orders that they piece in a little bit at a time. In the NASDAQ, 10, 5, 4, 6, 11. They just put in those bids, and as the shorter time frame traders hit them, delta gets more and more negative, but they have a hard time pushing price in that direction. So that divergence in delta can be indicative of longer time frame presence in the marketplace. We're seeing it in both the S&P and the NASDAQ. I'm still short the S&P against it because the opening range remains the high of the day in the S&Ps. So that's just kind of why I'm still holding on to this position, is because the nuance profile wise is that opening range is the high of the day. It could remain the high of the day the rest of the session, could be the best trade location. That delta is making me nervous. That's why my palms are a little bit sweaty.
Yeah, so you have that.
I think I'm gonna get along, yeah.
Yeah.
On that squeeze. Go on, sorry.
You have tilt. Say nothing. 58%.
50-50, huh?
If
Those that are here that are new, we have this indicator. You know what? You can use it. You don't have to use it. It is information that nobody has on the planet, or at least I haven't seen. But don't quote me to that. So,
ever.
yeah, all open positions here at Topstep. If you have an open position, just got long, just got short, you're in it, you're sitting in it. That data comes at us, gets aggregated, goes to the top of your screen, and it says, oh, if you're long S&P, you're one of 1,000. Let's just use the word 1,000. There's thousands. And 800 people are long. It would say 80% long bias. It's just a bias. Just helps you understand what that bias is. It is getting smoky as hell.
What is that? I thought I saw something there.
Yeah, I know.
Anyways, back to the market.
I got some brisket. I'm smoking some brisket here.
Lovely.
Jeez.
All right, so I'm going to try the second hypo that I have, which is a breakout to the upside as a rejection of value towards the average average session range high.
In gold or crude?
In crude, yeah. So we'll
Got
see
it.
whether we can get
10 minutes
some.
on our numbers, folks. Just a heads up.
Guys
Eco
that are
numbers, that is.
guys that are listening right now, Deanna's talking about a position she's in. Eddie's going to give a heads up on big numbers that are coming out. Andre, Andre's just a kick-ass dude, and he's gonna,
Thanks, dude.
he's gonna trade it up.
Dude, I'm just tiptoeing in these markets. It's been a minute since I've traded, so I'm trying to get jump on this moving train here.
Yeah, and then Hoag's the wizard. He's the professor of the markets. We all learn from him, but we all learn from each other, even those that are in the chat. We all are team trading here. So if you're just tuning in for the first time, we're going to do the reset for you. And we're going to be doing this all year long. So if I were you, I'd tune in. I don't know if we're always going to give heads up and all that kind of stuff, but I would be tuning in because what else are you doing right now? Unless you're watching other streamers, which is fine. Hopefully we're partnered up with those folks. But if you're not, don't watch CNBC and Bloomberg. How the hell are you going to learn how to trade on that one? So tune in and give it a shot. Give it a shot. It's better than trading in silence.
I mean, we don't bite. We're friendly, right?
Well, I'm out. That Delta is just too strong, and I don't want to hold a position at 9 o'clock. So
Same with me, Johnny.
that's it.
I got it. Let's see how this plays out. That short squeeze might be setting up, like you said.
I have a feeling I just did the right thing.
You did that. Might have done the wrong thing.
There you go.
Andre, are you long from 61?
I was, but then the numbers coming out and it wasn't going, so I got out. So like I said, I'm just tiptoeing back in these markets. These trades should have stayed long, right?
Yeah, boy, that was a good out, man. For me,
Yeah, good job.
For you, I know. Yeah.
that Delta was what did it.
So would that say the delta play or the short squeeze is more powerful or more influential than opening range trade? Then I guess that for today it is at least.
Well, just kind of looking at the overall landscape, the NASDAQ has not accepted below the weekly kickoff low.
Right.
That's what I was looking for continuation in the S&P. Today, I said early before the open that the NASDAQ's probably going to be the leader today because it's at a more precarious position.
Yes. NASDAQ's the leader. Got it. Well, these S&Ps are just chopping all over the place right now.
Yeah, right now it's just we got numbers coming out. I'm not playing.
Yep.
I still have my cushion from this morning in gold.
Yeah. What made you take the gold trade, John?
Opening range
Love
right at the weekly kickoff low.
Love it.
Check this out. I thought about marrying it, but I went for 2R. Got it. Good. I'm happy.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that. Opening range right there. 2053. That's weekly kickoff low. It's been heading lower ever since.
Damn.
The trading
opening
wizard
range remains high.
The trading wizard. Yeah, Deanna did lighten her hair. We were talking about that in the powder room back there before we came on. Deanna,
Powder room?
whatever you call backstage before you
Green
go out.
room. What do they call it?
Green room. Powder room.
What do you think a powder room is? I'm just.
I thought it was like where you get ready before you go out and I don't know, on TV.
Where the ladies go put their makeup on.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. I was gonna throw you a little life preserver there, Michael.
No, I guess I needed it how I framed it. Yeah.
Right, so I've got a long at 71.71. It's an interesting number. It's got to be bumpy,
Yeah.
obviously, because we're still inside the initial balance.
Over 6,000 people watching us do what we do best. Let's get those likes in there, please.
Hey, let's do a poll to help everybody learn a little bit. I just want to understand, did you make money last year? By making money, did you pull money out of your, let's start with a personal brokerage account. A lot of people have a personal brokerage account. If you have a personal brokerage account, did you take a withdraw and pay yourself? I just want to understand if that was something we did. I know it was very hard for me in my personal brokerage days before I moved to the prop firm days to take money out. I was always chasing it and I never wanted to take it out because I would just lower my buying power.
That's when the money gets real, is when you put it in your own account.
You guys, we're gonna do a poll. We're gonna do a poll. There it is.
5 minutes.
That'd be a yes for me.
Yep.
A yes for you. You took money out of your personal brokerage account.
Yep.
Nice work, Johnny. All right, so right out of the gate, we have 73% that say no. That's pretty common. Just so we all know, I wanted to. Misery loves company sometimes, so.
Yes,
I've
sir.
almost doubled this little account I got here.
There you go.
Nice.
If you traded in a funded account, now we can kill that one. If you traded in a funded account, did you take a payout? Screenshot this one if we can. If you traded in a funded account anywhere, did you take a payout?
IRS is watching that poll. Someone said. I like that.
Speaking of IRS, we got they're doing that in crypto. Who shared that with us, Cortland, or who?
Minutes remaining.
That IRS.
Yeah, if there's a transaction more than 10,000, you've got to notify the IRS.
Guess what? They do that all the time anyway, don't they? When you
Both parties.
Yeah.
when you go to a bank, if it's over 10 grand. The poll's coming, guys. You don't have to type anything. There it is.
All right, 5 minutes for the
That
numbers,
thing goes
folks. Another poll coming out. Do you take any payouts, any prop accounts? We see that.
Maybe we are going to go lower, John. Who knows right now?
Yeah.
What a struggle.
We are going to go lower unless, of course, we go higher.
Go higher. Yep. It's simply how it works, right?
Okay, so we have the same amount of people that didn't take a payout from any prop firm. We are changing that. Screenshot that. By the end of the year, that needs to change. And it's going to be people in here. The 71% of you said you didn't take a payout. So we'll be doing pulse checks, and maybe we do this each quarter. And then by the end of the year, we'll say this changed. And if it doesn't change, then I guess we're not doing our job. But that would be nice to see that go from 72% to, or 40, what was this, 28%?
We got to get that. Yeah. We got to tilt that.
We got to tilt that.
Speaking of tilts, getting a little heavy to the short bias in the NASDAQ.
Slightly.
Yeah, well, it's
Heads up,
back
heads
down
up.
to a weekly kickoff low.
All right,
604.
Jolts, the estimate 8.821 million, prior 8.7. Also, U.S. ISM manufacturing PMI, they're expecting a 47.1, and we've got about 2 minutes. Check your platforms if you want to position on or not.
Yeah.
Check it once, check it twice, and check it again.
Trade Shack, you're short from 630 in the NASDAQ. You got a number coming out here in a minute or so. Curious what you would do with that. I think you're in the money quite handsomely.
Mm-hmm.
And I would put my stop up there and then play that. But I would not do that if you're down money. And I would not do that typically if you're at the money. Down money on the day.
Man, Michael, you've been sitting on your hands a little bit today.
I woke up I swear to God.
Yeah, what happened?
I was going to say it earlier. I woke up last night like 12 or it was like 12 or 2 or so. I don't remember. I saw a 2 in my phone. And I had a dream about trading because every now and then, yeah, you have those.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, I swear to God, tomorrow I'm like, I got to start slower. Yesterday, I put myself in the hole like $1,200 right out of the gate. Then I got myself out of the hole. Then I was up $800. Then I ended up the day down like $100. So needless to say, I need to slow down.
Man, that dream really got to you.
Yeah. Monk-like discipline today from Michael.
I was going to say, Jack.
New year, new man.
New year,
New Michael.
every year. Every year.
All right, 2 minutes. It's calm. It's getting smoky. Trust me, it's going to get smoky.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we got a minute here on the number.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you guys are going to tilt. 50-50. We both could have made money there, John. We'll fix the upside, couple ticks to the downside.
That's the way it is, you know.
Right,
Markets are moving. They go up, they go down.
They go up to the man. I really wish I traded that close yesterday. That was a sweet setup.
Oh, it was great.
You too,
Yeah.
Deanna? You were in there? It's very
No, I was in it, and then I went short.
Here we go, guys. It's getting really, really, really thin right now. So you can see in the ladder. I don't know if it's on my screen. Yeah, it's on my screen.
Yeah.
wide.
See how thin it is?
Big gaps. Yeah, they got some gaps here.
And you're like, what's thin? We'll see how wide the spread is right now. See how there's like 1 lots and 2 lots. Like literally, you could be right there and show up, and we'll all see your 1 lots if you're trading live.
Yeah, 222 on the bid at 47.57 quarter in the S&Ps. Liquidity is lower.
Nice
10
catch.
seconds,
In
kids.
the S&Ps.
10 seconds.
crude oil is not usually, it doesn't usually jolt with the jolts.
Respond with that.
Let's see.
Nice. Oh, Bill.
Well put.
Look at
Well
this.
put.
There we go. All right. Big rally in gold here. Number not out yet.
Oof.
Let's see if
Oof.
we get it.
What was that?
Oh, those shorts at the bottom in there and the
Ooh.
gold are just getting smoked.
That hurt. Wow.
Wow.
All right.
Wow.
You up in the S&Ps.
Jolt's coming out at 8.79.
Nice. I covered my little loss earlier and made $250.
Okay.
Nice.
Good, yeah.
Manufacturing PMI coming in at 47.4.
So that's a good example. I forget who was the trader I was talking to that was short from 630. That was an incredible, like, good entry.
Right.
And it was trading like 90s. So you had 40 handles in it. I mean, yeah, those are the reasons why we don't play the news.
Correct.
But you were in the money really deep, so you just missed out on that unless you covered. Just a lesson to learn that anything can happen with these, and we traded all the way up to 53.
ACH.
Yeah, ACH, definitely. But with crude oil, I find that certain releases just don't
Yeah.
affect it as much as the equities. So this is why I trade through them.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So the S&Ps went right to VWAP,
Yeah.
to the tick.
Yeah, we saw these markets jump for the jolt, and stronger reading supporting for the bullish for the U.S. dollar. So we did see that coming in at 8.7.
And look at gold, right back to 2053 weekly kickoff low, finding a little bit of resistance there, right back to the opening range.
I mean,
That'd be a good spot.
he touched VWAP.
I was hands
Yep.
off there. Hands off.
That
Better
should
safe
say,
than sorry.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to find entry right now. One way upside, downside, John.
Yes, very jumpy.
Yep. Well, got all day though. Got all day here.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of time. I'm watching that. I will be hawking that delta all day long. Now it's down to negative 10,000.
Okay.
It's negative 7,300 and now in the Nasdaq. So I mean, there's some aggressive selling coming in.
Sure is.
Is it against longer time frame buyers? We're going to find that out probably at the end of the day, Andre.
John,
Yeah.
expand your charts, John.
I love that, John. So we can. I mean, this is like an all-day setup. So for those that are watching our Bell to Bell Club, we'll keep an eye on that delta playing out throughout the day. If we don't keep going lower significantly, then we got a nice setup going into the close. So
I'd be here all day to catch those late moves.
sometimes that's the best trade of the day.
Sometimes.
Yep.
Well, gold making another run to the top here.
Unbelievable.
2053.70.
Just took out the high of the opening range.
Market. Once again on the dome, the offers are bigger than the bids, but the bids are taking out these offers.
In crude oil, we do have some liquidity at 72.50, and I do have the average session high around, well, it's slightly lower than that, so we kind of overshot. But because we're still in that 30-minute TPO, I want to see whether we can fail the auction around these levels, and if not, then we may have the potential for the makings of a trend day in crude oil, and I'll show you why. It might be a bit messy on my charts because I was writing my hypos and stuff.
The low of the day in crude oil.
Yeah, that's one thing. But we have a rejection of a daily demand level. And when that's happening, and when the first supply area edge fails to give any sort of a reaction, that can give way to a trending day higher. And if that's the case, we then have some space all the way up to 74, which would be a rather massive day. But having said that, not unusual for the beginning of the year because many people will be positioning for the new year, right? So we don't want to fight that if we get a sustained auction.
All I took a short little ride up 7-Eleven on the day with a slushy to boot.
Nice.
Eddie and
Well
gold.
done. Yeah.
I think you found your product there, Eddie.
Yeah,
I
right.
know he's been trading well.
But I mean, Eddie, you've always been a gold trader. You traded crude
No.
for a while, no?
No, I was trading crude.
Oh.
Went to NASDAQ shortly. Went to S&P. That was my mainstay because it's what I was doing on the trading floor mostly.
Right. Well, that's great. You got a new product. Yay.
Yeah, gold. Let's see here.
What else we got today, Eddie?
We're
Yeah,
at
that one.
72.50 taken out. So let's see what they do with this now.
And that's the 200 session moving average on the 30-minute chart.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Which
Dub,
product,
yes.
Johnny?
Crude.
Crude. Right. Okay.
420 to 7-Eleven. I got a Slurpee and some Cheetos.
Typically how it works.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, we bounced right off UAP.
Yeah. A couple times now, right?
Yeah.
Now we're above it.
No, it's going. There is a value low in ES coming up at 47.76. That's from yesterday.
I got some questions here about gold. Now the thing is, I'm trading off momentum. I'm scalping momentum. I'm watching how it is, and obviously with this number coming out, I think we all had a good opportunity to catch a run, and basically that's what I'm doing here. Watching the dome, watching momentum, and putting on the trade. Looking for small trades though. I'm only looking to make $100, $200 on a trade. Nothing big, but
Base
that
hits.
one, that
hits,
single
right.
turned into a double for me.
That's how I look at
It
it.
was 70% long ES,
Yeah.
but kind of pulled back from there.
Losing Delta,
Yeah, I imagine they're getting squeezed.
6,700. Still negative 7,000 in the Nasdaq. I don't really see that kind of
It's pretty big.
severity in Delta in the Nasdaq.
I'm going to try short in crude oil. It's struggling a little bit. So I've gone into a short at 72.40.
Deanna, can you explain what a failed auction is? Somebody grab it.
Yeah. So if we have the first hour trading range, which we call the initial balance in market profile concepts, and then if the market goes outside of that first hour trading range, then fails to close the next 30-minute period outside of it, and instead goes back to the first hour trading range, that is considered a failed auction. Now, obviously, there are other contextual narratives that can happen around that particular setup, but for this time of day in crude oil, if you get a failed auction, that's actually a really high probability setup. Now, I am maybe jumping the gun here because I am looking at the dome and just looking at whether there are still buyers for my second hypo, which I've already done. So I've already covered
We're
some costs and made a little bit of money.
But you're a professional, so you can preempt
Yeah.
this.
Yes, correct. And again, I might be wrong. You know, this is nature of trading. It's just I thought it was struggling a little bit. So now I'm going to see whether there is a follow through. If I don't see what I want to see, I'm going to jump out of this like really quickly. So I'm not going to let it go to my full stop loss. But basically, I'm looking at this. What is this? This is initial balance high at 72.15. So I want the price to return there and then to close below it.
So in essence, D, you're time stopping this trade. You've got a kind of a
Yeah.
catastrophic stop in, but if it
Yeah.
starts to kind of go against you, you're like, that's it, I'm out.
Yep, correct. I try to never really get hit, like get smacked on the face with a full 35 ticks. But it is there just in case the market moves too quickly and I'm not able to react.
Speaking of smacked in the face, that S&P just did a massive turnaround.
Yeah.
Baldur's my time frame, 15-minute candlesticks.
Speaking of candlesticks, the house is on fire. The house is
that was smooth,
It
Michael.
is.
That was good. You know, you're a poet, dude.
Nice segue.
Very smooth.
Oh boy, something's coming down the pipe.
Eddie, did you leave those next to the curtains because those are all in flames?
Oh boy. Oh shit! Here we
The
go.
Christmas tree got a little dry.
Yeah, the Christmas trees put water in it.
God forbid. God
I wonder how many houses are burning down. Not to be bad or anything, but like because the trees start. I mean, ours hasn't left, but it's fake. That dries out, and then
So you got to put water and sugar in the base. Sugar's the key. Water and sugar, that'll keep that tree nice and moist, like a towelette.
My guess is, Michael, fewer since the LED lights came out, but there are no
True.
LED lights here. The Christmas tree has a 50s light socket and it is on fire.
Oh my goodness.
Respect.
All right. Well, what do we got here?
Go invite your friends. Hurry up. It's only going to be open for
3,000 likes.
Oh, there's some smoke. Oh my goodness.
Shoot. Uh-oh.
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 It is. Oh, no.
Oh my
This
goodness.
is fun. I like this.
Wow.
Here's my ride.
The fire department, yeah.
Call the fire department, Deanna.
Yes.
It's happening.
Yes.
It's happening, Cards fan.
It's happening, boys and girls.
88. So trading 88.
The moment we've been waiting for.
Invite your friends. It's only going to be up for a little bit. We don't
What
even
is
know
this?
what it is. Is it?
What is
All
this
right.
sorcery on the screen?
What is this sorcery, Jack?
There it is. Let's keep going.
It's a free reset.
Wow.
You have asked tens of thousands of times in the YouTube comments. Now is the day.
There
Let's
it
all
is.
start from scratch. Let's do
Yeah, we could all use a reset to kick off the year.
All right, all right, all right.
it. There it is. There it is.
Clear cut victory.
Indeed. So what we're going to do is pinned to the top of the YouTube chat is how you can claim your free reset code. Click that link.
You got it up there?
Emailed to you.
Got it
It's
up.
in
I see it up there.
And it's
There it
pinned
is.
Damn, Screw's
There
getting
it
hard.
is.
And we will keep this up for about 15 minutes.
15 minutes only, guys.
Okay.
15 minutes.
Let's get
Jump
it going
over there.
here.
Yeah. Jump over there, knock it out, come back.
Batman.
Batman.
No, you can't reset your XFA. You're at the funded level.
Yeah, no resets on that.
No resets.
No
Yeah.
mulligans, no timeouts, no
No runs, no
no
hits, no
cookie for
errors.
you. Yes, it is. Okay, if you're looking how to claim, scroll up. If you are in the YouTube chat, scroll up until you see something that says claim your free reset code. Okay,
All right, I'm out.
click
I'm
on
out.
that.
Would you?
How'd it go, Deanna?
And it moved slightly against me, so
Didn't do what
I
it was
killed
supposed
it. I'm still up $80 on the day, so
right.
now we
There
wait.
you go.
Yeah.
NASDAQ making lows.
S&P's making lows.
S&P's making lows.
Mm-hmm.
You got to see that. You got to see that NASDAQ except below that level and then sell rallies.
Sell rallies.
Sell rallies.
All right, we're going to be sending these out to you via email. Remember, they might not get there today, might not get there tomorrow. They will be on their way to you on your email, and you will have 1 week to use them after you receive it. So make sure you write that down. 1 week to use after you receive your reset.
We will have a countdown. So right now there's what, 14 minutes left? So quick touch and go. Hit it, come back to the markets.
That's right.
And real quick here, if you're wondering why I can't get it today, well, our team needs time to generate these unique codes. We're doing this manually, so is what we got to do. So, yes, Danielle.
Yeah, Danielle. Tell him, Danielle.
The boss lady, yeah, the boss lady says yes. But hey, they are there for you. Sign up, click that link. And once again, thank you very much for all the subscriptions that we have had.
Subscription.
And we
membership.
appreciate that.
and likes and love.
Likes. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, and
Johnny's going to be getting that bar stool. I think if we get 3,500, he can pass. He can pass that to somebody else.
Ah.
Maybe like to Jack, because Jack has no facial hair.
come on.
He's got a tape on a bar stool mustache.
Hey,
No, I'll take this. I'll take this. No
Jack,
problem.
can you grow it?
I mean, I have some facial hair.
Yeah.
It's
I'm
not
a big
it's
boy.
like my husband. It's like my husband. He has like a natural goatee, but nothing really on the sides. I actually prefer it that way. I don't like hairy faces. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, you came to the wrong place, Deanna.
Yeah, clearly covered with beards.
NASDAQ on the lows, 50.
Seriously.
Wow. Touch that, push through the VWAP for the VWAP, folks, and then quickly pivoted. Quickly.
Yeah.
John, what do you think? You were talking about Delta still being
Yeah,
It's really negative, but
we're breaking.
this I've seen Delta and the S&P's negative practically 50,000 at the end of the day and no pullbacks. So, I mean, this could be, aggressive, like all time frames acting in concert kind of activity.
Mhm.
So you don't want to fight the divergence until it's time. Usually, Andre, you and I, both know if there's a divergence, it's best to wait till after like 2:30 when all those shorts decide, we better get out.
Yep.
But this is not presenting as that kind of a. Well, right now it's congruent. It's not divergent. Price is moving lower with aggressive selling. So right now we're not thinking about anything opposite what we're seeing here, and that's downside. I'm looking for opportunities to sell strength, particularly in the NASDAQ.
Mm-hmm. What is curious, John? What is Delta at right in S&Ps?
In the S&Ps right now, negative 14,000.
Oh, so we've been growing. Gotcha.
Negative 11, negative 9,100 in the NASDAQ.
That's pretty heavy.
Yeah, and you don't usually see that in the NASDAQ. So, and with the NASDAQ in this area, this weekly kickoff low, it's in a precarious position.
Yeah,
this thing could roll over and attract more selling. Is what I'm trying to say. And if it rejects, then the upside could be tremendous.
Mhm.
But I don't see that happening.
Mm-mm.
We rejected the range from yesterday in both. We closed the gap, rejected it.
Close the gap. Yep.
So we had some people talking about Topstep X
Ooh.
early.
Love
We're going to be pushing that so everybody can sign up here like this month, here like maybe next week.
Like how soon? Yeah.
Well, maybe next week. Yeah, we're thousands of folks are on it. They're enjoying it. Love Topstep X. Jason Terry says that. We have more and more stuff coming. The tilt is built within it. It's even more real time than what you guys are seeing on top of your screen. What you guys are seeing on top of your screen is going to probably go away here very soon. 70% short. 70% short, Andre.
70% short. They're getting paid though, Michael. S&P's 70% short's been getting paid too.
I know they are. So,
All this negative delta is getting paid too.
yeah,
All second dollars getting paid. I don't know if fading's the play right now.
no, I know. It's all.
No.
It's all
I know.
No.
I'm down 500.
I know.
Shouldn't see.
Michael, you're talking about Topstep X. One of the coolest things I like about it is you can actually set your risk reward.
Well, jump over to Eddie's screen.
Yeah,
Eddie,
that's really cool. That's so cool.
I don't know if I'm sharing. I don't have that link yet, but I'll show it a little later. But what's really neat is, I'm talking about my 420 by 420. You can set the risk. My risk is at 420. To make is at 420, and you can automatically have this. It'll ask you for a notification. It'll ask you for a confirmation. And I've taken the confirmation off, but it'll ask you, do you want to do this? Which sometimes that fat finger, we tend to do that a lot. But that's what I like about it a lot. Risk versus reward. You put what you want to make, what you're willing to risk, and it's set for that. And what happens is, once one of them is filled, the other one is canceled.
All right, we need to show your screen. How do you get the link?
So here, I can show it. I've got it up
Right.
now.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
So this is TopStep X. This is the S&P is the 30-minute chart. But if you go up here and you hit dome settings, you can say, all right, I want to take profits at, let's say, 500, and I want to risk 500, and I want to make 500. So I'm going to put those parameters in here, and I'm going to save it. So the second I put a position on, I'm just going to sell one at the market here, confirm. Now it's got my stop and my profit target already in. Whoops, sorry. What did I do?
They're hidden. What do you guys sell? You can't see them.
Right.
There it is right there.
Oh, we try to remove anxiety.
There, yeah. So there's my entry. There's my profit target, and there's my risk. So it automatically puts your risk and your reward in for the trade.
Scroll down. There you go.
All right. So, and then if I want to change something, like, so, I think this trade's worth more, I can just click and
Hey,
drag that.
Johnny, refresh your screen. I got a blank screen. We need you to refresh regardless.
I did. It's just
Set it all up, and when it's ready to go, let us know if it's ready to go already.
All right.
Well, if I get a
All
link,
right.
I can share mine. Mine's all set, ready to go here.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Eddie.
Yeah, you check, send me a link here, and I'll get that up, and I'll show it to you.
So we're gonna have,
gotta-
Topstep X launched probably. I think as soon as 2 weeks from now, probably sooner, and then you will be able to see it on when you enter. I want a 50K. Boom! I want to trade on this platform. Oh, what's this? Topstep X.
Oh.
So that will be right up there. And then we have new features coming, and we'll be sharing those too here on Topstep TV every time we bring new cool features. So we have Tilt on there, you have Copy Trade on there, you have everything that Hoag just showed you. Eddie's going to show you that shortly. We're on our lows right now, guys. NASDAQ.
Heavy shorts, NASDAQ. They're getting paid though. Delta's growing, I'm assuming, John.
Oh yeah, negative 16,000 in the S&Ps now.
Yeah.
So Eddie, if you want to take it over there, your Topstep TV is built into that. I don't know. I don't think there's a delay on Topstep TV. You're going to have delay on YouTube. So that's something that we'll have more on. But the fact that there's going to be new features built all the time. The group over at Sim the Funded is a company we're working with, and they're very big on having the best trading platform on the planet. And I think they got a great head start. Topstep has a nice deal with them, and we get everything we want. It's kind of the little pitch. So we're down with that because we're getting everything we want, and then we're getting the feedback from you guys, and then we're building everything you want.
There you have it.
All right, Michael, we got to sell into this breakdown somehow.
Look for a pullback.
Look for a pullback.
Pullback or
Right off that Jolts number, that was the pullback of all pullbacks. Or ISM.
Yours in the NASDAQ, your low volume node above is at 16,581.
yeah.
That'd be a nice entry.
Right, I'm trying another short in crude oil at 72.37. One of the reasons is because we've already gone 211 ticks for the session. At the moment, the price is sitting at a pivotal R1 resistance level. Now, according to my research, some of these R1 and S1 levels, they're kind of extensions of, my average ranges. They're kind of extensions of those. So I'm a bit skeptical that this is going to keep going up because in my research, there's not that many days when we go all the way to R2, which is all the way up here. So I'm effectively using my stats to run a hypothesis. So we'll see whether this can bring me the failed auction that I'm looking for.
Jack, you want to share my screen? I'm going to go over that real quick here.
Or you
Anne Marie likes that
Just
feature
sizing
also.
it up.
Okay.
Oh, hey, Marie.
Anne Marie.
Hey, Marie.
Today. Good morning. Anne
See,
Marie.
she's going to be a regular now with us.
Morning.
on TV, right?
Yep.
Oh,
She
awesome.
is. Mhm.
The family's growing. So
She's
awesome.
going to join us tomorrow for Fast Markets.
Cool.
And then Friday, Back to the Future with Hoag and myself.
Cool.
Nice.
So we have,
Strategy Lab.
yeah, we have a lot of folks asking then about Rips. He had a good one. He came on here and talked and had a great time. We got him as a regular. Trades by Matt's going to be on here. We got a great list. And I just saw the January list of all the folks that are on. And I got
A lot of
to say,
additions, a couple subtractions. This family's just growing for the better.
that's how you do it. You give people up for adoption, you grab new ones.
Oh.
Come on, I mean,
My man. My man.
I am
God,
so
you thought I was
joking. No,
bad.
we did not do that to anybody. And I think we wanted everybody. If you could speak the markets and talk, with us, that's a lot of fun.
All right, you got 5 minutes to claim your free reset. If you're just joining us, scroll all the way to the top of the YouTube chat. Fill out that form. You got 5 minutes. And my screen's up here right now. And as John said, you go to the dome setting. Now I've got I've got it expanded. I've got my dome expanded a bit. And this is gold. Gold, you're only going to get 10 each way. So if you're looking to get 100 each way, some of these other markets, as in we'll go NASDAQ, as you can see, bids and offers all over the place. So we're going to go back to gold. My gold. Good God, gold. Up here, you hit the dome setting and position risk. As you can see, I got 420. And you can adjust that too, which is really nice. Whatever you want to make it to make and to break. Also, you do have the option to automatically apply those. One thing I do like here, you can set your personal daily loss limit to a monetary number. Okay, so you can, I'm only going to lose 500 today. I'm only going to lose 1,000 today. You can set that right here, right? And also we've got the sound notifications if you don't want to hear Wendy, who is joining us here on our Topstep X, say order filled.
That's true. That could be Wendy's
Okay,
voice.
so she's there.
Yeah.
You can turn that on and off and then save it. So that's basically what I really like, and it's definitely a benefit when you're trading.
Okay, that's what. And then, guys, check it out. It's going to be live and active, and for you to jump aboard. Look, don't switch platforms if you're trusting and loving what you already have. But if you don't trust it and you don't love it, or you want to break up with it, or whatever you want to do, give it a shot. Give it a shot.
Sometimes breakups are necessary, Michael.
Yeah, right. Oh, EY, you said you were adopted. That's effed up. Sorry about that. My sister's adopted and my aunt's adopted. So, yeah. True story.
God. Oh, Michael.
Oh, and my nephew. Cause
It's good. You know what? God, that's the best. I tell you.
yeah.
Right. So still in this trade, taking some heat. We do have some 4-hour supply at 72.66. So my stop loss is just above that. So far, they're not really reacting to the supply. And then in about a minute 25, we're going to have the close of that 30 minutes.
Which is going to create
TPO?
single TPOs.
Well, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out what to do here.
Me too,
Yeah,
John.
it's a hypothesis.
Andre, that bias short, that technically would have played out.
For a quick one, it would have. And NASDAQ, yes. S&P's no.
No, I mean, it happened at the 60s.
Okay.
So like 20 handles. I mean,
Touch
so-
and go then. Touch and go, light and tight.
Oh, that would have been a light and tight one for sure. Yeah, you're right. Guys, light and tight. We'll use that term as well. Put that in the glossary, Topstep. It's kind of almost what Deanna was talking about, like time-based. If it doesn't happen right away, then you're out light and tight, so you're not taking a bunch of risk on it.
Right.
You're going light entry. And NASDAQ, you can do a lot of time-based ones because it rips so much. whether it comes back and retest. So
That's my word for it, is the time stop.
Yep.
If it doesn't go, get out.
That's right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now you can get yourself caught in a little over trading for the day if you're.
You can.
Oh, with the time stops, yeah, in doesn't go, then you get out.
Get in again. Get out again.
Clearinghouses love it.
Yeah. Grasshoppering is what I call it.
Grasshoppering. See, we all have different terms for it. Throw that in the glossary too.
Boing, 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 boing.
Pretty much what it is.
Yeah.
Deanna, what's a Muppet?
What's a Muppet? A Muppet is a trader who has a little bit of a problem with FOMO, and you kind of allow monkey brain to start making your trading decisions.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
monkey.
Yeah, because we have
Emotional.
yeah, emotional trading. Yeah.
Got
So there's, we have the moron trade, so we know
Mhm.
We
what
have
that
more on
is.
trade, yes.
Yeah, but I also have another term, the must get in trade. It's moving. I must get in.
I've been there.
Okay.
Yeah. So all of that is a feature of being a Muppet on the day, which, it happens to everybody. So, if you have a day where you find yourself doing some Muppet things, the good thing to do is to recognize that and then to close out the positions, go lift some weights, just to get rid of the adrenaline. You've got to channel that somewhere, because effectively FOMO and all of those trades that we're doing from the monkey brain side, they're really just the primal brain driving your decisions.
Right.
So
The
if you channel the adrenaline into the physical activity, you should get your prefrontal cortex back.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Oh, so there's actual physiology, there's actual biology behind
Yeah.
what you're saying.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. I thought we were just using cute terms. Okay, very good.
No,
It's what I teach people in my program. All right, I'm gonna kill this. So it's
Amazing.
just not doing what I
monkey
wanted
brain
to
is
do.
something some people call the lizard brain.
Yeah. You've got the prefrontal cortex and you've got the limbic system. So all of that plays a part. All right, so I'm flat. I'm down 230 on the day, and I'm just gonna sit and observe what happens now, because at R1 it should really fail, and if it keeps going up, it means we have an abnormal day, and in that case, I might have a directional trade at some point, but not right now. We've left some single prints on the way up as well. So yeah, for now I don't have a setup here.
Hey, Deanna, I'm getting some messages from support that Muppets are actually calling in and complaining that they shouldn't be used as a stupid. Maybe.
You see, in the UK, Muppet is actually like a colloquialism. It's like, oh, what a Muppet. And I suppose that just kind of bled into my live streams, and then people liked it. So we started saying things like, oh, my Muppet meter is off the charts today.
Muppet meter.
So, yeah.
I love the Muppets.
Apologies to Jim Hansen.
God rest his soul. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who was it that called in? Ernie and Bert?
Hello.
Yeah. That's
The Cookie
Kermit.
Monster? Very emotional trader. Cookie Monster.
Oh, yeah.
Cookie Monster, he loved it. Cookie. Trade.
Okay. Now, you
More.
know what? Cookie Monster actually has a real name,
Really?
whether you know it or not.
Steve?
Yeah.
You're very close. Cookie Monster revealed his name as Sid.
Really?
Yes, in a song in 2004, and later in an interview in 20. In the interview, people are interviewing Cookie Monster.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
2017.
I'd love to see that.
His name is Sid. Believe
I mean,
it
it
or
better
not.
be the guy that's doing his voice, because that's what I would do. I'm like, you're not even gonna let me have my name in here when I do the voice every day. Sid, huh?
Sid.
Yeah.
All right. So what I do in these situations, when I've tried a few trades and then it didn't quite pan out, I usually jump to the 30-minute chart, and then I wait for the candlestick patterns to show me the way. Because we still have that 4-hour supply. I'm not comfortable longing here after this big of a move. So I'm not sure I'm going to be finding a trade today during the fast markets. I might actually wait until everything settles.
I like that, Deanna.
And then maybe towards the end of the day, I might have something else.
I like that.
Dee, I'm thinking the same thing with this negative delta.
Me too, John.
What happens, and there may be something very tasty later on.
Love it. Good tease, too.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Abe. Abe passing the 50K combine trading crude. Good job.
Ooh, nice one. Hello, colleague.
Hello, guys.
I like Ryan Russell. He says he trades more like Animal a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Dee, I remember your video. You had Animal sitting on your amp.
Yes,
Animal
that's right. There is
there.
that's right. There was a guitar video of one of the Satch covers, Joe Satriani covers that I did on YouTube back in the day. And I do have Animal sitting on my Marshall amp.
Animal right there.
Yeah, that's right.
You know, I had met Carol Spinney, who played Big Bird and Oscar the Grouch, and he was a fantastic human. I mean, just gave you all the time in the day. And his name is Carol because he was born on Christmas.
Okay.
Oh,
I didn't know they were talking to him and stuff. And I got a picture with me and him somewhere. I'll pull it up. But,
Hey, we got a lot of people in here that say they passed the trading or completed the objective of the trading comment. If you did today, we're not doing a poll. Just let us know because you get kind of blended in with all the other conversations. So we want to give some props to those. I saw a handful, but maybe there's more.
Always love to hear about that.
Yeah.
That's what we're here for, right?
Yeah, that's what we're here for. I mean, and we want to know. We want people to succeed. We want you to win. We want you to tell us when things are good happening for you. We love that.
yeah.
Definitely tell us. Hans passed.
Hell yeah.
Gulam passed. Puccini passed. Jeremy passed yesterday.
Wow.
Look at all this success
Oh, yeah.
going on here. This is beautiful.
love
Taylor
it.
passed today.
Marcus.
Marcus. Look at all these.
Metzger? Oh.
Midas. J. Was it dope past gas? Okay.
Israel. Pass them all,
Yeah,
James
oh my
says.
God.
Pass them all. Passed 150K just now. Squeeze. Nice trading today.
New lows S&P. Stops just went off. 500 lot sitting at 47.50 in the S&Ps.
Yes, there is. Okay.
They just get filled. Size
Junior. Oh, look at all these. Jose passed. Oh my goodness. It's so good to see everybody succeeding.
Yeah. A fair warning to our risk manager. It's going to be busy.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's break the internet.
Get ready.
Here we go. New lows.
Yeah.
Heavy short bias NASDAQ.
Every short. Was there a level down here? Is there anything, John?
Well, we were looking at that low volume node, and I think it was up at 8 or was it
Filled.
590 approximately, and it kind of crept up there a little bit. It was a little bit through there, but nothing's an exact science. We're now extending the range below the initial balance. So, what does that give us the opportunity to look for, Deanna? Could it happen? Would it happen? A failed auction? I don't know about that.
Possibly, but the problem that I have there is that the average daily ranges both in NQ and ES are getting ignored. Usually, if you're going to get a failed auction, the market is not going to go a bazillion ticks away from it. When that happens, it increases the chances of a sustained auction, which means you might see the C period in both of those instruments carry on lower. So again, I think we might have the hallmark of an abnormal day today. And obviously, you saw, one of the guys, Jim said, Jim Carlton said that I coached him to $220. Well done, mate. I couldn't coach myself today, clearly. Fighting the market. So, so I'm not going to fight the directional moves today. because it's that kind of a year where people are offloading positions and putting new ones on, and we are bound to see more of those abnormal days. Now, I'm not that great with abnormal days unless I identify them very early on. I find it very uncomfortable to do longs at these levels. Even if it kind of goes for a bazillion ticks, I lose my orientation points, and I don't like that because I'm a systematic trader. So I have to have something to lean on. And right now, I don't really see anything in any of the markets that I can lean on effectively.
Yeah, I'm fighting the markets too today, but I just picked up a little bit.
Yeah, you catch the move it down. This might just
Yeah.
waterfall.
I
It's just like fall out of bed here, like we saw like a week or two ago.
Yeah, the short bias is giving heavy short, and they're
Oh
getting
yeah, it might be close your eyes and sell time if it gets
Exactly. Point, click, and pray.
Point, click, and pray. Yeah,
That's right.
starting to look like it.
Yeah. It's one of those days.
Anne Marie Band chiming in. 16,536 is my line in NQ NASDAQ.
Okay.
Thank you, Anne Marie.
Almost there.
Bob Brad, you blew your account 2 days feeling so depressed. Don't feel depressed. Look at why you blew your accounts. Take notes, adjust your trading plan, go back in and reset if needed, or take a break, whatever you want to do. Don't go to your personal brokerage account. Please don't.
No,
If you're
stay
blowing
here.
up,
Yeah,
Stay
go to
here.
your journal, stats,
Exactly.
performance review, and then come back with new knowledge and do better. Size down. That's always a good option.
Exactly.
it's like trying out for sports and not making it, aka
Yeah.
Michael Jordan's junior year, right?
Yeah.
Didn't
That's
he
a
try
story.
out?
It was grade school.
Freshman.
He's a
grade
freshman. He
school.
didn't make varsity. It's a little over exaggerated, but yeah,
Really?
yeah, that's seriously what the story is.
Good story.
But doesn't add to the folklore that is Michael Jordan.
It's okay. All right.
Here's
I don't want the point, click, and pray method.
Yeah. I don't like the PCP.
No one
method
does.
either.
No one does.
No
It
one
rarely
does.
presents itself.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be patient. I got to just chill.
Same.
We were
yeah.
talking earlier. There may be good opportunities later.
Yeah, true. See, this is this is the thing. If I was just on my own, I would be like, should I go long? Should I go long? Should I go long? No, just calm down, D.
Yeah, I'd be in the spin cycle for sure. JD, put that one down.
Spin cycle, an official
Spin
term.
cycle.
What
yeah.
is this? It's basically you're chasing your own tail, right?
Yeah.
Overtrading.
Overtrade.
Overtrade. So that was your definition.
The spin cycle.
Uh-huh. Well, there's also spinning your wheels where you're just not getting anywhere for the day.
Been there before.
Yeah.
There's a noise. There's a noise for the spin cycle, and it's like this. Yeah.
It seriously is.
You're like,
Yo.
Yeah, Anne Marie says, yeah, it's why the channel works so well. Yeah, absolutely. That's what it's there for. Yeah.
I wouldn't be 15 by 15 right now. Contracts, buy, sells, like 115.
Hey, John, can we get a Delta update real quick? Just so we can watch it.
S&P's delta is negative 5,607,000. No, negative 21,000, almost 22,000. The NASDAQ half that.
Thank you. So the last 30 minutes, we've grown by 7K negative.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Because the sellers are still very aggressive.
Yep.
They are successful in pushing price lower. If that stops, then maybe something else happens later on. Maybe we can get our teeth into something.
Love it.
But
An all-day setup, man. Hopefully it plays out and everyone can watch it play out. That'd be sweet. So is that essentially what happened yesterday too, John? Obviously I was traveling back, but Delta kept growing. And then I saw the end of the day around 2:30 Chicago time, half hour before the bell, the big pop just really
It popped. Yeah.
awesome. Okay.
made my day.
Hell yeah, that's awesome. All day patience making your day in the very end.
Patience. Reading group. I had my first 5 winning days on an XFA for the first time since I started in 2022. I became eligible for payout, guys, largely thanks to you. Thank you,
that's
reading
nice.
group.
Thank you.
That's
If
what we
you
like to
guys-
hear.
Yeah, if you guys are tuning in, you get a 5,000 payout or more. I think there's a number or email or something. You can contact us, and we're going to send you one of these hats.
What is it?
5,000 Club.
Oh, yeah, those are cool.
Yeah.
It's when you pay yourself out 5,000 or more, then you will get that email.
So FOMC today is just the minutes. It's not the rate
Correct.
decision. I
It's
just
the
wanted
minutes,
to delineate those two, because I remember when I first started doing the prop trading in 2013, and I didn't realize those two were different. So I was like freaking out, going, "Oh my God, FOMC minutes!" And one of my colleagues turned around and said, "Yeah, but it's just the minutes. It's not the rate decision." And I was like, "Ah."
But they can add, they can subtract from that. So just
They can. Yeah, it's all about the wording in the
Right.
statement. Yeah.
It's good to be aware.
The 5K does not have to be a single payout. It's if you have a total payouts of 5K or more. Drop that form in there, guys. There's no email.
That was the question I was going to ask.
Yeah.
I said, do you need one $5,000 or can it be in pieces?
Buyer's trying to come in here and call the bottom.
Well, you
go.
can go back. You could go back to Tilt, Andre. Tilt was 72%.
It was.
Short side.
It was. We had to take some heat, though. But yes, you're right.
Well, for those logging in now looking for a free reset, you got to read your email, folks. You got to have signed up for the email. We started that a little after 9 o'clock. And what they used to say on the trading floor, snooze, you lose. I don't mean to be ignorant, but snooze, you lose.
Whenever the market's directional like this, I hear my old uncle, Jim Dalton, saying, never fight a directional market.
It's true.
Right.
It's very wise.
Would this be getting short? You should get short the rip that just happened. Rip.
Yeah.
The rip's higher.
Rip.
Rip.
Selling rips. Where's rips?
Selling rip. Buying dips.
That's right. Damn, dude. New lows.
Eric has just posted that form for the hat. I have just sort of copy and pasted it again here.
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
Okay.
There's
You
a rip.
know, just taking a look at what we've got coming up today. Today's a big day. It is Wednesday. It is Hump Day or Prince Spaghetti Day, whichever day you prefer. We're going to have Shoulder Tap with Mick here at around 10:30 Central. Remember, we're Central time across the board here at TopstepTV. 11:15, we'll have Power Players, Andre and myself, and I think we're going to get a special guest here coming up. Top Quiz, Jack and Bonnie. Yes, I said Bonnie.
All right.
So for the Bonnie fans, she'll be doing Top Quiz. Group Coaching, Hoag and JD. Back to the Futures here with Coach Jay, Cortland, Andre, Hoag, and myself. And then to close out the day, we got Coach Jay going to hang with us.
Sweet.
And Andre, Hoag, and myself will do Power
Let's
Hour.
get it.
Andre, we did miss you.
Oh, I appreciate that. I missed you guys. I was watching.
Yeah.
And
You watching
got a
what?
little too long. Started getting the itch to get back in these markets and watch the TV show. You guys are doing awesome, though. How was the trade last week, Patak?
Horrible.
Not so great, huh?
Straight up. Yeah, don't sugarcoat that one.
Hey, man. Bad trade's a bad trade.
Eddie traded really well. So somebody on the team did.
Okay, cool.
It was just really, I don't know. I mean, I think I either scratched or lost every day.
Horrible.
By the looks on the charts, it looked like it was all head fakes. All head fakes. If you were looking for breakouts, you got smoked every time last week. Oh,
It just kept sucking itself back into the range. And I don't know, Deanna, you were there too. It was pretty, we were calling it, you were calling it. And
Yeah, I mean, that's what I did all week. I actually passed another combine off the back of just bouncing it left and right. So, yeah.
Anne Marie with an interesting number here. The 2022 high in the NQ, she has it 16,564.
Okay.
Right where we are.
Yes, it
Yep.
is.
what does she have right there? Sorry, the
2022 high.
2022 high.
Dude, we were at all-time highs about a month ago, less than a month ago.
Dude, melt up. I know.
Dude.
Last week,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, it really reminded me when I first started prop trading and they put me on an equities desk and ES was just making all-time highs every day.
Yeah.
It's like,
Like,
yeah, all-time high. It's like, yeah, abs, whatever.
Was that when it was like going up like 10 handles, 15 handles at a time? Yes.
So
That was so
painful.
brutal.
Yeah, it was terrible. And this is why I have a love-hate relationship with ES, because for the first few years, that's what I was seeing. I'm like, this is a dead market. Like, why? And yet it keeps edging ever so slightly higher. Like, why would anyone want to trade this? I only put back ES into my tradable products in during COVID, actually, because that's when it livened up again.
We're only like a handle off our S&P lows. I mean, we're
It's like grinding lower. This isn't like
we're almost 20 handles off our NASDAQ lows.
Yeah, so NASDAQ is looking a bit better for a failed auction than ES, but again, I prefer to look at ES as a benchmark, especially with direction moves. So I would take the direction and the profile setups and whatever the events are happening on the TPO profile in ES, and then use that as my indicator of what I should do in NQ.
Hey, I got a question. I haven't seen this question in years, Michael. Jim is asking, why is it called the Combine?
oh wow.
Oh, yeah. Because I came from a farm. No, I'm joking.
And you would combine.
The NFL. When we first started, we were recruiting. Like we wanted to recruit traders that both for our prop firm and also other prop firms. And when we did this, we're like, well, NFL has a combine, NBA has a combine. Everything has kind of a minor. A lot of them have like a minor league, so to speak, that gets called up to the majors. And that's wow, nice pop.
Yeah, it was.
We kind of played it off the trading combine instead of an eval or whatever people call. We wanted to make it. We really, and you'll hear Eddie talk about base hits. We really look at trading as athletes of the marketplace.
Yes.
So the best way I could say this is we were a scouting agency for traders. I was finding traders. We were always pictured ourselves in the stand with our notepad. And watching talent out on the field. Now, if we can get that talent out on the field and get a lot of them, then there's going to be cream that rises to the top. That's really the concept. And trading combine, it didn't translate well across the seas, but I don't give a shit because we wanted to have, we wanted him. They're like one time they're like changing. I'm like, no, we're not changing. We're gonna like this is our unique. It's like going to CrossFit. You have your lingo and your words, or Soul Cycle. You have your lingo and your words. I'm like, we're creating a league here. And there's a minor leagues and there's a major leagues. And the major leagues is getting funded. That's when you're able to make money for your performance. So you're professional. And then the minor leagues was for you to develop your skills. The trading combine to develop your skills. So that's kind of what it was to keep in the sport thing.
Right. And if you're not into sports, Berkshire came up with a good one. We harvest the best traders.
Okay.
Harvest.
The combine.
Another farming reference.
Yeah, I'm not sure I love that word. Yeah.
It doesn't. We were having problems with that. What were they calling it? Translation did not work. So people were saying yes, the harvester.
The trading tractor, yeah.
Trading
No,
tractor.
the first copycat, which we call a copycat, which it wasn't. It was a competitor, and I know them really well. They're a good group. Was Earn a Trade. They called it the Gauntlet, and I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah. Sounds like a game show.
Yeah, I heard a challenge, and challenge to me just sounds like challenge to me just sounds like I don't know. And I
think assessment is a good word.
Which one?
Assessment.
Assessment's good. Yeah. Evaluation is kind of. I think FTMO calls it challenge.
Yeah.
To each his own.
I like assessment because, you are assessing a trader's skill.
Yeah. Yeah.
Actually,
If I may be so blunt, who gives a shit?
there you go.
Patak just said.
Straight up, let's get to trading, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, that's your answer. That's what we call
It
it.
reminds me
Combine. All right.
there's a French dude that was hounding me. Like I don't know whether he's watching this or not, but I have like like 97% of people who find me, they're from the USA, right? They're from the States because that's where the futures are. So naturally, that's going to be the biggest market. And I don't know whether I have like, maybe 10 people from Europe and stuff. And he was like, when are you going to translate your method to other languages? And I'm like, well, there's not really that, like a lot of people speak English. We have like a ton of people there, they speak really good English, right? So, and he was like, yes, but what about the rest of us? And I'm like, I don't know, man, like learn English. And he kept sending me emails like, so, and like one time he just literally sent me an email with, and question mark. I was like, I already answered. I don't know what you want me to say. It's like, there's some terms that I don't even know how people would translate. Like I actually coined them in my method. It's like how, I would need to find somebody. Well, it's not Muppet. Like there's this thing called the conterminous line, which is kind of like a newly formed area of a supply or a demand, but it's not a full-on supply and demand. It just has, it's basically just some sellers coming in, and it's yet to be proven whether strong sellers or buyers are stepping in from there. But in intraday, we can use those as kind of bounce points. So like, how would I translate that? Because in English, conterminous means a common point or commonality or in something. And to me, it's like a market shift where the market kind of stutters and then turns around. And then starts going back the other way. So that, I needed a separate term for that purely for my own sanity. So I'm like, well, how would I even approach that? Like go to a French guy and just go, hey, can you find a new word for common price point? It would take quite a lot of effort to translate it to other languages. So sorry, guys, for now, it's English only.
There you go.
And likewise, Topstep Combine. It's a Topstep Combine. Deal with it.
Andre, I got my little skiers again today.
Oh.
Whoa, I heard him.
Hello.
Ski school every day.
Uncle Andre.
What's up? I know who that is.
Hello.
Andre.
What's up, boys? How you guys doing?
Hey, Deanna, these are my dogs. So you have 8 of them.
You have 3. Yeah, two of 3. Yeah.
Wow, look at Mini Patak. All
right, let's get to the market.
Hold
on, let the little guys. Let's get this guy in.
Oh, look at the Mini Pataks.
You see him?
Who goes there, Holden? Who goes there?
Like it drags the brother in. Come here.
This morning it's
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
We can see who likes the stage there.
Oh, look at them. Look at those guys. Those are Mini Pataks running around.
Look at Johnny. Oh, Eddie. No, it's Eddie.
It's one of my creations. That's why I can stick up for puppets. Yes.
Oh, Eddie can make wild puppets. Wild.
Oh my God, that's brilliant, Eddie. I love that.
Oh yeah.
Does he have a name? Is it a he or a she? I have so many questions.
Yes, you do.
It was built as a he, and as his name is Clyde.
Clyde. Nice.
Clyde. Those were my first puppets I made. Little latex.
All right.
All right. Anne-Marie says, eyes on the DXY coming into resistance. The UVXY as well, going to look for rounding formations as a base.
The dollar, right?
DXY.
So she watches the dollar as well. Nice. And I didn't know that. We're going to talk about that more tomorrow.
Yeah, I think if you trade equities, it is quite important to watch the dollar index. Yeah.
I know Patrick Whelan does that as well.
Yeah. A lot of equities traders do it with great success.
And those that are asking, we did not drop Patrick. I was actually talking to him on the phone yesterday.
Oh, that's good. Buddies.
If you're a trader and you're cool enough to not be an asshole.
What's going on? What's happening?
No, I'm just saying if you're trading, we all had him on the trading floor. You had him in the in El Dorado trading.
70% long bias NASDAQ.
Yeah. But it's only 50 S&Ps. So
that's right. So what is it? What do you gather from that? You looking for both?
When they all hold hands, together, That's when that's to me, you know, like I don't want to get short right here. I can see it ripping. I can see. Well, okay, there it is. It's ripping higher. Now, if S&P's comes up to the 65, 70, now everybody's starting to get long, but and then it feeds it.
Yeah, it gets overextended.
Yeah. Well, they push it to overextended. Yes.
Right.
Hey, Jack, do we have a Top Step News Pack 1 for the day here ready to go?
Well, we have a couple things to show actually here. To start off with, our winner of the live cattle Stetson has sent us some photos as we asked.
No way. Oh,
yeah, so let me give
cool.
a little background here if I can. Here is Matthew. Said he didn't have a lot of time over the holidays, but he did go and get a steak for us at Outback Steakhouse. A little ketchup.
Wearing the hat? Oh,
and he
nice.
said that his daughter had to wear a hat too because he had that fancy new Stetson. So
That's what America looks like, Deanna, right there.
Yeah, and
Right
as
there.
a reminder here, we challenged anyone to pass the trading combine trading only live cattle, and Matthew, the cowboy that he is, he
Look
didn't
at,
call.
hey, wait a minute. He's got the kids' meal there. Wait, no.
More French fries than steak.
Well, steak and ketchup, French fries.
That's America, Deanna, right there.
Gidia. Oh, there you go. Oh, my goodness. Look at
All
that.
right, we have a failed auction in ES, guys.
Yes, we do downside
The
fail
auction
option.
is failed.
Just
yeah.
going to say that.
And there's that continuation I was just talking about with Andre on tilt. 73% was NASDAQ, but only 50-something S&Ps. Then a bunch of buyers came in there. It's kind of like they show up late, Andre, in a different market. So if the vice versa, if it was, but I always see NASDAQ a little bit more, gets a little bit further on the bias extension than the S&P. But when the S&P comes up to the NASDAQ, it's something to watch and annotate on your charts.
Good call.
That's a sweet picture, Jack.
I like those, yeah.
Oh yeah.
We got to keep them and archive them and put them on a page on our website. All of our our traders participating, being part of Top Step. That's gold.
Like a year-end recap with all these little shots that we
That'd be
take.
great. That would be great.
Damn it.
Who asked that? 106J, CME, David P. There's something I'm looking into right now with the risk management team about getting membership for every product we trade through CME. Because guys, we pass through clearing fees and non-member rates. We're still making new highs, and it's like $1.50 a side. So if you buy one, you sell one. It's like $3 or something crazy like that, which is fine. I mean, that's welcome to the futures. But if I get member rates for the prop firm on everyone, we got it on the Dow and we got Dow traders. But if I get it for everyone, it comes down to like 25 cents.
Those are nice.
Yeah, it's something like that.
Now I'm looking for
A few people are asking to explain the failed auction.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Please do. That just happened.
Yeah. Should I do it or? Oh,
Yeah,
you
sure,
wanna-
Go ahead, D.
Okay.
You want me to put up the profile here?
Yeah, I mean, I've got a profile. I've got the
Go ahead.
but there's I don't have a setup in my crude oil, so might as well move to ES. For the failed auction, when you hear me and John say, hey, the auction has failed, we use a concept called market profile. You will see a lot of the market profile terminology in here. But the bottom line is you use the first hour of the trading range. So we are on a 30-minute chart. So if you, I don't know whether we're on my charts. We are. Okay. So this is a 30-minute regular candlestick chart, but I have an overlay with some of these red boxes, and then you see some blue lines here, blue areas. So the red box represents the first hour of the trading range. So that becomes our reference to how the auction is doing, whether it's succeeding or failing. So when the market tests outside of the first hour of trading range and then fails to close the 30-minute time period, 30-minute candle outside of it, that can be considered a failed auction. Because if it was successful, you would see the market move lower and close lower and sustain the price movement lower. So when that doesn't happen, there is a very high probability trade of a failed auction, which means we're looking now for longs. And traditionally, failed auctions are pretty quick. They're not slow. So you can use time and price velocity to determine whether it's a true failed auction or not. And then you might look at the complete rotation back to where it came from. So wherever the top of this initial balance range is in ES, and at the moment that's at 47.69.5, let's say, that would be your target for the failed auction. So not only do you have the signal for when the auction fails, that will be the start of your trade, but also a target. So now you will be looking for a complete rotation back to where the market came from. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely.
Very, very good explanation.
Very eloquent,
Thank you.
yeah.
Very good explanation. It's got me looking for a pullback to try and get long.
Now we are up at the VWAP on the NASDAQ. Well, we were when it made its little run up there. Got a ways to go on the S&P though, John, and that could be your pullback.
Yes, we do. And the NASDAQ is back flirting with the weekly kickoff low, 16.604. So if we maintain price above that with any reasonable participation, this whole thing might end up being an excess low below an important inflection level. In other words, we attracted sellers for a period of time. Maybe those sellers were shorter time frame traders that are going to be stuck in the hole. It's kind of what we were looking at for later on with the negative delta that we had accumulated. And but it seems with that failed auction to the downside, the opportunity for a potential long does exist.
It may have just happened. Yeah.
So I'm trying to squeak in here on a little bit of a pullback. I'm about a point from getting filled. My bid is at 47.54.75 for no particular reason, just a pullback. We'll see if we get a fill. And we'll see if we can catch the ride. I got a lot of FOMO right now, thinking just click it and buy it.
Really?
Andre, how's that?
What?
What?
Good. It was good. Tasted some wine. Why do you ask?
I'm just wondering, did you get engaged?
I did not get engaged. No. Why do you ask? No, it was good. Drank some wine. Enjoyed Northern California. It was quite nice. Thanks for inquiring.
No problem.
What wineries did you go to?
I went to Catherine Hall and Del Dado. Almost went to Camus, but the bigger wine houses aren't exactly what we were feeling. Kind of felt the smaller boutique-y wines that weren't in it to make a profit, but weren't in it to make good wine. So Del Dado was very fine. It's Italian. The wines are magnificent, and I got a good wine buzz going from starting at 10 a.m. So
What was your favorite wine?
And the wine taste, I didn't get engaged, SV. That's Michael just coming up with dumb shit to say. Sorry.
Looks like you sat on some rocks, though.
Oh shoot! What are those? Oh my god, they really showed up.
Yeah,
long.
Are you long?
Right. 475.
There we are to the Dells.
I might join you, Hoag,
Yeah.
but only on my XFA because I only have NYMEX on my live.
It's like you guys are about 4 hours early for that sunset.
Wow, never again. When you guys ask me to send pictures, never again. I knew what I was getting set up for.
Andre, I did a Camus next to Josh, and I did it with my wife. She didn't know the difference, and then I spun it around. I could do it to me, and I actually like Josh better, even though it's like a $22 bottle versus $100.
I love Josh.
Funny how that works, right? If you switch the labels, you couldn't tell the difference.
We buy it by the case.
Yep, Josh is good stuff.
Joe Gott's also good. So I'm glad you. Did you brought some back?
I did. I brought up that Del Dado place. It's go figure. Actually, the Kardashians actually made it popular. We found out after the fact that it was.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and they're like, oh, this kind of cheapened it, but it was super good. Everything tasted out of the barrel. which is super rare out there. But the wine was pretty good, really good. And I did not get engaged, Michael.
I'm sure you thought about it.
I did. I didn't. I forgot the ring though. That was the problem.
You just got to use. I proposed.
What did you use for a ring?
I used. I was in Stade, Switzerland, and we were at a train stop, and I didn't have a ring or anything on me, but I knew I had asked her dad, and I got down on a knee and I ripped off a fray. Swear to God, like the Notebook movie, and proposed to her with and she just had the string on, and she had that on. We don't wear rings because she lost the string one, and then she lost. I bought her a ring, and she lost that one too. So then, yeah, but no, you'll like it, Andre. I got a probability bet going on you doing this.
Oh yeah. Who's whatever? We'll talk about this later.
We'll talk about it later. She's a cool girl.
She is good. She's good.
While we're
You can't tell the difference between good and bad wine. Yeah, Michael. Ed Zamata says you must not be a wine sommelier if you can't tell the difference between good and bad wine.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
I can tell the difference between snow out in the mountain, though. I know that.
Hey, Jack, what wineries did you go to in Napa?
Where did we go to? We went to Pride and God, I'm on the spot now. They all have similar nebulous names.
Alpha
Rombauer and something Italian.
All right, I'll take it on. I'll take it on, Leprechaun. Let's do a poll. When will Dre get engaged?
Jesus Christ!
Come on,
stay back, man. Come on.
Within 3 months?
No.
By July or 2020, end of 2020. I don't know. End of 23, end of 24, end of 25, end of 26.
It's funny that you do this with 20.
We'll see if you guys like.
It's funny that you do this 20 minutes before you're leaving, Michael. I love how you do this. Drop the grenade and get out of here.
And while
GS is asking, is she watching, Andre?
I don't believe she's watching right now.
You never know.
You never know. If you do, I'll be hearing about it. If she is, I will be hearing about it.
So while we're waiting for Hoag's position to play out here, I have a question for all of you, which is, what do you think the best performing stock of 2023 in the S&P 1500 was?
I know this one. Hold on.
I think I saw this.
Duolingo's on there. No, hold on. Up higher. Carvana. No. S&P 500. Sorry.
S&P 1500. We're going to a little smaller companies. How about, I think 90s.
Yes, somebody got it. Command.
Yeah.
Was it Monster?
No, this is just for 2023.
Oh, okay.
It was Abercrombie and Fitch.
That's what it was.
Really?
That's what it was.
True story. Big returns there.
The
What are they
90s
selling?
back.
Interesting.
I'd like to address one other thing. It was mentioned that I can't grow facial hair earlier. I can. It's bad though. So here are the receipts.
From the barber?
Here's the beard.
We're roasting everybody today.
Yeah. And then this is what my wife said I had to cut off. From the same beard, I did the mustache for like a week, but I look too much like a
That's
cop.
not bad. Yeah, that's all right.
I look like a cop.
Backpacking. I like it. Jack, I like it. Oh, yes.
Taking it down quickly.
The internet's forever, though, Jack.
Yeah.
You wear a very good mustache.
Hipster.
You gotta do it.
Look at young.
I'm just getting word that Rips is up 2,000, almost 2,000 for the day. I like that, Rips.
And he's sick.
I hear he's sick. Yeah,
Oh no.
sick and trading. That's hard to do. Sick of trading. It happens every now and then.
Well, hope it gets better.
Deanna, do you believe that trading is a love-hate relationship at times?
Depends on what you're trading. So if I'm trading ES, I would say 100% yes. But with crude oil, for me, generally it's very enjoyable. So I have very few days where I'm annoyed or, I can't quite get on the right side of it. Usually by the end of the day, I kind of manage to find my trade. But yeah, if I was just an equities trader or if I was trading NQ, I would hate my life with passion. Yeah. So full props to you, Michael, for being able to trade that. I couldn't. It's too dramatic for me.
Gives me
Who says I don't hate my life, Deanna? No,
Anne Marie says I love it even when it kicks me in the face.
That's right.
I know, me too. I know I love trading.
I do
I've always
too.
have.
Even the bad days, even when they suck, they don't suck that bad.
They don't suck that bad.
I love trading. It's my huge passion. It's my second dream. You know, my first dream was being a musician, so I did pretty well at that. And then I was lucky enough to find something else that I was really passionate about as well. So here we are.
I'm the same world as you. My first one was be an athlete, like in the professional level. And then the other one was be a trader. And I remember interviewing, and the guy goes, if you can't be an athlete in Chicago, become a trader. And I'm like, ooh, okay. That even reconfirms this, you know, this 4-7-40 I'd run.
I think any performance type discipline translates really well into trading, because it's the same thing. It's like a chaotic environment. You have to perform at the split second. There's no time to think. You have to rely on the skills and experience at the end of the day. So, and it's all about hunting for your weaknesses and making yourself better. And that's what the challenge is for me. You know, I'm always like looking for ways I can improve, and it never stops. Like if it stops someday, I don't want to be a trader anymore.
Always a challenge, always more to learn.
Yeah.
Speaking about not being single anymore, Andre is. Yeah, we got to go to the poll results.
God.
58% of people are tilting to the way that you're going to get married this year.
Okay. Well, we got to make people happy, right?
Engage.
We'll stream it on TopstepTV then.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Sure, that's what you two want to be doing.
Well, you know, we might be in Vegas as well.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, do it.
Spot to do it, right?
You do like a pay-per-view, you know.
That would be the spot to do it.
Yeah.
Patak's gonna be like, do it, dude. You got to do this for the clicks, man.
There you go.
Just for the likes. Do it for the likes. Yeah.
Yo, do it. This is good TV. You got to do it.
All right, we've got some hot streaks. You guys want to see some hot streaks?
Oh yeah,
Let's do it.
All right, Jack's got them for us here, and Jack, what do you got for us?
What I got?
What you
Are hot
got?
streaks. Yeah. Some of the same people here. I'd have to dig into it to find more, but our hot streaks have been knocked down a little bit. Usually we have at least one person in the high 20s, but you know, 20 is a hell of a number. By Saranya. Andrew A, probably not Andrew Archer, or maybe it is. I'll have to ask. Dinos, Manuel, and Felix, all within 3 days. It is anybody's hot streak.
Damn.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
There it is.
20.
Nice. All XFAs.
We'll start from back to December.
36 is our number. That is the top.
That's
the clubhouse leader.
That is so hard to put up that many.
That's hard. Yeah.
19 profitable days in a row. I mean, whenever you trade, you can trade, you know, whatever, every other day or something. But every day you've traded 19 of them, or whatever the high water. 36 was the high water mark. That's insanity. That's really, really, really good.
Good stuff, folks. And what else Jack, what else you got for us?
I think that beats my win streak ever.
Yeah, no, mine was 21. Mine was 21 in the pits. There was a 41 CDR Eddie in the pit was 41. I remember we stood next to each other.
He had 41 days?
41 days, dude.
Well, that dude was brilliant. I mean, he was probably the smartest guy in the pit.
Yep.
I think mine is about 19.
I mean, everybody here should know their streak at some point. Oh, which reminds me, really quick, Jack, because I want you to go. We have something that's going to hit your inbox, I believe, today.
Oh.
Danielle, I think I'm right. If you talk to Grace, they put together very cool stats for a 2023 wrap-up. And I think your average winning streak was in there, like your average one. Like, you know, I don't know if they have your max, but the best day, best month, Our number of trades that you traded here at Topstep, number of winning trades you had here at Topstep for the year 2023. And then we ask you at the very end, what are your goals for 2024? And please fill it out, because we might, and we probably will follow up and say, hey, how are you tracking towards your goal? And reward people for engaging together with us more and more, because we believe that the more we can engage, the better better we can help a trader become. So there you go. Jack, back to you.
Thank you, Michael.
Jack.
That was professional, Michael.
Back to you. All right. Well, we got, as soon as I can find the clicker here.
You sound like Johnny Carson there.
Yes. All right. I'm thinking of yesterday's best.
I missed you guys so much. I missed this shit.
Johnny Carson.
William B, Robert B, Fatima B. It's B squads on top.
Boris B. And Kyle B.
B and K squad.
B's and K's. Yeah.
Be all that you can be.
Oh, man.
Wow, 13K yesterday. That was a good, especially this week, pulling at big numbers like that. Good stuff in our Express Funded account. William, Robert, Boris. Good stuff.
Oh, my God. You know what happened? I got it wrong, Eddie. There's actually two emails today. One is the stat one. The second one, these are great. GREET. That's just me cracking myself up. It's done.
I was going to say.
The other one is 50% off the first month of a trading combine. So those folks that are asking about a trading combine, it's like $50 for 50K. That'll be like $25.
Oh my goodness.
We're gonna put the kill shot this year in every other place that you just think about going. And you're like, no, why would I go over there? And that is coming out today. So you have your fire drill folks that got Topstep paid, so to speak, and here's a fresh start. And then we got new folks. So if you get that reset, you can get a 50K, or is it 50K? No, it's any of them. I believe it's any of them. So lock in your membership, get with us, you get free education, you get all that kind of stuff. And you probably want to, how long is that going for, Danielle, the 50% off for the first month? I want to figure out how long it goes for, because next week we're going to be launching, most likely we're going to be launching to the public Topstep X. So if you want to try that out.
Whoa, really?
Yeah, a lot of things going on, like a bunch of if-thens. There's actually no if-thens on any of this, because I've seen a lot of these. If you do this, if you do that, there's some other funding companies that are doing that. I'm like, why is there? I'm confused. So this is basically, you guys got a 48, or you got a fire drill, and you have to enter the trading combine within 48 hours for the 50%. There's your if-then. So you should have a reset and be able to get in for, $25.
Get on it.
Yes, get on it.
Just so you all know, data alone cost us like, $12, something like that. Whatever we get marked up on. So, needless to say, you're almost getting like a free, like here's bat ball and glove. Go out on the playing field. We're gonna be in the stand taking notes.
Exactly. Hey, real quick here, Ask a Risk Manager. We got Mick coming up here soon. And if you scroll to the top, if you got a question for our risk manager, by all means, post that to that link. We're going to start with those questions first. And we did have a final in the poll. When will Andre get engaged? 2025, 19%, 2026, 23%, 2024, 57%, and tomorrow, 1%.
Can't let the people down, can I?
So you're saying there's a chance.
I hope she's not watching this.
1 in a million. So you're saying there's a chance.
Well, he wasn't wrong.
That's a great one.
You happy, Michael? You put me on the spot. You happy now? First day back.
I am happy, yes.
I say, boy, you're putting interest in my daughter, aren't you now? Yeah.
I'm looking forward to meeting her, Andre.
Yeah, absolutely. I think she might come to Vegas, so we'll see.
Nice.
Really? There you go.
I mean, she has to pay for her own trip, just so you know.
Okay, all right.
She can sit on his lap, right?
Topstep doesn't cover.
God bless.
Well, you do have to be married at Topstep, I think, for your significant other to get to know you don't. No.
Wow. Shoulder tap coming up or what?
Well, you can do the Elvis marriage once you get to Vegas, right? I see you talking to Anna.
Yeah, that's what I did. Yeah, but you do have to get a marriage license a couple of days before.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you can't do it. You can't just rock up and go, "Yeah, let's get married." Because I think they
Support. Can we get that done for Andre's support team?
Wow. Welcome back, Dre. Welcome back.
Yeah, we missed you. We had these all written out every day. We're like, all right, how do we tee him up right when he gets back?
I love it. Ruining Andre's life for likes? No, never.
Eddie, speaking of tee ups, you guys want to? I'm not directing it to you, Eddie, but we should get people subscribing and teeing up a like for us, just so we can help that algo out.
Yeah, we're getting pretty close to that 3,500 likes.
Oh yeah,
we are 3,300 right now. I just noticed that. What was the 3,500 number? And if there's a 4,000 of
4,000, you're doing something.
Now Hoagland.
Oh wow, you passed the buck. I see.
Well, when you're not here, you can talk the ball to somebody else.
35. He shaves his legs on air.
Getting kinky around here. Oh, what a day!
Danielle says 4,000 MP is still singing.
Thank you, Danielle.
And Danielle will pick the song.
It's past Christmas. It was like a Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer song or something.
There's other songs.
Rudolph will stay.
There's a lot of
other songs. Thank you, Jack.
songs out there. Oh wow, Chris Cope, 5K and 100 proposes. I'm down with.
Oh, there you go.
We'll get there, dude. No. All right, so these markets, guys, it looks like they're trying to buyers are coming in here trying to take it higher.
We're giving you an ultimatum here, Dre.
This was not the plan before we got on air today at all.
Okay, all right. So we actually honored VWAP again in the NASDAQ for the most part.
We have negative 16, almost 17,000 delta in the S&Ps, negative 10,000 in the NASDAQ. The market is struggling to go down, it looks like. So I'm just going to be an all-day sucker, but I still feel pretty comfortable in this position. So
yeah, I'm still holding mine as well. I'm a little bit higher entry than you, but it's looking good for now.
Well, folks, we are getting very close here to half past, and we've got Mick in the green room here getting ready for shoulder tap.
All right.
And we have power players. Don't forget Top Quiz. Bonnie fans, yes, Bonnie will be with us here for Top Quiz. Group coaching, Back to the Futures Power Hour. We're not done. And don't forget, please, when we're done here at 3 o'clock on TopstepTV, go to the Discord channel. All right, because at the buzzer, every day of the week, Coach Jay and Coach Paul are there for some education and trading. And we're going to talk to Coach Jay about that today. He's going to be with us towards the end of the day. But anyway, I'd like to say thank you very much for being with us, Deanna. It's been a pleasure. Yep. And that's it. We're not going to see you the rest of the week.
I don't know. Might pop in for Power Hour. I don't know. We'll see. You never know.
If you're bored, by all means, you got our number.
And you don't spot if she doesn't want to come on here. She
knows the code to get in.
Yeah.
Right, so.
No, Deanna, I'm out with you too. It's fun as always. I'm going skiing. I'm gonna go skiing. Yeah, I'm day number 30. Today will be day number 31.
Wow. How are your legs doing?
Well, I take these pills right here that are called sports legs.
Oh, for your legs.
Yeah.
What do you for my hair?
Sports legs. That doesn't sound good.
Sports legs, yeah, they're for my hair. No, Ski Patrol swears by them, and they actually do work. So
sports legs.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But other than that, I had a great time. I'm glad this crew's back. I very much enjoy this group, and I'm out.
Yeah,
All right.
same.
So we're
Thank you again, Deanna. I like the hair. The hair looks
Oh,
great.
thank you. Thanks. It's going to go a little bit blonder as well. So
Ooh.
yeah.
Stay tuned.
Yep.
Love you guys.
all right.
See you guys
We're
in
going
a
to take a break. We'll be right back with Shoulder Tap.
10 toes down, I'm a ride with the gang. My whole life I've been doing my thing. Get that money, ain't no thing. Anything I do for the gang. 10 toes down, I'm a ride with the gang. My whole life I've been doing my thing. Get that money, ain't no thing. Anything I do for the gang. Anything I do for the gang. Took those L's and I took that blame. All money in, we ain't copping no change. Feel like Ice Cube, cause a dead good day. Don't need 3 whips, don't need no race. I'ma keep it simple in the Chevy I skate. Thank the Lord every time I wait. Lace my shoes and I get to that cake. Heads up, I'm coming. This is all we ever wanted. Go and stack it by the hundreds. This is all we ever wanted. Down, I'ma ride with the gang. My whole life I've been doing my thing. Get that money, ain't no thing. Anything I do for the gang. 10 toes down, I'ma ride with the gang. My whole life I've been doing my thing. Get that money, ain't no thing. Anything I do for the gang. Yeah. Pedal to the floor, to the engine. Head up in the clouds when I levitate. We don't spit game, we just educate. 10-80, had a paper straight. Couldn't get it back then, so I had to wait. Now the money come to me, so I don't have to chase. I don't gotta flash nothing, I don't gotta fake, darling. We not practicing, we falling. And heads up, I'm coming. This is all we ever wanted. Go and stack it by the hundreds. Heads up, I'm coming. This is all we ever wanted. Go and stack it by the hundreds. This is all we ever wanted. I'ma ride with the gang. My whole life I've been doing my thing. Get that money, ain't no thing. Anything I do for the gang. 10 toes down, I'ma ride with the gang. My whole life I've been doing my thing. Get that money, ain't no thing. Anything I do for the gang. Yeah.
Hey, we're back. We're back for Shoulder Tap with our risk manager, the one, the only, Mick Ironimo. Hi, Mick. How are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning. I'm good. Thank you. How are you doing, Eddie? John?
I am fine. Had a fun morning here with the Shy City locals. I feel honored. It's like I'm the roadie for the Shy City locals.
Okay.
But yeah, Mick, you got some meat on the bone, some juice, some positivity for us today.
I got a little mix of everything. I got a mix of reality. We've got some juice. First of all, I'll start with the juice. I got to give a shout out to Fatima, one of our live funded traders. She's up 9,000 in her account today. She's a viewer. So Fatima, if you're watching, shout out to you. Awesome job.
Nice
I
work.
brought her up. Yeah, really nice work. And I had brought her up a couple times on Shoulder Tap last week. She had, we spoke about some of her trading. She was, discussing one of the segments I was talking about. Someone had asked a question about locking in winning days. The example was, what do I do when I'm up 500 or up 1,000? We kind of talked about, well, what are significant profits for you? And $1,000 is significant profits for her. She's up $9,000 today, so super significant profits. But we talked about a couple things about what to do as far as ensuring that you're locking in those winning days. I know the following day that after we spoke one afternoon after the close, she did turn a nice winning day into a losing day. So we followed up and talked about like, hey, what happened? Why didn't we stick to what we were talking about, 16 hours earlier kind of thing. But I actually, when I saw she was up big today, she was up over 8,000 at one point. I picked up the phone to call her to talk to her about locking in 5,000 of that 8,000. Sure enough, she was on the other line with Brett, who's been working from home today. He was talking to her about the same thing, locking in at least 5,000. So I'm like, all right, glad we're both all on top of that. So
consistency.
Consistency from the risk team, no doubt. So big shout out to her. She's up 9,000. I think she's calling it a day because she hasn't traded anymore. So awesome winning day. It's her biggest winning day that she's put up in the live account. So super excited to share that with.
She's in the chat saying thanks.
Oh, excellent. Nice. Excellent. Nice. Keep up the good work. I'd love to see you take a payout. Take some of that. You don't have to take half of today's profits, but in addition to our 5 winning days of $200 or more for the payout policy or any consistent profitability, having a windfall profit day like Fatima had today, $9,000, take some of that. You owe it to yourself to put it in your pocket. I always say it helps with good money management. And Hoag, I know you agree with me on that one there.
Mm-hmm.
So happy she's watching when she got a shout out. In addition to Fatima being up $9,000, got to give a shout out to Hassan, up $6,800 in his live account. We also have Rips up $1,900 in his live account. As far as live traders go, someone we also talk about a lot here is Kyle K. Kyle's down $3,000 on the day. He doesn't have too much in his account, after today. So we'll be reaching out to him, talking to him about lowering his loss limit. As a reminder, traders, when you're in a live account, we can discuss adjusting risk parameters, whether it be expanding loss limits if the shoe fits, expanding position sizing, but you're also going to hear from us as if you find yourself whittling down that account balance, we're going to reach out and suggest, hey, it's time to go to one lots. It's time to trim that $3,000 daily loss limit to $1,000 loss limit, something along those lines. So that's what we do with our traders. We want to keep you in the live account as long as possible. Kyle's got his back up against the wall. He did have a very large account balance. He has taken $28,000 in payouts from that live account, but he's in a position right now where he's got to start considering making some subtle changes on that account and taking a break. Size down. He is one of those traders, and I talk about it. I've got one of these cards up here that we're going to feature today. I always talk about limiting the losses on these losing days. Kyle's one of the traders that needs to do that. He is a power player. He's been on the power player segment. He's been on here a number of times talking about his trading, but on his losing days, they're all $3,000. He doesn't, he doesn't stop at 1,500, doesn't stop at $2,000. He stops at 3,000, where his loss limit's at. So there's, for all the traders watching, there's something there to think about. Just because we say you can lose up to 3,000 in the day, doesn't mean you should. You should be trading the markets, not trading your P&L. So,
good stuff. Yep.
With that, I'm going to bring up a very familiar name, someone I've talked about quite extensively. He is a member of our 100K club here, and many of you who've been watching this segment are familiar with me mentioning Hughes from France. I've got a trading card. It's a little different than the normal trading cards, but if we could, please, I'd like to pull up and talk about Hughes.
All right, what do we got? I'm excited to see what we got here.
This one's not as exciting, but very, very important to talk about. So there's a gravestone here. Abby did a fabulous job putting some candlesticks, the green and red bars on here. Gravestone for Hughes. Hughes lost his funded account this morning. He lost his live account. He's been trading in this account for 77 days. That's how long it lasted. During which he made it to the 100K club. He started in this live account 77 trading days ago with $23,000. That was his ending balance in XFA that we transferred over to live. So 77 days later, he had gone from 23,000 up over 100,000. He's taken $62,000 in payouts from this live account. So
that's pretty tasty.
Yeah, that's a win.
It's definitely a win. It's definitely a win. I'm very proud of him for what he's done in this live account. But we have some things I want to talk about that I certainly wish it went differently, and I wish there wasn't a gravestone here, next to his name. But there's a lot to be learned from Hughes. Hughes is a big swinger. I've talked about it a lot. He's got 8 5-figure winning days in this live account, ranging from $13,000 winning days to 29, almost $30,000 winning days. So he takes a lot out of the market when he's right, but also more regularly, finds himself hitting that $3,000 daily loss limit. You can see 22% winning days and only 43% winning trades. So basically 8 out of 10 days are losing days to the tune of $3,000 plus slippage. Because like I said, he's a big swinger. So he's regularly got, large size on. He does scale into his 15 contract positions, but he's trade size. And I think there's a lot for our traders to learn. First of all, I want to start off by saying, this is someone who had $100,000 in their trading account not too long ago. And in short order, I'll call it short order, they hit zero. Yes, there was a $62,000 total payouts on this account, which is really, really good. Definitely a success there. But Hughes is someone who he's traded every single trading session, never taken any time off. Yeah, he's had 10-day losing streaks to the tune of, $3,000 a day, $30,000 losing streak. So this is someone who, and John, I'm sure you've got the trading card up. I'd love to hear some commentary from you on this trader, but this is someone, in my opinion, generally that just never made any adjustments to their trading. They came in and, kept doing what they were doing. It served them well for a period of time, but this account got closed today. So the longevity in 77 days is pretty notable. That's a lot of time trading in the markets and, keeping your head above water. But there could have been some tweaks along the way to ensure more longevity on this account. I talk about, keeping those losses on those losing days smaller. 10-day losing streaks, and there were a number of losing streaks in there, pumping the brakes and taking a step back and saying, is my strategy working in the current market environment? Yes or no? There were a lot of times where I was, thinking to myself, coming on here to talk about them, saying, this isn't working. This isn't working. So there's stuff there. I also, in recent weeks, have been talking about, some bad money management here. For those of you that do watch, you probably remember I was talking about him that FOMC statement day. He was up $15,000 going into the FOMC number at 1:00 Central Time. In the course of 5 minutes, he turned a $15,000 winning day into a $3,000 losing day.
That seems to be a theme here in his trade report.
In his trade report, definitely, because not only, and that was the big one, $15,000 down to minus $3,000. That happened in less than 5 minutes. He was shorting that market, the Nasdaq on the FOMC statement. So in less than 5 minutes, it was an $18,000 swing there. He followed that up several days later, being up $11,000 on the day. and turning an $11,000 winning day into a $3,000 losing day, $14,000 swing there. So we have an $18,000 swing and a $14,000 swing. This is something traders can't do. For everybody watching, you can't do this. You can't do it. No exceptions whatsoever, especially 18,000 in 5 minutes. That's a kick in the stomach.
That is certainly a kick in the stomach and something you cannot do. I mean, if he would have just kept half of the profits on the days that he ended up, up 10 grand, 7 grand, 18 grand, whatever it was, if he would have just kept half of that, he'd be still in good shape.
Yeah. You know what though? I mean, it's easy to say, but hard to do. And a trader like Hughes he's got the big bets out. He's shooting for the fence.
He does. And sorry, Eddie, continue on.
Please. No. I'm just saying that that's his style. But I'm agreed. Once again, it hits us all. The best to the worst.
Yeah, greed, gambling. It's, we call ourselves traders, but we're really money managers. And, the people that focus on managing the money are going to be so much better off in the long run than those that are swinging big. Eddie, you mentioned easier said than done. That applies to just about everything in trading or managing money. Sure. It is so much easier said than done. You got these emotions that you're working with. You're seeing big swings on the day and stuff like that, big P&Ls. But I'll continue mentioning this. People underestimate how much discipline you have to have in this industry, and the discipline to lock in winning days and separate doing what you want to do versus doing what you should be doing. There's a lot of maturity that goes into that and treating it as a business. But he caught a nice ride. He got paid on that nice ride. I'm sure he'll be back.
Yeah.
He's got some stuff to think about. And, if his story isn't eye-opening to himself, which it better be, I really hope it's eye-opening to other traders out there, because you can find wild success in a period of time, in a current market state environment, and it can all go like that.
Right.
Very quickly.
Well,
I mean, I only see one day here where, he was up 32,000 and he finished the day up 26,000. That is money management on the day time frame. But so many of these big days ending up, losing the max loss limit. It hurts me.
Yeah. I've gotten a little, squirmish, with seeing what's going on, and I've shared it with our viewers too. I'm not gonna, sugarcoat anything. I get a little emotional too when I'm watching some of our traders, because he had an awesome opportunity. He made good use of it for a period of time in certain ways, but then also kind of blew a really, really nice opportunity, and he hurt himself.
He'll be back.
I will also mention one thing. This is a trader. Yes, he's in France. There's a language barrier, time zone barrier, and stuff like that. We had reached out to him a whole heck of a lot to talk to him about his trading. Never got any responses from him. And I say that because there's a lot of traders. I mentioned Fatima earlier, reaching out, looking for help, wanting to bounce ideas off people. Be one of those people. Don't close yourself off to people that want to help you. There's always room for improvement, even if I might not share it on a trading card here, because there are a number of people that we call up from XFA to Live where I say no areas for improvement. That's just on that trade, that account in particular.
Right.
Over a period of time, when you're watching someone like 77 sessions like Hughes, there's always room for improvement. And we as traders, myself included, need to talk to people about, certain things, certain ideas, and always be looking to get better, because there's a lot of room for improvement here.
Yeah. Well, at the very least, he did take a lot of money out of the account. It's unfortunate that he lost it. There's things he can do to keep it, but at least he did take some dough.
Yeah, that's a lot of money to pay yourself with in 77 days. That's almost $1,000 a day in your pocket across those trading sessions.
Nice.
So, I wanted to share with everybody, we don't just share successes here. We talk about, areas for improvement, learning experiences. And I'm going to continue sharing with you, I love cheering on our traders. I love sharing good stuff, but I'm also going to talk about areas where they fell short. And, we're going to talk good, bad, ugly here. So
sure.
Thanks for talking about Hughes with me here. I want to move on to someone else who's been in our program since 2012.
Wow.
Yeah, over a decade with Topstep.
Many moons ago.
And they've got some good stuff I want to showcase here. Let's pull up a card for Simon, please.
Oh, I know Simon.
What does Simon say?
Simon, I hope you're watching. Big shout out to you. Simon got called up from XFA to Live yesterday. They've traded extremely well in this express funded account. 81% winning days, 67% winning trades.
That's really good.
And I like everybody probably gets a feel for what I like, what I don't like. 5 trades per day on average. That's a pretty selective trader. And they're only trading crude oil too, which I like. We've got all these equity indices traders. Simon's trading crude oil only. And what I really like, there's a couple things here that I like. Hold times. On average, he's holding his winning trades for 4 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And, I think that it corresponds to the average daily P&L, which is a little north of $1,100. You can make $1,100 pretty easily trading a one lot in the crude oil if you're holding it for 4 hours and you're catching a piece of the trend for the day, which
Sure.
I always talk about. We as day traders, I see the most money made in these accounts, not by people going long and short all throughout the day, scalping around. They have a bias, a higher time frame bias for what that market that they're trading is going to do for the day. They put it on and they let it ride. Simon's doing that. I really, really like that from him. I really like the statistics here. He, though, like Hughes and Kyle, can work on limiting the losses. Haven't had many losing days in his account, but they're $3,000 losing days when he has them. So something for Simon to consider also would just be stopping. If you have a few losing trades or you're not making the money you want to be making on those down days, you can stop earlier than hitting that $3,000 loss. But he's calling the trades correctly at 67% winning trades, and those are adding up to really nice winning days. So we hope that he can carry that consistency and that profitability into the live account. That's what I've
not
got.
an over trader.
No, not at 5 trades on average.
Some of the winning days are right at the high water mark. Wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
Reward over risk is good. It's a little under 2 to 1, but that's okay when you're right 67% of the time.
Yeah,
seeing things very well. Simon's great to see you doing so well.
Yeah, that risk reward, 538 on the winners on average and 323 on the losses. You can see there that plays out in those metrics above. They're right 67% of the time on their trades, but because they're taking out more from the markets than they're risking on these trades, corresponds to 81% winning days.
Very nice. Very nice.
What else you got, Nick?
Congratulations to Simon for getting pulled up to the live account. Just dance with the one you brung, Simon.
Yes, stick with it. Simon's been funded with us before. So I'm hoping that, he's a more mature trader that's bringing additional knowledge to this live account, and wishing him the best. We're going to work with him to, keep him in this account as long as possible and continue taking money out of the markets. I think he's going to do just fine. More so than just fine, actually. Next,
real quick here, like Michael Patak says, keep jabbing. Keep jabbing.
Yes. Jab, jab, jab. Yeah, everybody knows those tattoos. Yeah. All right. Next, I want to talk about Anton. Anton is another trader that we called up from XFA to live. Like Hughes, big swinger here. Big swinger. So coming out of Sweden. Before I go into the metrics here, Anton hit the cap. We've got a $50,000 cap on the express funded accounts. He exceeded the cap. He hit the cap yesterday. So a total of 50 grand. He's taken 15,000 in payouts from that XFA. As a reminder, I got to do this plug. You can take payouts from your express funded account. He took out 15,000 in payouts, and then the other 35,000 is going to be what his starting balance is in the live account. So he's got a really good cushion there, which is important for someone who's a big swinger. And we get a lot of questions about, what do I need to maintain in my account? What should I be risking? Well, Anton's in the 150K account size. He's going to be starting with $35,000 in his live account. I haven't mentioned, kind of skipping forward, work on keeping the losses contained. This is someone else who, on these losing days, they're hitting that $3,000 daily loss limit. So it would take Anton about 11 or so days in a row of losing 3,000 to wipe out that $35,000 starting balance in this live account. And I mentioned that because I get a lot of questions about that. What do I need to maintain? I like breaking it down to certain ways. What percentage of my account am I risking, or how many losing days at my, max daily loss limit, can I afford to lose in a row before I bust the account? And he's at a little over 11 days there if he's risking 3,000. So again, jumping ahead, something for Anton to consider is you don't need to risk all of that 3,000 in a day. Take your trades. If they don't work out, move on to the next one or call it a day. But just because we say you can risk 3,000 in a day doesn't mean that you need to. But I see that regularly with him. To some of the great things here, his average winning days. You see the average daily P&L is just shy of $2,900.
Right.
On his winning days, which he's had a number of them and a number of big ones, average winning days about $8,500. That's freaking huge. There's a lot of 5-figure winning days peppered into that metric there. He's got a decent risk reward ratio. It's about 1-to-1, but I think if I remember correctly, he was like, on average, he's making 900 something, almost $1,000 on his winning trades, losing trades in the $800 range. So 57% winning days with roughly a 1-to-1 risk reward, but he's putting up a lot of winning trades.
A lot of big days.
This is all good stuff here. We're going to talk to him about coming up with a personal loss limit for this account, because going back to these $3,000 losing days, I don't think we need that. And I talk about it. I've talked about it before. If someone's got 10 losing days, let's say they trade 77 days like Hughes, and there's 10 losing days in there that are $3,000 losing days, and you change those losing days from 3,000 to 2,000, this stuff adds up. We as traders are not always going to maintain high winning day percentages. So knowing that, because that's a fact. There's nobody that maintains that super high winning trade consistency or high winning day percentage consistency. So focusing on the losses and making some adjustments to those is a huge area of opportunity that not a lot of traders look at. The best traders do, but not a lot of traders look at that. And if you can say to yourself, these $3,000 losing days, if you're in the camp of, I lost $3,000 because I was down 2,000 and I wanted to get back to zero, then you find yourself down 3,000.
Right.
Add that up. In the example I'm using, it's a difference of $10,000 right there, just on those 10 losing days. But over the course of
it gets you a few extra days of extra down days to keep your account.
Yeah, absolutely. We talk about, what kind of cushion do I need to maintain in my account? Well, cushion your losses, and it turns into account cushion. So something to consider there. But
Mick, I'm having trouble seeing his trade report, but you mentioned this, like a lot of our other, kind of bigger traders, their daily loss limit just goes right down to that $3,000 daily loss limit. I mean, is it that difficult to stop yourself? Let's say you can stop at 2,500. Can you do it? What if we were to expand that loss limit to $5,000? Is every losing day going to get to that $5,000?
It's a good question. It really shouldn't. Obviously, it's going to happen from time to time, but for everybody out there, TopStep gives you a pretty long leash on these accounts as far as what you can risk on a daily basis, compared to your account size. I would encourage everybody to consider coming up with their own personal loss limits. Hoag, if you remember, many, many years ago when I started with TopStep and you and I were looking at the traders together, everybody that made it to a live account, we had an interview with them and we talked about that, and we went over their trading strategy, their trading plan, their business plan, and we covered everything with these traders. That's not scalable today. No. There's a lot of traders though that we spoke to, and in the years to follow that I've spoken to, and they don't have a plan written out, and that's a big problem. Trading's a business, treat it as a business. Maybe there's a couple exceptions out there, but most businesses that are successful, and even failing ones, they've got business plans in place. So you need to come up with some things on your trading, and you need to set your own limitations and guidelines for yourself. TopStep's got big, broad ones. We let you kind of spread your wings and do as you see fit.
Right.
But the better traders will always, hammer it down to be more restrictive. And, a lot of people don't like hearing about restrictions, but, those are probably people that, find short-term success and then give it all back. The people that are more restrictive and disciplined with what they're doing and what they're risking are always going to survive longer than those that don't.
Right. I mean, just think about it. I mean, this is a business. If you were going to start a business and you needed to borrow money from a bank or something, and you walk in and you say, I want to borrow money to open a pizza place or whatever it is, first thing they're going to ask you is, okay, well, what's your business plan? Can you see it? You don't have one?
They're not going to turn over anything to you if you don't give them a good business plan.
No, so you gotta have an idea. You gotta have some sort of plans, some sort of risk parameters that sometimes we miss them, don't follow them. That's okay. We're human beings, but you gotta have at least something written down and or some really kind of thought out ideas on how you're going to run your business.
Absolutely. It's your guide, it's your Bible, whatever you want to call it, but you need to base everything off of that. You need to have that. And, I talk about people deviating from their plan. I hear it a lot. I knew better. I knew I shouldn't have done this, but I did it anyways. It kind of goes to, it goes back to I'm bringing it back to discipline. You got to have the discipline to stick to your guns and do what is the right thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, we know we're all human beings, and things happen.
Yes,
but,
and I can understand that. You got to try. You got to try.
Right?
If you're not trying, you're going to be setting yourself up for failure. So,
you mentioned hey, trading is a business. Treat it as your company. Treat it as your storefront. Not necessarily what's good for you, but what's good for the business. What's good for the account. And sometimes you can sort of avoid being reckless if you keep that in mind. What's good for the business.
You have to. It is a business. If you're doing what you want to be doing and not what you should be doing, then you're not treating it as a business. If I make cereal, I may like computers, and that's a little personal hobby of mine or something like that. I may want to make computers, but that's what I want to do and not what I should be doing if I'm a cereal company. Probably a bad example. I need to get off the topic. Let's go to the questions if we could, please. I know we got a lot of good questions.
Great work on this, on the slides and everything, and good chat about those traders, and we want you to succeed, no doubt about it.
Yeah, thanks. Really quickly, before we go to the pre-submitted ones, I've got the chat up on the side. Greg B asked, is that $50,000 cap per account, or is that the total across potentially up to 3 XFAs? That is not the cap across all 3 XFAs. That is per account. So if you're trade copying, if you're in 2 or 3 XFAs, you have a $50K cap, a $50,000 cap on each one of those XFAs. So if you got 3 XFAs, overall between the 3 of those, there's a $150,000 cap on those accounts. Great question. Thank you for that.
Awesome.
Who's got the questions for me?
What else we got? Is that it? That's gonna be it. We got questions.
No, we got a few questions. I can look through the sheet here. If anyone has questions in the YouTube comments, we'll get to those as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's see what we're cooking with here. If there's any new ones along the way.
We've got new ones.
Ooh. All right. What is the appropriate risk in the 50K combine? If I take 7 trades per week, except the non-farm payroll week, and sometimes I take just 3 trades a week. Thanks a lot. So I think what the question is asking is maybe how many trades you're going to take starting off in your 50K funded account.
Okay, so I heard risk. What's a acceptable risk in the 50K account, and then how many trades? How many trades is going to be? You got to look at your strategy, and I know there's people trading. Everybody's got their own strategy. Some overlap and whatnot. So I always I'll take the second part of that question. I always like fewer trades per day. I think you aim for, as I talk with Andre and Hoag about a lot, you should be looking for 100% winning days, or 100% winning trades. You're not going to be able to do that if you're, swinging, if you're scalping around. That's not going to happen. You're probably not going to be able to do that if you are just taking even 1 trade per day, but you want to aim for that. So especially getting started out, whether it's in a trading combine or a live account, and people aren't going to like hearing this, but start slowly. There's never, you may feel that there's a rush to pass the trading combine or make, 50 grand in a live account. There isn't. Take it slow. What that's going to help you do is ensure that you don't get into trouble early on. Remember, we're all here to make money, but the number one goal is capital preservation. And you're not positioning yourself to best preserve that capital that you have if you're coming out guns a-blazing. So trade fewer contracts, take fewer trades. And then going back to the first part of that question, what's an acceptable risk on a 50K account? Well, you've got a $1,000 daily loss limit, and you have a $2,000 max loss limit. If you can only lose $2,000 on the account before you go bust, $500 is a lot to be risking, in my opinion. If I lose $500 4 days in a row, that's a bust. And it's really easy to make or lose 500 in a day, even trading 1 contract. So play it really close. Maybe you only want to risk $300 the first few days. And then as you, build that account or cushion that account a little bit from profitable days, then you can start, risking a little bit more. But I would be putting people in a bad position if I shared that I thought it was okay or acceptable to risk $500 on a 50K account per day.
Well, there's a couple other good ones that were submitted in advance. I'm curious about this too. Do the traders with the biggest days, scale in, or do they go full size all at once? And do they trade all day?
Good question. Some of them trade all day. Not all of them do. And, some traders out there are all in, all out. If I can trade 15 contracts, boom, I'm 15 on, 15 off. Other people scale. So I see a blend of both, and I even see people, and I really like this. Certain times I see the people that do go in, all out. I will see them scale from time to time. So I think there's always an element of scaling. I like scaling personally because, if I'm scaling, I'm adding to a position that I'm already being proven right about. I'm adding to a winner. So I can, as the odds is my bias is being proven right, I put more chips in the pot kind of thing. I also like scaling out of winning trades too, because when you're scaling out of a winning trade, you're doing 2 things. You're locking in profits. Those can't get taken away no matter what the market's doing. Maybe another day they could get taken away. But in that trade in particular, you're locking in profits and you're taking risk off the table. And I love those two things. It's where you want to be. So I think everybody, to a certain extent, will scale a little bit. Nice question.
Mick, I got a question for you. Would you be able to share the amount of people percentage that pass a combine and blow up in the first week?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have that statistic offhand, but there's a lot of people that do. My mind immediately goes to when that daily loss limit of ours was actually a rule. And if you broke that rule, it's not a rule anymore, everybody, as you probably know, but that used to be a rule where if you hit the daily loss limit, you lost the account. And I can't tell you how many people earned a live account and on day one lost 3,000. I was always beside myself. It's like, how do you earn this account? You work hard in the combine, you work hard in general, and then you finally get this account and you can't control yourself to not touch the hot stove that's, glowing orange. But I don't know what percent of people lose their account in the first week after passing the trading combine. I'm sure there's a lot of people out there. We talk about, managing your downside risk and stuff like that a lot. There's a lot of people that, I talked about a couple people today on the trading cards, Hughes, Anton, these big swingers, they're not happy unless they're making, thousands and thousands of dollars on the day. And what does that mean for their losing days? They're hitting that loss limit. So I'm sure there's a ton of people out there that blow out of those express funded accounts on a weekly basis within their first week trading. Don't be one of them. Don't be one of them. Yeah. I just started talking about taking it slowly when you get into that 50K account was the example we were talking about. Start slowly, preserve your capital, work your way up.
Mick, one of the things too is I think when people get to that point, they see that this is where the money is at. And I think if you start that account off with a few losing trades, it turns into a panic, and then you become reckless, trying to save that, trying to bring it back to where it was. And I've talked to many traders where they've been funded that day and lose it that day. And it's very disheartening. And I know we've said it and we'll say it again, and we're always going to say it, that it affects us too. You put a lot of work into that. Once you get to that point, slow down, tap the brake, and 50, like John says, Johnny, in Brookfield, $50 is $50.
$50 is $50,
right? And you know what? Put it in there. If there's another opportunity for another $50, take it. Don't harp on yourself. Oh man, only $50. No, consider it a winning trade. Don't watch the P&L. Collect your winners.
Mick, can I shoehorn in one last question here with you?
Yes, please. Let's do it.
This one's from the chat, and I like it because it's a positive question. What is a great day with one lot size trading that one should definitely call it a day?
Oh, it's a good question. Not a one size fits all answer to it. Because there's a lot of people that might just, I like referring to, trades or your bullets, how many bullets you got. If you're only taking a trade a day, you could be trading on a short time frame. I could be looking at 15-minute bull flags or something like that.
Right.
If I could make $600 on a short time frame bull flag, that's a good day. But if we're someone like who was it, Anton? I was talking about with the long hold times. Was that Anton?
Right.
No, that was that was Simon, who's holding their trades for 4 hours in the crude oil.
Wow.
Anton might be making 100 ticks in the oil on a one lot. That's $1,000 day. Heck, he could be making 200, depending on, the average true range of that market at the time. So I suppose this is a really good question. I like this. I suppose for whoever submitted this question, take a look at what product you're trading, look at the average true range of the last 30 days. And if you're someone who, thinks that you're going to, make one trade a day or a few trades a day, and you're trying to catch a piece of that trend for the day, you're
Right.
you can kind of do backwards do the math to that to figure out what that might be.
It would be like, to me, it would be like, okay, you're trading one lots, but what's your time frame? What kind of opportunities are you looking for? Are you looking for bigger opportunities or smaller opportunities? What's the market state? There's so many variables to answer that question.
Yeah.
I would say positive would be a good answer.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, if you're someone who's, putting a trade on that you want to see play out over 3 weeks, I mean, you could have, it could be $10,000 for that one lot. But if you're looking at a short time frame, chart, it could be a few $100.
All right.
Yep.
Good question. I like that one.
I think it's going to be it, Mick. Any closing comments here, Mick? And then before you go, are you and Brett playing a little pickleball in the office? I see a tennis ball, or is that a Titleist 4, or what's right under the desk?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I see it back there. No, that's my dog Reva's ball.
Is she in with you guys today?
She's in today. She might be. She's laying on
Trading?
the floor off to the side. I was going to say that she's probably under JD's desk because I bring her in here and she tends to lay under Brett's feet or under JD's feet. Stays away from me.
Well, they got the beef jerky. That's why. They got the
beef
ham.
jerky. I got the beef jerky. I got a drawer full of it right behind me.
All right, Mick. Well, appreciate you being here with us as always, and we'll catch you back here tomorrow. And have a great day, and keep an eye on those traders, my friend.
Yes, sir. Oh, hey, really quickly, I forgot to mention this early on. I know I talked about it last week. In regards to all these people we call up to live accounts, there were 548 traders that we pulled up from XFA to live last year. 548 people. So
huge.
That's a huge
really,
number.
really big numbers. It's going to be more this year. We're seeing a lot of talent come our way. And we're moving the talent into the live accounts. Yeah, really good stuff.
All right, Mick, thank you very much. Before we take a break here, just wanted to have a little message for everybody. A lot of questions in the chat. Keep your eye on your inbox between today and tomorrow. We've got 2 cool emails, an email for trading your metrics from 2023. And the second email is going to be offering a trading combine at 50% for a limited time. Any size combine for 50% off. So keep an eye on your email. Lots of good things coming. Mick, once again, thank you very much. Johnny, we'll catch you back here again. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. And welcome back to Power Players. I'm Ginger, and he's Marianne. And
you always get me with those. Go
hey,
on,
let's get a poll in there. Ginger or Marianne?
Which one's which?
That was always a question. And then we can go Gilligan and the professor for the other. Andre, I'd like to say welcome back. I know that we've been talking about that, but you were missed. That's for sure. I mean, I tell you, your energy, your comments, your great stuff, and I'm glad that we've got the team back at full force. And so if you can, just touch a little base on what you did with your time off, and I sort of wish I can do this at some point.
Well, yeah, the last 2 weeks of the markets aren't exactly ideal trade. I know we touched on this in fast markets. Michael and some of the other people were saying it was a little bit tricky trade, and with my experience, I've noticed it has been a tricky trade. So typically we will go away, recharge the batteries. You always take a peek at the markets, check out what the headlines are, see how the markets are reacting to it. It kind of looks like the Santa Claus rally came to an abrupt end last week, if not a couple days before that. So yeah, I was out in San Francisco, Northern California. Was able to hang out with my brother who just moved out there. Did a little wine tasting. It was really nice weather out there, so that was great. California is always a fun place to check out, but you start getting that itch to get back in the markets, and you kind of want to get in there and trade it up a little bit, which I did today. Up a couple bucks, didn't blow up the account, which is always the goal for day one. And it's like I said, we try and jump onto a moving train here with TV and the markets, trying to get a feel for what's on tap.
Yeah,
you're talking about. We do have FOMC minutes today, 1 o'clock, so someone keep an eye on. I think we have ADP tomorrow, and then we've got unemployment on Friday. So, like I said, you're kind of like the train's moving, you got to run, jump on, and hang on tight. But yeah, so we kind of recharged the batteries and got back in the markets, and it's good to be back.
See, that's one thing for everybody that takes a little time off. Don't be in a hurry to start as soon as you log back in, putting trade.
Yeah.
I mean, markets do change from day to day, hour to hour, minute to minute, week to week, month to month. Get yourself a little familiarized with what the market has done. And if you do take time off, do the Google Earth. Take a look at what you've missed, what the market has done, the movement in the market, the sentiment of the market, direction, trends. Put all this stuff down on paper and get yourself a little comfortable before you start trading. And then, get in the groove. Once you have that groove, you're back on the horse again, and you're moving forward nicely.
100%, Eddie. I don't know. I'm sure it was like this. Ask the guy, did I have a good New Year? I did have a good New Year. Watched the fireworks go over the Bay Bridge over there in the San Francisco Bay. So it was pretty cool. But yeah, in the pits, I'm sure it was kind of similar where, the crowds will kind of thin out as you go into the New Year, and then they'll kind of repopulate themselves as you progress into the first week of the trading week. So I'm guessing that's kind of, similar. You see in the volume here in the markets, you see the volume thin out a little bit, and then you see the volume start picking up as you get, definitely by next week, the volume will probably be back at full force. So,
Right. One thing you mentioned, the trading floor, it was when you took a vacation and then you got back, there was no time to sort of ease into it. There was no time to get comfortable. It was when that bell hit, it was, you better perform. You better perform.
And that's, I'll be honest with you, I kind of felt like that when I got back into it because the market was moving. We were selling off pretty hard. The sell came coming. I'm like, oh, damn, I'm missing my opportunities. And then you got to tap back into your experience from prior. Like, hey, you've seen this before. It's day one out of 250 trading days for you for this year of 2024. It's okay if you don't, if you don't make $1,000, $1,500 or whatever, $2,000. The most important thing is you start getting a feel for what the market's doing. It looks like we're in kind of a bearish trend. We're selling off. We're probably, I'm looking here look at my chart right here. S&Ps. We're probably, these are the highs from a couple. So we're off about 70 handles from just yesterday alone. So kind of see, the sellers taking control. Are we going to be breaking going into it? Am I going to be buying the dip, trying to pick the bottoms? That's kind of where my head's at. What's this market doing? What's the theme of the market? It's not for me to determine. It's for me to observe and, dip a toe in the water and see if it's warm or not. So, yeah,
Right.
it's always interesting the first couple of days of the trade. But, like we said, FOMC here in a couple hours, hour and a half or so. Then we got a bunch of numbers tomorrow, then the big number on Friday. So you kind of ramp up to that.
Right.
How are you trading today? Did you trade yesterday too?
You know what? It says I'm only up $30, so that's got to be updated.
$30, you're up more than that, man.
No, I know that's what's got to be updated. Well, mine is I'm up 7-Eleven.
Okay. That's right. 420 7-Eleven.
Yeah, I remember Cheetos and a Slurpee.
That's right.
My mistake coming in last week. My first trade, I was down 423 or 428 or something like that.
Is that when you call it, Eddie? Up or down? That's when you call it.
Usually, that's what I call it. I don't know what other people call it, but I was first trade of the year. It was probably one of my bigger losers.
Yeah.
And then I stopped myself. I said, okay, hold on a second. Okay, you got hit pretty bad. Yep. Now you've got to chip away. And the thing is, I wasn't looking to get everything back at once. And I didn't do that. I chipped away $50, $100, $125, $200.
Right.
And I ended up positive on the day. Not much, but it got me to a point where like, okay, cool. And one of the things I want to mention, and I was thinking about this last night, is I'm not revenge trading. I'm looking for an opportunity. I'm not just throwing something against the wall, trying to see if something sticks.
Right.
All right. It's if I see an opportunity, I will put a position on. Now I was trading anywhere from 1 to 3 to 5 lots. Okay. I'm working the 50K combine and I'm trying to pass the other one. Now, if you were with us before the new year, I think I was just under $200 of passing a combine.
That's
the third combine.
Right. You went into that Friday. And lost a couple bucks after that.
Right. And what I did is stupidity. I'll admit it. Guilty as charged. Somehow I hit the reset button. Reset it. Now the thing is, support could have helped me, but the thing is, what I'm trying to do here is just pass 50K combines. Some might take a week, a few days, couple weeks. For some of us, it might take a month, but just trying to sort of set a pattern for those trying to pass a 50K or trying to pass a combine is small profits add up.
That's right.
Have something like today, I'm up 7-Eleven.
Nice.
That's above what I would be happy on making. Anywhere from 3 to 5, I'm happy. But I caught a nice run here right after the number came out, right after Jolts.
After the 9 o'clock number, 9 o'clock Chicago time.
Right. And that put me up to 7. And I'm hands off right now. I'm hands off. Don't want to risk it. And if you look at gold right now, it looks like bird on the wire, 15-minute candlestick. If you want to go to that, and I'll show you what I'm talking about, bird on the wire.
Yep, here we go.
I should have it here.
Oh, is it your screen? We got my screen up and go your screen too, but I see what you're talking about.
They look like birds on a wire, just sort of sitting there. And right there, I mean, there's really no opportunity. I mean, we can maybe open it up a bit, a little bit more, but I mean, no rush. I might. Here's the thing, too. Coming into tomorrow, I'm going to be frugal. I'm going to be cheap ass. I'm going to be, okay. I'm not going to be in a hurry to give anything back.
Right.
I don't want to give anything back because I had a good day.
Right.
If you can see it sort of. Yeah.
I guess I kind of look at it as a week-to-week battle. Like this is week 1 of, I guess, 50 or so odd weeks. So you're trying to, we take it day to day, but as far as account management goes, you kind of just try to manage the account from week to week and everything else takes care of itself. But like you said, you're up 7-11 today. I know you're down a little bit yesterday, right? But so you're up on the week and you'll be able to carry that into Thursday and Friday. Friday should be rocking and rolling. But like you said, it seems like that you're really capturing the opportunities first hour and a half, first 2 hours of the market, and then you really show your discipline and sit back on your hands. And unless there's something pops in, then you'll take advantage of it. But until then, it's like the first hour or two is where the opportunity in gold is at. Here we go, looking at the 30-minute chart. Oops, that's the S&Ps.
What you got?
I was just saying, look at like the bird on the wire, and we're sitting here at 20/40/40, where nothing's really popping in
It's
gold right now.
Yeah, we could take a look here. S&Ps.
There you go.
There's your spoos. We'll open this up a little bit here.
Yeah.
Move it up.
You got level
But
two.
most of these markets are sitting around the lows. There's our S&Ps. Take a look at Nasdaq. Nasdaq here once again. We got some buyers coming back a little bit.
I saw that. We got some. I know it's been tricky. I didn't follow the end of Hoagland trade. I know they were trying to catch. They got long there. S&Ps. And I saw they didn't really catch any traction on the upside. So hopefully they were able to manage their risk appropriately and lock in some profits that they had going in. But yeah, there are some buyers coming in. S&P's trading 53.5. Kind of looks like we're going to be flatlining or barcoding, as John's brother Rick likes to call it, until this FOMC
barcoding. Right.
So this is I guess this is kind of an exercise in discipline right now. For those that are watching, this is the lunch hour. It's lunch hour in New York. It's starting to become lunch hour in Chicago. So, like we said, first couple days back of the year with lunch hour, and we got numbers coming out starting at 1 o'clock today, and then carrying on into the week. So it's kind of sit on your hands for the time being, unless some big moves come in, right?
Yeah, big moves. Go ahead, Jack.
Hey, Jack, what's up?
Yeah, I was going to say, this is the most tempting part of the day, especially if you're on camera, to put on some trades that you wish you didn't.
I agree.
And there's not much that could get me into doing something here.
No, and with that being said, I don't see myself probably making a trade. And we'll see what these minutes say. I mean, if they start talking about 5, 6, 7 rate cuts, this year, then we're gonna see a hell of a rally in the equities. So if we, based on what the minutes say, if it's kind of pretty dull and muted, then we're gonna wait for that last closing trade of power hour from 2 to 3 Chicago time. We'll see if we get a nice setup there. John's going to come in and tell us about what the delta is showing. It was still heavy negative, and we haven't broken enough. It might be a nice setup there to see the short squeeze play out. But yes, Jack, to your point, it is tempting to be on camera and pull the trigger, but so many people watching, that kind of holds you accountable to maybe not get in there, get trigger happy with some of these trades.
Well, yeah, I mean, we log in to trade, and we're trying to look for the opportunity, but put a percentage on there. How sure are you? Not to say that you can call a market and like that, but how confident are you to put the trade on there? Is it part of the game plan? Is it part of what you wanted to do? There's a question here from John Pulis is asking, Eddie, what does a slow drip down in the market tell you? Typically, we see elevator downstairs, step up. So this is a little strange. Is the market accumulating or distributing? Well, from what I'm saying, I see a consolidation with some of these markets, and I'm watching gold today, and it just seems like Andre mentioned it is the lunch hour. We're going to see that all the way until 1 o'clock. It's like a 2-hour lunch hour.
Yep.
The New York starts at 11, and of course, then you got Chicago traders, but it was much bigger when there was a trading floor.
Correct.
Okay.
We kind of talk about the lunch hour trade. That's probably an outdated reference at this point, but you do see volumes kind of slow off during this time of day, on most trading days. But
Right. We got a poll here right now. If you can participate, do you trade through the New York lunch hour? Now the thing is, I mean, I've never have before, but since we've got TopstepTV, this is something that the opportunity is there. Don't kid yourself. It's just the window is just much, much smaller, and you've got to be very careful. So far we've got with about 200 votes, yes, 38%, no, 18, and 43 sometimes. So I guess I would be in that sometimes.
Of course, you can't be all or nothing. You can't be 100% yes, 100% no. I mean, sometimes people, if that's part of their trading plan and there's reasons behind it, then you stick to that trading plan and don't deviate from it. With that being said, if there is opportunity if a headline breaks and it's 12:15 Chicago time, well, you got to trade it, right? Even if it says don't, you got to get in there. You at least need to be observing and watching the markets, I'd say you don't have to necessarily trade, but if something comes in, it'd be bad on you to not take advantage of that opportunity. For instance, a couple of weeks ago, we were trading the close, and it was just a free fall. It was just a waterfall down, and a lot of people were like, "Well, I'm done trading for the day." One of our friends, Coach Dakota, he's like, "Oh, I don't normally trade the final hour of the day," and sure enough, he ended up making like $4,000, and because he was active and participating, captured the opportunity. So you can never say never when it comes to trading.
Right.
You always just got to be ready and agile, and you can't. Not everything's 100%.
Right.
I think that's still the best trade live on Topstep TV was that Dakota trade.
Dude, Jack, that was so badass, man. That was so much fun.
That was fun to watch.
That was good stuff. Yeah, that was about 2 weeks ago. But yeah, he came in there saying, "Well, I don't normally trade. I only trade overnight hours." And sure enough, the market fell out of bed. And I think he had a 100-point winner in the NASDAQ. I think it was his first 100-point winner ever. So that was live on TV.
Yeah, he's in the chat too.
In the chat, yeah. Oh, Dakota. Yo, there's Dakota. Yeah, you know what's up.
We're going to have go ahead, Jack.
So Dakota, go back to sleep. It's way before your normal getting up time.
There's Dakota. Dakota remembers that trade. That was awesome, man. That was a great trade.
He trades the overnight, the slower markets. And
we dragged him out of bed, and he rolled over and made a couple bucks.
Get him out of bed. Get him out of bed. And one of the things too, if you like to trade slow markets, speaking of Coach Dakota, every night this week, I believe this week, right, Dakota? We got that going for you. Unless we got to get an update here. Slow markets 8:00 Central Time.
Yep.
Coach Dakota will be in our Discord channel, in his Dakota channel, and join him for those slow markets. He talks about that. A lot of people love Coach Dakota. After we're done here at Topstep TV, we've got Coach Jay and Coach Paul, and we're going to talk about that with Coach Jay a little later on today. Coach Jay is going to be with us here, and we'll have him explain what is at the buzzer. We've also got, let's see here.
What else we got on line? Real quick, while he's looking for that. Oh, we've got some buyers coming in the NASDAQ. Looks like they're going to try to run this thing up a little bit.
Let's pull it up. NASDAQ. Let's take a look here.
Take a peek. There's some buyers. The ladder just got a little frisky, so take a look there. But yeah, Eddie, you were saying for the rest of the lineup today.
Yeah, no, for the after Topstep TV. One of the things, if you're new here to Topstep TV, the show's not done at 3:00. Topstep TV, we're going to call it a day because we've been talking our heads off. But our Discord, our coaches, Coach Paul, Coach Jay, Coach Vince, Coach Ray, Coach Dakota, they do offer classes throughout the week. And let's see, today is Wednesday. We got Coach Dakota tomorrow. Coach Jay at 5:00 Central talking about order flow.
Yep.
And volume analysis. So we got that for you. Remember the Discord channel. There's a lot. It's a 24/7 thing.
Yes, it is.
There's always somebody talking trades. People trading overnight. People trading 24/7. I should say when the markets are open.
23/7.
Right. There's always somebody there to trade and to talk
sure
to. So keep that in mind.
All right, real quick, we're coming to the upper bound of this range in the S&Ps. Trade 56 halves right now. I know we've stuck this range. Might be a little range bound trade. Maybe take a short here. See if we can extend this to the upside a little bit, but something we'll be keeping an eye on as we, like I said, as we approach the FOMC minutes here in about 90 minutes, 80 minutes. So we'll see if we can either break out of this range or stay stuck in this range that we've been in for about last 90 minutes or so. Look at the 5-minute chart here.
All right. And one of the things too here is when we go to our S&Ps, I'm always looking to the right, looking at the dome.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things too is I like to look for size.
Yep.
And it looks pretty average right now, 100, 200, 200, 100, 100. But every once in a while you'll see a $5, $6, $7, $800 lot order.
What do we do with that, Eddie? What do we do with that when we see that size?
One of the things is, I like to call it a coattail where maybe you can get in front of that order.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the thing. Today we had a big sign. Was it today or I think it was
4750s. There was a 500 lot sit on 44 on the bid. 500 times. 4750 Oh, I don't know. I forgot on the time. Thank you, John. ES Delta minus 16,000 right now. So keep an eye. I've been jotting it down all day at 11:38. So, guys, those in the Bell Club, we keep talking about this. We're going to watch that Delta. We're going to see if we got a nice setup going into the close. Tune in for Power Hour between 2 and 3. I know that setup played out very nicely. I think they made a couple bucks on that same setup yesterday. So it's something it's a theme we're weaving, thread we're weaving throughout the day. But yeah, Eddie, to your point, there was a 500 on the bid, 47.50.
47.50. Am I seeing that? 47.50 even. I don't see a 500 lot there. Are we looking S&Ps or NASDAQ? What are you doing?
S&Ps.
S&Ps, yeah.
Are you looking through time and sales right now?
Well,
not currently. No, not currently. This is about 2 hours ago.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
My bad. This is about 2 hours ago. It was a 500 lot sitting on 47.50. It did get filled.
It did. And
it did get filled, but then as you see, we didn't really follow through the downside. We haven't really followed through the upside. We've kind of been chopping around since. So it's interesting.
Right. And that's where my plays come in with momentum. Watch, what you're looking at charts, and what it is, it's telling you a story.
Yes, it is.
And the farther out you move back, the Google Earth, you start farther back and say, okay, what is this market telling me that it's doing? And as you sort of get familiarized, you get a little closer, and I got my, I rest at my 15-minute candlesticks. And right now it's telling me that, there's been a smaller battle. Sellers have dominated, obviously, because we're off the highs here, very close to the lows. But the question is, when are the buyers going to come back in? And if you take
they're lurking, right? They're lurking.
Yeah, if you take a look here, they tried to come back here at 9:45. Okay, these are my 15-minute, 10 o'clock. Cool. And the sellers at around 10:15 said, nah, you know what, we're going to take over here. And once again, we got the buyers trying to take over again. Now, the question is, how strong are the sellers going to be? And that's when you sort of take a look at the dome, take a look up there, anything cooking, any big size, things are kicking in here. And not to necessarily say that's what I'm going to be trading off of, but just the patterns. That's a pattern that I see, that, these buyers are trying, but the sellers keep holding them down. Now we got another move, nice move here. Let's see if the buyers can get out of this funk and establish themselves.
Great call, Eddie. Are you looking at S&Ps right now, or are you looking at NASDAQ?
S&Ps right now.
S&Ps trading 47.58 evens, and like are you saying, trying to get out of this funk? There's been the upper end of this little range. You're looking at 15. We're pushing.
I mean, if we can get above this, I'd like to see what happens, but we'll see what happens there. We'll let it play out. Jack, you got some news for us, right? You got some goodies.
Love this.
Well, just some context, as they would say. So yesterday, in case you didn't see, it was the worst start to a year for combined for bonds and stocks in 2 decades.
Is that right?
They fell tandem together. Yeah.
Really?
Everyone piling out the assets, but could be a lot of tax selling, especially this first quarter here. Not a lot of people that probably wanted to sell at the end of last year and realize those profits. I think Apple yesterday erased like $157 billion in market cap. And I don't think it changed that much as a company in that time, but there you go. And on the other end of the spectrum in Michigan, one moment here. I can find it.
All right, touching up against 47.59 evens in the S&Ps. Keep an eye. If we can go above the 60s, maybe we'll catch a move to the upside, sustained.
Might catch some wind in the sails here for the buyers.
Wind in the sails. Thank you.
Wind in the sails. Well, speaking of things that go, potholes, right? So in Michigan, let me tell you what the funniest part of this story.
Where do you get this? Go on.
JD sent this one in, but
good job.
Someone stuck a recliner in a pothole, and this is the best part of the story. It disappeared. The city didn't say they took it, and then someone found it on Facebook Marketplace being sold for $1,000
in Grand Haven. I know where that is.
In Grand Haven. So they've set up a shrine and kind of made a living room around this pothole as a sort of a protest.
But look at how deep it is.
Yeah, you could stick a recliner in it.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. But
thank you,
JD.
Can you imagine though, just like taking a recliner out of a pothole and then trying to sell it for $1,000 on Facebook Marketplace.
You gotta love the hustle.
That's hustle, man.
It's a celebrity. It's a celebrity lazy boy.
It's like dibs. It's like dibs here in Chicago when it snows and you shovel your way out of your parking spot and you throw down whatever you get your hands on to hopefully claim dibs on your parking spot. So when you return, that parking spot is still yours. But it's 50-50 as to whether or not that actually works.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. They say it doesn't work. And boy, would I be pissed off. I'd be a pissed off old man. I'd bury their car.
Oh, we got a huge block order at 47.61 here in the S&Ps, I'm being told. I don't see it. Let me see.
47.61 a block order. Not seeing big size in the S&Ps here. Hey, folks, we got group coaching with the Hoagster, and we have pinned. If you want to ask Hoag a question, please use that. We've pinned it up on our YouTube chat. Scroll all the way up, and you'll see it pinned on top of our YouTube chat. Use that because those questions will be asked first.
That's right.
And to my knowledge, that was not Deanna in the recliner.
I saw that, Jack. Oh, Jack, dude, you cracked me up, man.
Hey, real quick,
yeah.
I did mention about the
Gold
email that we're going to send you regarding 50% off a combine. Yes, combine sizes, a 50K is going to cost you only $24.
Damn.
I think that's about 3 Happy Meals. 100K is the price of the 50K, $49, and the 150K is only going to cost you $74. So there's some New Year 2024 prices, and go from there. But I think that's going to be it. I think we've got. Yes. Oh, Andre, did you want to say something?
No, sorry, I said that was a quick segment. I'm going to be back at 1 o'clock and then into the close. So, like I said, let's keep watching and see what this Delta's doing. I know John will keep us updated on that, and we might have some nice opportunity on Power Hour. So, yeah, that was fun.
Yes, we're going to take a break here.
Eddie, sorry, real quick, gold new lows.
Gold new lows. Oh, boy. Okay, well, we'll see what that's happened. Burn on the wire, maybe one of them fell off.
My man.
So we got Top Quiz coming up here. Danielle is going in. Bonnie it will not be here. I apologize. But we've got the ever so wonderful and beautiful Danielle in her place. Hoag with group coaching and JD. And then Andre and myself will be back to the futures. So we're going to take a time out. Andre, let's go grab some lunch and a few beers.
Sounds good, buddy. I'll meet you there.
All right. Meet you in the alley.
Later.
Bye.
end. Crib outside the city, I don't feel safe in my hands. Took so many years, I'm just waiting for the wins. I'm in debt to no one but the one who took my sins. I do it for real, there's no reason to pretend. If I do it once, I'll do it again. Add it up, bankroll, euro, peso, add it up, I'm just doing me, everything is on me, oh you matter what. Add it up, bankroll, euro, peso, add it up, I'm just doing me, everything is on me, oh you matter what. Add it up, told her if it's all me, everything is on me, gon' back it up. Matter what, told you I'ma do me, why you hating on me, it's not adding up. I do roll like a Mack truck, country heart, I might cop a farm and go act up. Lot of scars, I was cold-hearted, now I'm backed up. Keep it real, I do this once a month, I don't rap much. I just take the money and go stack up.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Top Quiz. Today is Wednesday, January 3rd at 11:50 a.m. I ran out of date to read and started getting to the time there. My computer's fritzing out a little bit, so I am sticking with the classic green screen YouTube creator look. Danielle, how are you doing?
Looks good. It looks great. I'm doing good, Jack. How's your day going?
It's going fine. James is out, so I'm working the production box right now. It's good
Love
fun.
it. Love it. Getting your hands dirty.
I am. This is Top Quiz. This is the 4-question futures themed quiz show that happens every day at this time. If you get 3 or 4 right, you will enter a drawing to win one of 30 free resets that we will email the winners. What else? There's a 6-second delay. So once you sign in via that link, and be sure to enter your email that's associated with your Topstep username, because that's how we know to send you the reset.
Yep.
What else is there? Yes, because of the delay, be sure to answer on your device. That's where the questions will pop up first. We're about 6 seconds behind here. I think that pretty much covers it, Danielle.
I think that's it.
All right.
It's been an exciting day, Jack, so far. I'm excited to see this quiz, although I do know 2 of the questions.
I was just going to give the speech. My final thing is, as I am a man of supreme integrity and have never been accused otherwise, Danielle and JD wrote this quiz today. So Danielle has written 2 of the questions. Bonus points if you can tell which 2 Danielle wrote and which 2 JD wrote. All right.
I have a feeling there's going to be a stark difference between them.
There could be. Someone says, no trick questions today, Jack. Nope.
No.
I never do any trick questions. They're always as clear as day.
No tricks, only treats on this broadcast, just like that fire drill earlier.
It goes with my whole integrity thing. Eduardo says, wait. I'll give Eduardo 10 seconds.
Yeah, Eduardo will let you.
Topstep email. The email associated. Careful, Jack. The mob almost executed James the other week for a mistake. Yeah.
That was scary. Guys, honestly, I'm afraid of a few of you now. Love the energy, though. Love the high energy and the passion.
All right. Did Eduardo get in? I'm going to assume Eduardo got in. Okay. So we're going to start this. If you miss out, we do this every day. So you ready, Danielle?
Let's do it.
All right. John Michael, One Time, Bit Carnage, LQN, Ian are in, and it's time to start.
Perfect.
The second day of 2024.
Oh, yeah.
Question number 1. Where did Andre go on vacation with his girlfriend? Was it A, Wisconsin Dells, B, Napa, California, C, Jackson Hole, Wyoming, or D, Peoria?
All I'll say about this question is that if you're ever in the Wisconsin Dells, they do have the Ripley's Believe It or Not Museum, and that's pretty fun.
Yes, but they, alas, I misspelled Wisconsin too in the transfer.
No, Jack.
So it wasn't right. But the answer was Napa, California, and not Peoria, Illinois. Do you have any places where you can stop in Peoria, Illinois?
Peoria, I don't know as much about, but I bet there's someone in the chat from Peoria. So if you could give us a suggestion, I'd love it.
If you're in the chat, give us the places in Peoria. Wacky Pataki is it first. Abercrombie and Tick, Sports Legs, and Freddie won. Freddie did win yesterday, I think. All right.
Oh, that's great.
Let's get with it.
All right.
Caterpillar Factory is there. That is true.
Mhm.
All right. Question number 2. What is the ticker symbol for the US dollar index? Clearly Danielle's question.
Yeah.
Was it USD, DXY, DOL, or $? What is the
Oh
ticker, Danielle?
man, I don't want to get this wrong. You would think it's USD, right? But it seems like a trick question.
That's JD. It is DXY.
Really?
DXY. Let's see who knew it was DXY. Wacky Pataki did. But Abercrombie and Tick moves into first. Jackpot, J-Lo, Perofil. I'm
Love
always
it.
nervous someone's going to write something in a different language I shouldn't say.
Right? I know. I was a little nervous when I was reading them last week.
Quick, who are our newest Top Step on-air regulars? Rips and Anne-Marie, Rips and ICT, Anne-Marie and ICT, or Michael and Andre in wigs?
I write the TV guide. I wrote this question. I won't answer. Go ahead, y'all.
Now they can't guess. The answer is Rips and Anne-Marie. Although I appreciate the 66 of you who went with Michael and Andre in wigs, which we may also do.
Definitely.
All right. Scoreboard. The tick on top. I'm nervous about the other language thing with that second one. Bull 215, Sophia, and let's do this. Love the positivity for the new year. All right. You see what I'm seeing there with that second name, right, Danielle?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would be cautious of that one, although it looks fun to say.
It does. All right. Last question. MP named the Top Step evaluation process the trading combine in reference to farm equipment, professional sports evaluations, the old trading floor, or his favorite Muppet.
I know this one, so I'll let everyone go ahead.
You can say it now.
Professional sports evaluations.
It is indeed professional sports evaluations. Danielle, you got 3 of 4. You would have qualified.
All right.
Now, you did write 2 of the questions, but
integrity.
I shouldn't chew ice on the microphone, but it just fell into my mouth there, and it was a small piece, so forgiveness. All right, let's see who won. Yeah. Yes, the bragging board finalist. In third place, Sophia. Straightforward. Second place, Abercrombie and Tick. Great name.
Love it.
And the bragging board winner today is that which I shall not say. Congratulations to Isabella and Bull 215.
That's a great name. I wish we could say it.
Your best one yet, Jack, because of Danielle, of course. Yeah.
Thank you,
hard
Rod.
but fair. You know, steel sharpens steel.
Exactly.
All right. Well,
man.
thanks everybody for playing today. We'll email out the winners later, and stick around because in just a few minutes, Hoag is going to be on. Correct? I am right in that. Right, Danielle?
Mm-hmm. And JD.
Hoag and JD are doing the group coaching. Should be a lot of fun. With that, stick around for a lot more hot and fresh Topstep TV right after this.
Car take it tatted up. All that other bull, it don't matter much. You only climb me, I put the ladders up. No fault, I done doubled up on the workload. I think I fell in love with the bankroll. Pray up, get money, then we lay low. Add it up, bankroll, euro, peso, add it up. I'm just doing me, everything is on me. Oh, you matter what? Add it up, bankroll, euro, peso, add it up. I'm just doing me, everything is on me. Oh, you matter what? Add it up. Told her if it's all me, everything is on me. Gon' back it up. Matter what? Told ya I'ma do me. Why you hating on me? It's not adding up. Add it up. Told her if it's all me, everything is on me. Gon' back it up. Matter what? Told ya I'ma do me. Why you hating on me? It's not adding up.
31 years as an active trader after trading on the floor of the Chicago Mercantile Exchange for 20 years. I migrated to screen trading in 2009, and since 2011, I've been a part of Topstep, and it has been a great pleasure having the opportunity to speak to thousands of traders from really all over the world and hopefully improve their knowledge and performance as traders. This is the CFTC disclaimer. It states that there is considerable risk in trading futures. We know that these are leveraged products, which means we could possibly lose more than our original investment. We should only be using risk capital to trade with. And to me, risk capital is money that I can afford to lose. We are not going to be discussing the purchase or sale of any particular product during this session. This is for educational purposes only. And as I mentioned, nobody knows everything. I certainly don't. This also states that hypothetical and simulated performance results have certain limitations. And to me, the major limitation is always going to be the fact that there's no accountability, no rules, and no consequences. It's a random sim account. It becomes very easy to make difficult trading decisions in that regard. When we finally put some skin in the game, similar to entering the trading combine, there is skin in the game there, then you're going to find out a lot more about who you are as a trader, and we are looking forward to all of your success. So we're going to jump into the questions now. I've got my guy JD with me this afternoon. JD, good morning. It is always a pleasure to talk to you. How are things?
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Oh, sorry, that's Eddie's line, right?
Yes, it is.
Good to see you, Hoag. Thanks for all your questions, people. We got some good ones in here. I think we're going to have a good session.
Awesome. So let's get started.
All right. Off the bat, Alphonse wants to know, Hoag, how many years of experience do you have?
Well, it was February of 1983 when I got my first job as a runner on the floor of the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. I worked my way relatively quickly up through the ranks. We moved up to a phone clerk, got a job as a deck holder, actually in the lumber pit, right next to JD's dad, who was a broker in the lumber pit. Did that for a while, and I got noticed by some guys in the S&Ps, and was a deck holder in the S&Ps for a while. Became an ARB clerk in the S&Ps, went over to the Mid-Am and traded Mid-Am grains for a little while. Came back to the Merc, went back to being an ARB clerk, and then I got hired by a proprietary trading company, I think in about 1990. And that really kind of started my trading career. It has been an absolute joy as well as absolute terror to be a trader for so many years, but it's something that I enjoy, something I'm very passionate about, is understanding markets. And I say understanding markets more than trading markets. I think a lot of folks say they have a passion for trading, but is their passion about increasing their knowledge and performance around markets and in markets, or is their passion for the action? Is their passion for the activity of buying and selling and seeing the numbers go up and down and all that stuff? There of course there has to be a passion for that, but I think the real passion has to be for having a deeper and deeper and deeper understanding of the markets and how markets work. So, I look forward to every day still, even after all these years. I mean, we're looking at 41 years this February in this industry. And like I said, there have been lots of bumps. I've quit 1,000 times. I have always come back. I have taken time out. I took some time out and traveled for 3 months just to kind of get away from the markets, and came back and it's been a wild ride. It's been some major changes in the industry in my tenure at this. And I feel very fortunate, lucky, and and grateful to have had the opportunities that I've had in the marketplace, and grateful for the opportunity to be with you. So years of experience as an active trader, we're coming around to about 31, 32 years as an active trader, all told. But thanks for the question, and hopefully, I don't know how old you are, Alphonse, but when you're of a certain age, maybe you're going to be able to say, I have been in the trading industry, futures industry for 41 years. I hope that for you.
Thanks, Hoag. And yes, true facts. Hoag has known my father almost as long as I've known my father.
Is that right? So it was probably 1984 when I started working with Edmund Krasminski in the lumber pit, who was another broker. So what year were you born, JD?
I was born in 1979, if you can believe that.
So you were like 5.
Right around there, probably.
You were like 5. So now, again, I feel old.
Oh, don't feel like that. Moving on. We got a follow-up question. John P. wants to know, what is a deck holder? You mentioned being a deck holder in the lumber pit. What's the deck holder used to do on the floor?
So all the orders came in on paper. Well, the ones that weren't arbed in. And it was basically like a half a sheet of paper. So there would be, buy on the left side and sell on the right side. So this was kind of basically what an order would look like. So you would have runners run orders out to you, and they would be specific orders, to buy at specific levels or to sell at specific levels, buy stops or sell stops. And you would organize all those pieces of paper into kind of a file where you would be able to, let's say the market was going lower, you'd be able to kind of thumb through it this way. And if the market was going higher, you'd be able to thumb through it this way. So you'd write the sell order or the buy stop on the back. Your job as a deck holder was to keep all that information in order so that as price moved, you'd be able to hand your broker the next orders that he needs in order to get them filled. You would also be responsible for tearing off the dupes, keeping the dupes, and making sure that the orders were, number one, executed correctly, and that you didn't give your broker an order that he shouldn't have filled, something like 10 handles out of line. Sometimes if you don't read the whole order, you might get an order like that. So it was really just a broker's assistant. There were other things like smuggling food on the floor and things like that were usually the job of a deck holder. But it was the deck holder was somebody who was keeping all the paper orders in order so that the broker could file through them, and sometimes very quickly if the market moved fast. Excuse me. Very good question. I should set up a bunch of fake orders and we could go through that, because I think that would be kind of cool to when you get to a support level, you get this pile of buy orders, and as more people settle into them, that pile of buy orders gets smaller and smaller until finally it breaks, and then maybe the market can move through them. Great question, though.
I never really thought about that. Could you tell, off the wall question, could you tell the direction of the market based on the size of a broker's deck and how small it got on one side?
Well, the locals in the S&P used to say one edge, or one look at the deck is worth 1,000 edges. So you could, by looking at the concentration of orders in a broker's deck, kind of have an idea of where price was likely to move, because as John Fisher used to say, the market always goes to the point of greatest aggravation. So just like in the dome, when there's a lot of liquidity, the market price tends to go to that volatility. It goes up there to facilitate that trade. And you used to be able to see that in the pit, in the deck. But it was illegal for a broker to show a local trader any orders that they were holding in their deck. So, I used to my dad was at the Board of Trade, and I would say, I'd tell him the day before, I'd say, the deck on the upside in lumber is looking pretty thick. So he would call in an order and buy lumber on the open and put in an MOC order. And I don't know how many times we'd get, we'd take, well, I think the range, the limit was $5 then in lumber. So there were days we'd take the open to limit up, and, he would make money on that. And I don't know if it was legal. I mean, I didn't show him the deck. I just told him, there's a lot of liquidity above in the lumber, so he would call in an order, and I'd see it go in. We'd fill it, send it back, and so he was able to kind of make some money off of the fact that I knew where the liquidity was because I had to look at the deck. I wasn't a member. Is that legal or not? I don't know.
Yeah, it's a gray area, but
yeah,
we're not here to judge, right? Thanks, Hoag. Great questions, everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Real quick, this next one from June. Videos of TPOs. I trade only the TPO charts. Well, I'm going to drop Hoag's market profile masterclass link in the chat right now, and we're going to pin it. If you were listening yesterday, we pushed this link quite a bit. So take a look, listen and learn. Watch, listen and learn, I should say.
Yes, thanks, June. You and I are one and the same.
All right, moving on. Amir asks, in regards to the opening range, the 1 minute candle, do you base the high-low range off the 931 candle?
Okay, so if we're talking about the E-mini S&Ps and you're on the East Coast, it's the 9 to 931 candle. Right when it opens at, 930 to 931 candle, that first minute of the trading session. In New York, that would be 930 to 931. That is what I view the opening range as. There are a myriad of other traders out there that talk about opening range trades. They may use shorter or longer time frame opening ranges. I think the key is to just do it consistently. So for me, the opening range in the S&Ps in the East Coast time is 930 to 931. That's the bar that I'm looking at, and that's where I'm going to respond if I'm going to be taking the opening range trade. Good question.
Perfect. Also, a couple weeks ago, Hoag was joined by Anne-Marie, and they did an entire 45-hour segment just going over the opening range trade. You could find that on our YouTube channel. So take a look at that.
Yeah, and Anne-Marie is going to be back with us on Friday, and I think we're going to be talking about another market-based setup, if you will. Market profile to me is never a setup or a buy or sell level. It's a context level. But I think we're going to be talking about what we call the value area special situation play. So join us for that on Friday.
You're not going to want to miss that one. We talk about value areas all day long here. It's in your daily levels. It's been discussed in length every single day. Mm-hmm. Everybody has a different opinion on the value areas. So make sure you tune in for that. All right, next question. Chris Ann wants to know, do you still do one-on-one coaching courses?
At this time, Chris Ann, I do not, unfortunately. But if that ever does kind of come up again, I'm sure we will let everybody know, and I'll keep an eye out for you.
There you go, Chris Ann. All right. Coming up next, Lenny. Lenny tried to ask this question during the shoulder tap segment. Not sure if Mick got to it or not. I stepped away for a little bit.
Yeah, sometimes there's a lot of them and we don't get to them all, and I apologize. I'll do my best to answer this one, but go ahead, JD.
Yep, Lenny says, I asked Mick this question too, but in case you didn't get to it, what are your thoughts on trying to remain confident in trading without becoming overconfident? I feel like my edge has been pretty consistent and go on hot streaks, but I want to be sure I don't get ahead of myself over time. Any pointers?
Okay, Lenny, I really love this question. And I think it really comes down to having a very good sense of yourself. There are, when people talk about trading and they talk about the psychology of trading and all, and it's a very vast subject, but the subject of humility is something that I basically say to everybody every day on the opening call. It's, what do I say? Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered. First one is humble, because when you're on a hot streak, when you are in tune with the market, you're trading in the zone, it's very easy to start to think that you are God's gift to trading, and that you might actually be causing some of these market moves. I used to liken this to, as a drummer, I did a lot of work with metronomes. Metronomes they keep time. And so when you're doing rudiments or you're working on your timing, eventually, there are certain ones that are the tick-tock like that. There are certain ones that are a light that holds the beat. And if you are really in the pocket, if you are really in time, eventually your brain starts to think that you're tapping on that very moment lights up the light. It's not true, but you kind of get this feeling like, okay, I'm really in the pocket. And it seems like every time, I hit that beat, the light goes on. You start to think you're making it happen. It's not true. It's the metronome that you're following. The metronome is not following you. The markets can be a lot like that. You can be so in tune with the markets that you start to think that you're causing these moves to happen. You're so big and so huge, or whatever it is that you're thinking, well, I can't do anything wrong now. So losing that humility, and it happens to everybody. It's happened to me quite a bit. There were periods of time when I was trading so well, I thought, I got this now. I don't have to do the work. I can do this with my eyes closed. Every time that I have said that to myself, felt that, anything like that, I have been humbled by the markets. So say to yourself every day, humble, grateful, creative, and centered. You don't want to get too down also on cold streaks. That's where the whole idea of being centered comes in. You can be really overconfident and you can be really underconfident. The market is going to do what the market's going to do. It's your job to hypothesize what's going to happen and then to trade a strategy that relates to that hypothesis. There are going to be winners. There are going to be losers. Every time I have said, I've got this and I am a master of the markets, I have been whacked. There has been danger at my door. Every time I've lost all confidence, usually, I'm going to be taking a break. I'm going to look away from the markets for a little while so that I can come back with fresh eyes and a fresh attitude. Either way, if you're out of confidence or if you're overconfidence, you're not centered. You want to try and trade from as centered a mental and psychological area as you can. Some people say control emotions to be a good trader. You have to be able to control emotions. To me, that's exhausting, and I don't think it's even humanly possible to control emotions. You have to learn how to use those emotions. When you are overconfident, be careful. Remind yourself, I am just a little flea on this huge dog that is the market. The dog doesn't even know I'm here. Doesn't even know I'm here. Just bring yourself back to center and say, anything can happen. I am not a genius. I am not an idiot. I'm coming from a place of just being centered as I can. So, being consistent, going on hot streaks, that's what you want to do. If you feel yourself getting over your skis, just know that there's a little danger possibly that's knocking on your door. You know, you have a really good hot streak. You know, it's hard to say size down because you're hot. But when losses start coming in, size down, get yourself back to center, don't blow anything up, and start from zero again. An example that I can kind of tell you is when I had a hot streak in the pit, a week. Now we're getting on 2 weeks of positive trading days. I would start to get nervous because of sometimes of that overconfidence. And I would say, you know, now I'm starting to focus on keeping this winning streak going more than making good trading decisions. And when that happens, and it took a few good whacks to figure this out, when that happens, I have to break the streak on my own. I have to break the streak under my terms. I would take a day off. End of streak. You know, 7, 5, 10, 15 winning trading days. And I start to think, all right, I've got to keep the streak going. I got to keep the streak going. I'm not focusing on the market's information. I'm focusing on keeping my streak going. I'm not trading what I'm seeing. I'm trading what I want. And, you know, like I said, it took a few good whacks to figure that out. But, you know, if you're on a hot streak and you start to feel like, you know, I got to keep the streak going, or I'm God's gift to trading, take a day off, get yourself back to center. I did a coaching session a while back about getting back to center, and I don't really think we have time to go into it today, but maybe another time we'll go into it. But it has to do with pottery. I was a potter. I was a you know, I don't want to say a master, but I was really good at creating pottery on a potter's wheel. If you put the ball of clay on and you start to create something without centering the clay, you're going to make a mess. You're not going to make anything. You've got to center the clay before you can start to pull up the sides and make something beautiful. It's similar with trading. If you're not centered, you're going to be wobbly and crazy, and you're not going to be able to make anything out of it. If you do, you're lucky. Maybe some sort of pop art might come from it. But when we're coming from trading, when we're throwing a pot on the potter's wheel, you know, if the play isn't centered on the wheel or in us, we're going to make a mess. That's why I think one of the things that I put on the weekly kickoff was, you know, put the right tool in the right hand, you'll make something beautiful. And that's what you're trying to do. All right. Sorry if I went on a tangent.
That was beautiful. Thanks, Hoag. Stay humble, grateful, and creative. Let's get, if anybody in our design team is listening, let's get that on a t-shirt and get it in the store ASAP.
Yep, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered.
Centered.
Got to be centered. I got a book back here that I'll show you one of these days, but getting a little long in that question. Maybe at the end if we have time.
Excellent. Thanks, Hoag. Thank you for the question, Lenny. Next up, Raul. What is the best way to speed up the learning curve? Please note, I am not asking about shortcuts, just an efficient way to learn, so not to spend time on expensive lessons. Better to learn from others' past mistakes than make the same ones for yourself. What do you think?
Well, TopstepTV is a good place to start. You know, there's a lot of really good traders, and those good traders are talking through the trades they're taking and why they're taking them and how they're managing those trades. I mean, and it's free. It's free. You're not going to get that anywhere else. But one of the most important things about speeding your learning curve is accountability. And in accountability, you know, you have to be deliberate in your practice, right? Trading to me is a practice. It's like being a doctor or a lawyer. Things change. We're always trying to improve ourselves. It's a practice. So in your practice, there's three kinds of practice from what I understand: practice, purposeful practice, and deliberate practice. Deliberate practice is what you want to try and get to. And that is where everything you do has a reason. It is accounted for. The outcome is accounted for. The review is accounted for. And in that review, you have to be looking at, okay, this trade is our trade I took because of this and this and this. The outcome was negative. We'll look back and say, was there something that I might have missed that could have produced a better outcome for that trade? Maybe a smaller loss, maybe a trade in the opposite direction. And it all has to be recorded. If you want to record yourself talking, if you want to get a piece of paper and write it down. That's just one accountability, is the facts and why and how and what happened and all of those things. And the more you record that and review it at the end of the day, the faster your learning curve is going to be. It can't hurt. It has to help if you do all of this work to keep the practice deliberate. If I stick this book under my pillow and I sleep on it, I can call that practice. It ain't gonna help me. If I stick this book in front of me and I thumb through it and I start, thinking about some of the things that I'm learning, and I use them, don't use them, don't record it, maybe that's a little bit purposeful practice. But the deliberate practice is going through, looking at everything, reading everything twice, getting a good grasp and understanding of what you're looking at and what you're trying to do, and then acting on it, accounting for it, reviewing it, acting, accounting, reviewing, acting, accounting, reviewing, acting, accounting, reviewing. It's the learning loop. On top of that, you can take a look at a trading day and you can say, okay, I've got my trade log here, and I bought it here and I sold it here. And okay, I'm looking at the charts and I'm saying, okay, I remember the reasons I took this trade. Here's the outcome. What could I have missed? What did I do? Write about it, think about it. There's the other side of it, and that's the emotional part of it, the emotional, physical, and
And I think we might have just lost Hoag. Give us a second, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get back to this as soon as we can. Hang on, I'm going to have a sidebar with Hoag. Got to get him reset real quick. Be right back. In the meantime, just a follow-up to what Hoag was saying, there really is no substitute for screen time when you're going through the trading learning curve. You will learn just by being present when the markets are open and moving. You can get a great education just by being an active observer. But with that, give me just 1 second, folks. We're going to get Hoag back in here real quick. We'll be right back. And Eddie is live. What's up,
I am
everyone?
live. I hope so. Yeah, I'm going to just jump in and remind you, hey, after John's group coaching here, we've got Back to the Futures. We're going to have Coach Jay with us, and I'm going to be asking Coach Jay about this Discord at the buzzer. He's going to sort of give us a little detail on that. And we've got our bond trader, Cortland, going to be with us here, Andre Hoag and myself for Back to the Futures. Also, Power Hour here with Hoag, Andre, and Coach Jay. So join us here for those trades. I also wanted to remind everybody about what we're going to be sending out here. We've got emails we're going to be sending out here very shortly. If not, they might have sent them out already. Not only did we have our resets today earlier, we do have a email. We're going to be sending you with your trading metrics from 2023, and think sort of a Spotify Wrapped on that. That's going to be one of the emails with your metrics for 2023. Also, we're going to be offering the trading combine at 50% off. This is going to be a limited time, and it's for any size trading combine. So it's probably a good time to stock up, and get yourself some combines here at 50% off. But otherwise, taking a look at some of these markets here, we got the S&P's sellers back again. Now, we were talking about that earlier with Andre, seeing if these buyers could make a move, and they did. The buyers brought it all the way up to 47.67. But once again, the sellers are back again. It looks like possibly coming in here the last half hour, bringing that market back down slightly here at 47.58. Now, I know gold. We had gold at lows of the day, and we're talking about bird on the wire. And when I mentioned bird on the wire, it's when we do see that the market's just trading west to east, left to right, and really not giving us any opportunities. So hands off on that one. We did see that just a little while ago, about 12:15, buyers attempted to bust out, but sellers coming back again. Let's take a look here at our NASDAQ. NASDAQ here also, we do see that some of these buyers trying to bust out of these lows here. But the trend is, I mean, if you take a look at it, 15-minute candlestick here, we've got the sellers here dominating most of the session, and we're keeping an eye also on that. But going to look at what we've got going on for the rest of the week. Tomorrow's going to be Thursday. Yes, it is. Today is Wednesday. I keep forgetting that we had Monday off. Thursday, we've got Anne Marie going to join us here for Fast Markets. That's something we're all looking forward to. Anne Marie, participant here at Topstep, good friend of us for years, and you probably see her and her comments in our chat. We're also going to be having Shoulder Tap with Mick and Power Players. We've got Angelo going to join us tomorrow, going to join Andre and myself for Power Players. And Top Quiz, of course, remember, Top Quiz is 11:45 every day, and this is a good time for you to possibly win yourself a reset. So participate in that. And on top of that, mostly it's for fun, and have fun with that one. Tomorrow, once again, Hogan JD, and then Back to the Futures tomorrow. Hopefully feeling better. I know that we had some word that Rips wasn't feeling well. If he's not, by all means, rest, stay in bed, whatever you need to do. But if he's feeling better, he's going to join Andre Hogan and myself tomorrow for Back to the Futures. And he's going to stick around all the way until 3 o'clock. We'll see how he's feeling. But remember, health first. And let's take a look at Friday.
Awesome. Actually, we've got Hoag coming back in just a second.
All right.
I'm going to put the two of you up. Here we go.
All right. Well, I will give Hoag a high five and pass the
Welcome
torch back to him. Hello,
We
Johnny.
made it. Thanks, Eddie, and thanks everybody in production. I don't know what happened. I just all of a sudden faded out, and I'm here. I'm alive.
It's a solar flare, or it's I'll keep it at that. It's a solar flare. Yeah, solar flare did that.
Let's go with solar flare. I like that. Thanks,
Okay,
Eddie.
solar flare. All right, so I'm going to pass it back to Johnny. Johnny, all you, my friend.
All right, thank you, Eddie. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Eddie.
So we're kind of going on a diatribe about, the question. Let me get back to the question here. It was speeding the learning curve. Speeding the learning curve about markets is one thing, but you also want to be speeding the learning curve about yourself. So get yourself an emotional journal through each trade. Record as much as you can with as little effort as you can about changes that occur to you before a trade or at entry or in a trade or getting out of a trade or even after the trade. And then for each trade at the end of the day, kind of look back at that. I mean, and there's a practice to that as well. I mean, trading is a practice, everything's a practice. So the more you can kind of put yourself back in that mindset during each trade, even just kind of close your eyes, think about it, breathe your way through it, see if you can't manufacture some of those feelings and some of those changes that were occurring during that trade. And then just kind of breathe it out, let it go, and then move on to the next trade. Because you're going to start to recognize patterns in your behavior. Now, it's kind of a long story about how this was given to me and I fought it. I finally did it, and it wasn't too long until I started recognizing patterns. First pattern I noticed was if a trade looked like a layup, like I was really confident in the trade, it actually had a lower probability of success. The trades that had a higher probability of success were the trades that made me a little bit nervous. And in doing this exercise, I think you can go a long way to be able to distinguish the difference between impulse, which is fear, and emotionally based reactions. That's why we overtrade. That's why we jump into FOMO trades. That's why we do things without really thinking about them. And then being able to recognize that against real intuition, or as Jared Tendler calls it, well, I mean, you could take that another step I forget it. The word is escaping me right now. I apologize, but you really want to just start to get to know the difference between what an intuition feels like and what an impulse feels like. Again, impulse is fear and emotionally based reactions. It's every trade you take when you're pissed off or emotional. And then there's intuitions, which are a lot more gentle. They whisper to you, where impulses yell at you. Get to recognize the difference between both, and doing this emotional type of journaling can help you kind of be better at recognizing the difference. Because, you sit there and you think, okay, I have this idea of a trade, but is this an impulse or is it an intuition? Doing this exercise will get you a lot faster to be able to recognize the difference. And we're never 100% right or wrong whenever we come up with this, but it should hopefully over time improve your accuracy and your decision making, whether it's an impulse or an intuition. One of the most important things that he taught me about recognizing if I'm about to do something impulsive is to take 1 second and verbally and audibly ask myself, is this in my best interest before I do anything? If I'm gonna jump into a trade out of FOMO and I say, is this in my best interest? I'm probably gonna think about it and say, no, it's probably not. And I'm gonna look for a pullback or do something, to get into the trade with a little bit more cognitive thought, a little bit more frontal cortex, frontal cerebral cortex, the thought process. Great question. Sorry about the interruption. What else we got, Jenny?
All right. Thanks. Great to have you back, Hoag. All right. Mary's got a question about scalping trades. So in the ES, Mary is looking for a minimum of 4 points of profit while risking 2 points or max 3 points. Is that considered a scalp or just normal trading? I like to take one good trade. Is 2 to 3 points risk wide enough, or can it choke the trade more likely? What do you think?
Okay, great question, Mary. Did you want to add something to that, John?
Nope. Go Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So I don't consider somebody who's trading the E-mini S&P is scalping for 4 points. I've seen 4 points take 3 hours. Maybe not in the markets today, but I have seen it take 4 hours to move 4 points. So, I don't consider that scalping. I consider that being a day trader, somebody who's looking for a little bit bigger piece of the market than somebody who's actively scalping. If you said you were trading the NASDAQ, I would say 3 points would probably be more likely, a bit more of a scalp than in the S&Ps. Nothing against anybody trading NASDAQ for 4 points. That's all up to you. And if you can do it, great. 2 to 3 points risk max for 4 points of profit is good risk reward, but you're going to need to be very precise with your trade locations. In other words, if you have a really good idea where price has to go to prove the trade wrong, and let's say it's 38, and you're looking to take 4 points on it, but you only want to risk 2 points, well, you need to buy 40s. You can't buy 42s. You need to buy 40s. So it's less about where you're getting your entry. It's more about where the risk is for the trade. Now, there are going to be a lot of people out there that are going to say 2 points in the S&Ps is nowhere near enough risk. Okay, they may be right. In your case, they may be wrong. I don't know what you're looking at. I don't know the tools you're looking at. I don't know your experience. To me, 2 or 3 points max, that would probably cause me to die by 1,000 cuts, but I'm looking usually for bigger bites out of the marketplace. So my risk has to be a little bit bigger. If I'm going to be looking for opportunities where I can risk 3 points where I can risk only 3 points, I've got to pick where the stop has to be to prove the trade wrong first. Then I can put my entry in, and then I can wait to get filled. If I don't get filled, I don't get filled. But if I do get filled and then I know my risk, then maybe maybe that's a good opportunity for me to take that 4 point, maybe 5 points, maybe 6 points out of the market. You might want to, think about when you do get something on and it is good and you get to your 4 points, not suggesting trading your strategy or that this is going to work or not going to work, but you might want to think about starting to strengthen those muscles that'll help you stay in some of those winning trades a little bit longer. All right.
Excellent. Thanks, Hoag.
My pleasure.
All right, let's just throw out a few more real quick. The next one was from Minaj. Question about your chart setup. Can you guys please name the instrument of the charts displayed on your screen? It is not possible to read the charts watching on YouTube. Be a great help just knowing what you're looking at on your charts.
Okay, so what we're looking at on these very charts that we're looking at here, we've got the simple moving averages. This is the 50, the 100, and 200 session simple moving average. I've got them. It's on all the time frames of this chart. The settlement price is this broken yellow line here. And I'm pretty sure that the thing that you're looking at is the volume profile, which is right here. Now, this was coded for me by my good friend and coworker, Robert, and I'm not sure that it is available overall in all of the indicators that are on here, but volume, there are profiles here. Session volume profile, you might have to upgrade your service for that a little bit, but it is available. So think about maybe, if you want to upgrade the package for the indicators that you have, you might be able to get it. And I apologize that I can't just show you, here it is, and here's what to do with it. However, if you are on TradingView, you do have, I believe, the ability to also look at Tradeovate. And on Tradeovate, You can get it very easily though. This is the 30-minute E-mini chart, and you can, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to take it off, and I can show you how to put it on here. Remove. Okay, so on this, it's under drawing tools. So we go volume profile. I'm going to put it on yesterday's session. Here's the 830 bar. And I'm going to click and let it go. And then I'm just going to drag the cursor over to the right to the 230 bar. And I'm going to click again, and it's going to hold it right there. So there's the volume profile on Tradeovate right there. Now, you can find it on TradingView. You might again have to improve your package, but here's today's profile, 830 bar, click, drag to the right, and it's going to populate over here on the right hand side for us. At the end of the day, if I want to keep it like this one, all I have to do is find the edge, drag it one bar back, and it'll hold it right there. So, volume profile is widely available on many, many platforms. And, there's one way that you can use it. If you have TradingView, you've got Tradeovate, so you can check it out there.
Awesome. Thanks, Hoag. I think we got time for one more question. I'm going to skip down the list a little bit. I know you're looking at the list too, Hoag. If you look at line 150, JP asks, this is relevant to price action today. So can you please explain a little more about the delta play that you and Andre were talking about earlier?
Yes, of course. So yesterday, Andre wasn't here, but I was talking about him because right at the end of the day, we were seeing that the delta on the S&Ps was pretty severely negative. Okay, here's yesterday. So I think we were down around, 18,000 negative delta. And the market seemed to be kind of struggling to push to the downside. There were a couple other extenuating circumstances, like we looked above the initial balance and then we looked below the initial balance. There's a tendency for days like that to remain relatively range bound. So when the market came down here and we couldn't continue to push lower, I said, as we get closer to the end of the day, this whole negative delta thing we've got here, which proved to be pretty much right yesterday, was indicating that the shorter time frame traders were the ones using market orders to hit bids. And to some degree, they were successful at bringing price lower, but they weren't doing a very good job of it. Well, when we have a community of traders like that, here we were range bound, we looked above the initial balance, we left excess, we rotated, looked below the initial balance, left excess with very deep negative delta. Remember that delta is more likely going to be created by shorter time frame, weaker hands traders. We can then make an assumption that, and I shouldn't even say assumption, we could make a hypothesis that says, well, if that's weaker hands traders, they're going to want to go home flat. And if there's a large community of them and they all turn and decide to cover at once, we're going to get a pretty decent upside move, which is exactly what happened yesterday. Today, we have kind of a similar situation. We have delta negative 11,000 now. We were down around negative 18,000 at the low. So the more aggressive sellers have been unsuccessful at continuing to auction price lower. Now, we removed about 7,000 or 8,000 of that negative delta on this push to the upside. I caught a little piece of it. I had to do group coaching, so I just wanted to focus on you guys and not trading. But now we're starting to see maybe some sellers coming back in. And if we continue to see delta increase in negativity into the close, again, at 2:30, Andre and I, during Power Hour, will be hawking to see if we see some evidence of the short time frame shorts looking at each other in the pit going, oh, dang, we're screwed. And then we can catch the move to the upside. So just to kind of go back to the basics here, delta is the number of contracts that are traded on the offer using buy market orders are positive. Every contract that trades on the bid using sell market orders is negative delta. So if we just use that absolute number, we can make an assumption that the shorter time frame traders have been trying to push price lower through the better part of the day today. Some of them gave up already. If they start pushing price lower and we can't take out the lows after 2:30, we may see another situation like we saw yesterday. We may. No guarantees. Can't say 100% either way, but it's a great question. And, you know, I know that delta is not readily available on a lot of platforms, but, you know, we're working on some things. So we'll see. We'll see how that plays out. All right.
Perfect. Thanks, Hoag. One last question coming from Akram. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Is there a limit on express account for daily profits, or is it just the same with the combines for consistency of 50% daily profit?
No,
there is.
No.
Yep.
Yeah. No, if you're in a funded account, make the money.
Sky's the limit. Reach for the stars.
Yep.
One minor point, though, before you can take a payout, you do have to show us a little bit of consistency. So you need 5 days. They don't need to be consecutive days, but you need to show us 5 days of profitable trading, minimum of $200 before you can request a payout. So keep that in mind. All right, and with that, we need to wrap it up here. We've got the FOMC minutes coming out at 1 o'clock, and then back to the futures. Next, sorry, Mick's laughing behind me. I don't know if he's laughing at me or someone else, but we also have Cortland and Coach Jay coming. Cortland, we had a good question yesterday about bond trading. So Cortland will be able to possibly answer some of your questions about the bond market in a little bit, bonds and notes. With that,
a little bit of confusion, I think, about that question about, you know, how much can you make in a XFA account or a funded account. We're talking about on a daily basis, Linda. You know, if you're in an XFA and you've made 50 grand, they're going to bring you to live. Right?
We clear? Everybody clear?
I think so. That was on a daily basis, right?
All right. We are going to move on. Thank you, Hoag, and stay tuned for Cortland and Coach Jay next and back to the futures. Thanks, everyone.
See you soon. Stay cool. Pray for peace, folks.
we're back. Welcome to Back to the Futures. And folks, you got 10 seconds on our FOMC minutes. We're going to keep an eye on that right now. And we'll see what does hit the wire here. If they have any edits, changes, I'll see those here in just a few minutes.
All right, they just hit.
Yep, we're printing.
Yep.
Yeah. Look at the markets move here. Big head fake in NASDAQ.
Yep.
The NASDAQ sellers came in, and that's why you got to be very careful. Even though this is the minutes, you need to be very careful here. So we're going to get some of the comments here coming out here. I will get those to you. But we do have Cortland. Cortland, how are you, man?
I can't complain, Eddie. How about you? I'm having a nice day. It's gloomy outside.
Our bond trader here. And
Yes,
of course,
sir.
we got Coach Jay. Coach Jay, how are you?
Doing good, Eddie. Doing good. How are you?
Oh, fine. No hat today. You got a date. You look like you're ready to go on a date.
No,
here.
maybe.
He's got the fade going. He's looking really good there.
Had to make sure we look good for TV.
There you go.
Love it. Yeah.
And of course, we got Andre. Andre back in the saddle again.
Giddy up.
Nice to have Andre back here. So we're gonna just sort of pause here and see what minutes coming out here right now. Really nothing that extreme, but we did see some double pumps. If you're talking basketball, head fakes, trying to get you to jump. A number of participants highlighted uncertainty around how long restrictive policy would need to be maintained. This is coming from the minutes. Participants also pointed to the downside risks to the economy associated with any overly restrictive stance. A lot of this stuff is mush.
Yep.
A few participants suggested the FOMC. Oops, what happened? That just sort of jumped on me. A few participants suggested the FOMC could face a trade-off between dual mandate goals in the period ahead. And also talking about progress on inflation has been uneven across the components. Noted the core service prices still rising at elevated pace. And let's see, the last one I've got here is actually the first one. Staff economic outlook was broadly similar to the projection prepared for the previous meeting. So that's a good indication that they're not changing much here at all. So I don't know, March might be our month where we do see this.
Yep.
So we'll keep that in mind, but we'll let the dust settle here a little bit more. Any of you guys have a position on during this?
Negative.
No position on. No.
Negative, Commander.
Negative.
It's, I tell you, it's so, I tell you, we want so much to catch that big run, but when you got numbers like this, just trust an old trader. Better safe than sorry.
Agree.
Just relax.
I used to do that with crude. Okay, it's going to be a build. All right, so if it's a build, that means prices are going to go lower. That used to work. And then all of a sudden it was like, whoa, wait a minute, that didn't work. I see this right. So be very cautious. It's best to be flat. Let the dust settle, like my buddy Dante. Yes,
Dante.
Dennis used to tell us years ago on Squawk Radio, let the dust settle.
So true.
I like that one. Let it settle. And then get the right move, get the correct move. So we're going to let this cool a bit. But otherwise, Cortland, anything new? You've been trading. Did you trade yesterday? Get anything on the books?
So I haven't taken any trades combine wise or trading combine wise or any funded accounts this year yet. I've taken a few demo accounts just to get my bearings so I'm not rusty when I get into the market next week. Pretty much this entire week was for me I'm really trying to automate my trading journal every single day. So I've been building a process that basically screenshots the economic calendar and screenshots my charts at around 6:45 and then puts it inside of an Excel document. So I could just screenshot that Excel document. Once I get into the markets, I'm looking at what I'm supposed to be getting in and not kind of move to and fro, but based on the price action. So that's been what I've been focused on. If you see in my background, you guys won't be able to see the actual words or whatnot, but I got my proverbial if poop hits the fan board back here that has basically my trading checklist here, my levels that I'm looking for, and then a scripture or mantra that I have right here just to keep me based and thinking about what I'm supposed to be doing. So that's really been my focus for this first week of January, just to make sure that all my trading processes are like hunkered down to where it doesn't take me that long to get ready in the market. Once I sit down, I pretty much should at least have a handle on what I think I'm going to do for that day. So that's what I've been focused on.
Hey, Cortland, are you doing that just so you're not blindsided by econ news? Or I'm sorry, what you're automating what? The calendar over the chart or what? I'm sorry.
So basically what it'll do is
sounds interesting.
It'll take a screenshot of the economic calendar, usually like the day before. It'll take a screenshot of the economic calendar and then put that on my Excel sheet, just so when I look at my trading journal, which is my Excel sheet.
Let's watch the NASDAQ tagging lows.
Oh yeah,
we're selling off here.
Looking like it's gonna go take out. Well, I'm looking at ES. Looks.
Sorry about that, but just watching the markets here.
That inflation, inflation being stubborn, I'm guessing, is the comment that triggered the sell-off.
Now, real quick, if you're watching the NASDAQ, do you see how it rallied? It gave us a false indication of where it wanted to go.
Good call.
Good old stop out.
And I bet you it stopped a lot of people out. And then this is what I'm talking about, the true movement. We're seeing that right now here. So we're tagging a low, making a new low by a couple points here, and just keeping an eye on it right now. I'm sorry about that, Cortland. Didn't mean to step on you there.
No worries. I was looking at the same thing, but just in the ES, it got really heavy after that initial jerk.
Right.
It looks like it's probably going to take out these lows. Well, we don't know what's going to happen, but it's looking like it wants to.
Looking like it's taking a peek down there.
Yeah, it's the eyes are down there for sure.
Now we're pulling back again. Hey, Cortland, JP Rivas has got a question for you about the bonds. You're the bond trader. Now, I'm going to say this answer can vary from trader to trader, but JP's asking, what's a good stop loss range for the bonds, ZB, UB, and tick in ticks?
Okay. So that's a really good question, JP. I would say it depends on what style of trader you are. Let's just, for example's sake, let's say that you are a day trader and that you're trying to hold your positions for not too long throughout the day. For myself, I started off in the bonds with an 8-tick stop loss, just so even if I had like a bit of knee-jerk reaction in my trades, it wouldn't scare me out, and it kind of built my confidence in like allowing my trades to either hit the take profit or hit the stop loss. So 8 ticks is where I would begin, just because usually if you're positioned correctly, you're not going to get stopped out at 8 ticks. Obviously, you're going to get stopped out in trading in general, but if you're positioned correctly, 8 ticks usually is a good bellwether to where you could be like, okay, if it stops me out at 8 ticks, my position was probably wrong. And then after 8 ticks, I was in the bond market for like another year or so before I moved it down to 5 ticks. But I wouldn't start at 5 ticks until you realize how the bond market kind of, it's ebb and flow. And then you can move down to a little bit lower stop. My mentor, ICT, he uses 3-tick stop losses on bonds, but I wouldn't recommend anybody hop in there.
Those are some action, man. That's how you enter.
Yeah.
Pretty tight.
Exactly.
Pretty tight. Now, what's the dollar value on a ZB?
$32.50.
Oh, it's big. How about a UB? Same thing?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Let me. I don't trade the UB. Let me get that answer.
All right, that's okay. But I mean, that's a lot. I mean, you're talking, you put a 2-lot, 3-lot, 5-lot on. You're talking. You're not talking chump change.
Yeah, at all.
That's for sure.
Oh yeah, and on the UB is 31.25.
All right, so over $30 for a tick. That's a lot.
Yeah, those shorts we're talking about looking to the downside there. Those shorts, they just got faced. We got rejected. 47.50 seems to be the line of demarcation here in the S&Ps. The buyers keep coming in there a couple times now. They've defended it pretty well. So
my, look at that. Yeah. Well, you know what I tell you, when you know what economic numbers are coming out, it's always safe. But look at the wicks on this. I mean, you got a tall wick top side, tall wick bottom side. I mean, it's a good indication that it was somebody turned the blender on.
Yeah.
Let's get Jay. Jay's going to get himself a link for charts. Coach Jay, you've been trading today?
I have, Eddie. I'm actually looking to take a trade right now. I'm up pretty decent on the day. I think I'm up about just over $1,000 on the day, trading in NASDAQ.
Nice.
Crude oil trades. So I'm not trying to give too much of it back, but I'm looking, the way NASDAQ didn't sell off there, I'm looking to take another long back up towards 16,600. I took one real quick, got stopped out. Want to keep it pretty tight. It was 5 points.
Now you got a G on the day. What? Okay, let's just say that things aren't looking clear. You got a little fog there. How much you going to give back before you say I'm done for the day?
I'd say 250.
Okay, that's really good management. I'd probably say, yeah, 250. If it's not working, you know what? You've had a fantastic day, and that's what you got to realize. That's a very good day. You know.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I'm actually gonna. I meant to wait a little bit longer to get in this entry, but I fat fingered a little bit, so I'm just gonna let it, for tradertainment purposes, take a short right here at. Well, I took the short right here at 47.56.99 on the ES. I think it's looking like I'm gonna get stopped out here, but we're gonna see. We're gonna see.
You know, real quick, Court. What was the dollar value in the ZB?
It's 31.25.
Okay.
So really quickly, where that comes from are the bonds. What they're set to is a par value of 100,000. So when you see the points in a bond, those are all a percent of 1,000. So a whole point or handling them is $1,000, and then 32 ticks in that for the bonds is where you get that 31.25.
Ah, okay. And look who chimed in, Cortland. You're
my bond brothers. My bond brothers.
Bond man in the background.
I love it, man.
Billy and Bobby Bond.
I like the ring of that.
All right. Did you get in that?
Yeah, I'm trying one long here, just looking for the NASDAQ to accept back inside the opening range. It's not doing a great job of it. If we have my charts up, there's a line on the chart that I'm looking at. I'm trading the NASDAQ 16,591. It's been an area that I've been looking at kind of all day, and we just rejected to the tick of that price. The reason I have that one on there, pre-market this morning, there was about 350 contracts sold there. So I'm looking at that level as whoever that participant was is still there, right? And they just rejected it right at that level to the tick, and we're going right back the other way. So tried the short, got it wrong, and I think that might be it for the day. Sorry, tried the long, got it wrong.
Yeah, it's choppy right now. You can't figure out which way it wants to go. We might have to be sitting on our hands. It might be patience going into the close until this thing is digested. FOMC minutes. I don't know who turned on the blender, like Eddie said, but this is good luck to you. Now.
Yeah, and
Which is
like
okay.
I said before, know what's coming out. It takes just a couple minutes, you know.
Do due diligence.
100%.
And if you're here at TopstepTV, I mean, we're going to do the best we can to make sure you know what's coming out when, and the repercussion afterwards. We'll keep you up on that also. Mark Simpson says, by the way, Anne Marie Band mentioned 536 earlier, and she nailed it.
536.
536 on what, Mark?
Or NASDAQ?
Let's see here. Probably, yeah. There's no 536 here.
Hands on the butt, Roy Jenkins. That's exactly what Hoag would say right now.
Yeah, 536. Yeah, taking it. It's got to be there in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, tilt showing 50-50, so there's no bias one way or another there. Hoag was here. I'd like to hear what the delta is. Obviously, we keep an eye on that delta, cumulative delta throughout the day, see if it's growing. It maxed out at 21,000, negative 21,000 in the S&Ps at 9:42 a.m. Interesting to know where it's at right now, but something we've been keeping an eye as the day has progressed, trying to maybe set us up for a big trade on the close. So something we'll keep an eye on throughout the day.
And I want to go ahead and answer. JP threw a couple rapid fire questions at me, brother. He asked me, we went ahead and went over the tick value between the ZB and the UB is the same. And then your second question was, do you use tools like Bookmap or the DOM when trading bonds? I have not in my life. Well, I dabbled in the DOM a little bit earlier in my trading. I haven't got it down like Hoag got it down. So I don't use anything that I don't understand in my trading. So I don't use the DOM, and I don't use Bookmap as well, because like when I opened up Bookmap, that looks like a foreign language to me, and trading's already a foreign language. So I'm gonna stick with that.
Smart.
Well, I mean, the thing is too, I mean, there's a lie. When I first started trading gold, obviously it was a different language, I should say, different characteristic. Obviously, we know buy low, sell high. but it was just trying to figure out how it worked, what correlating markets affect it. I knew the dollar had something to do with it, but until I sort of looked into it, now I understand a little bit better. It really depends. You gotta put the work in. You got to do the homework.
You do.
It's just not magically going to happen.
There's no substitute for screen time in this
at all.
None at all.
So even if you're not trading, you're watching. If you're watching an FOMC minute, you're watching another FOMC minute. It might be dull, first FOMC minutes, third minutes, fourth minutes, but you still got to, for the time it does pop off, you got to be ready. You have to see it and see what it looks like. So there's no substitute for screen time. I've always said.
Andre, how many hours of screen time do you think you have if you could put a number to it?
Oh God, it's got to be in the tens. It's got to be in the tens of thousands by now. Yeah,
right.
Yeah. And there's still things I haven't seen. Like I said, when I first started trading, I didn't know what a flight to quality trade was. This is back in 05, 06, 07. Okay. I had no idea what flight to quality was. Essentially, what flight to quality is, you get out of one asset class, you sell that asset class to get into another asset class. Typically, it's bonds and equities move inverse, right? Well, I'd never seen that trade, and I didn't see that until about 18 months into my career. And needless to say, I lost a lot of money trying to learn what flight to quality was. Yeah, you can see it on chalkboard, you can see it on the whiteboard, and through simulations. But until you actually see it live in the markets, then you understand what flight to quality is. So yeah, it's like little things like that that you cannot be replaced by just doing simulations or in the classroom.
Right,
100%, Andre. Yep. I had the same exact type of. Eddie was alluding to it as well, using the dollar index. It took me almost 2 years, and ICT have been telling us, like, use a dollar index as a barometer, use a dollar index as a barometer. I was like, I don't need to use a dollar index. I just gotta look at the NASDAQ. That's all I gotta look at. But it took me a good amount of time to figure out how the dollar plays against like the risk assets, and it's been a very, very big help in my trading for the bonds, and when I step out and try to do other things like this ES trade I have on today.
Right. And the thing is, too, a lot of us are bullheads. I'm guilty as charged. And, I got this. I know what I'm doing. But the best traders and the ones that see success sooner and more are the ones that have questions day after day after day.
Yep.
And they're in this business, and I want to make sure everybody understands this. There is no stupid question. I've seen people go, I got a question. I'm sorry, it's a stupid question, but there is not one stupid question, especially in this business, because if you miss something that you're questioning on, it's going to cost you. It could cost you big, and we want to make sure that ask away. What's a buy? What's a sell? We'll tell you. I mean, it's
what's a bid? What's an offer?
Right. And we've had that, and don't be afraid to ask that. If you're sitting here listening and wondering, God, what did he just say? He just said, point of what? Naked who?
It does sound like, I hear that a lot, Eddie. Some of friends and family that watch the show, I hear a lot of times, I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about. Granted, they're not in the industry, they're not in the field, but it does come across as a foreign language. I think it was Cortland saying that he doesn't look at Bookmap because Jay, I don't know what you guys are saying. I don't look at Bookmap because it's a foreign language. I mean, it's kind of a problem. Maybe I don't want to say the problem in this industry, but it is so foreign, and it is confusing. So there's 3 different ways to say that talk about the exact same thing. We're talking about muffin brain or chasing your tail and stuff like that. We saw it earlier today in fast markets that there's 3 different ways to say the same thing. I think that's a problem with the industry. I'd like there to be a way to streamline it and unify the terminology. Yeah. I'm not sure that'll ever happen, but it is something which, my point being, it's okay to ask questions, and there's no such thing as a dumb question.
Right. And what we're doing is we're putting together that glossary day to day. And Tyler, if you can, I don't know if we've got anything sort of hooked in, pinned to our YouTube. But Tyler's here helping us out right now. We appreciate that, Tyler. Can you post that link to the glossary that we're putting together? And remember, folks, it's probably never going to be a finished product. We're adding to it each and every day. Every time we come to a slang or a word that you're not familiar with, and I've got to ask some things too. I'm like, oh, what was that? Ooh. So if you can post that would be cool. We got Tyler.
Trader lingo glossary, yeah. Like for instance, the what we use to execute a trade. It could be called the dome, the dom, or the ladder. Like, why has it got to be three things? And I'm sure there's a fourth way to say it too, but we're all talking about the same thing. It's just, there's three different ways to say it.
The way I learned it, it was called the Matrix.
There you go. So there's four ways. There you go.
Right? Like,
there you go.
Yeah.
So
anybody else want to sort of
I'm sure there's
throw
another one
something
out
into
there.
the pot?
Please throw it in the chat. There's a fifth way to say it, but
Yeah, depth of market, and it's exactly what it is. The dome, DOM. I call it the dome, the dom, the
contract, cons, cars. Like there's three different ways to say a one lot or a one lot.
Right.
Yeah, contract, car, 1 lot, 10 lot.
There you go. So I mean, bear with us. Don't feel shy to ask questions in there. We'll explain it to you. Anyways, looks like we're chopping around. We're kind of barcoding here right now for the time being. 20 minutes after the FOMC minutes. So we're looking to take opportunity and capture it when we can. But right now it's kind of flatline. How are things looking in gold, Eddie?
Gold right now, I tell you, we're coming off. It looked like we were coming off a push to the downside. We established. Oh, wait a minute. I'm looking at the wrong one. Silly boy, silly old bear.
It looks like it's chopping around.
Chopping around,
hanging around. Just coming off the bottoms here, back up to 2041. We did tag a low here. 2038.39. So we're still hanging around here. And we were talking about that bird on the wire earlier today, and basically it just, like I mentioned a little while ago, turn the blender on, but I think it's just going to sort of fall back into that the small candlesticks and really not do too much. But the day is not over yet. Day is not over.
No, it's not. If it is, that's okay too.
Yeah, I've had a very lucky good day. Blue Gator's got a question. Enjoying Baldur's Gate 3. Ask James on that one, Blue Gator. I think he plays that game. Gamers. Can we get a poll up here? I'd like to know how many of us traders are gamers. Do you have a PS?
Say yes to that.
PlayStation?
There's a lot of overlap there.
Xbox.
Yeah, for sure.
Nintendo. If we can get that up there, just a yes or a no. Do you trade and play video games? I think that should cover it.
Marcus Stalker D's playing Baldur's Gate.
Yeah, I heard that's pretty good. Are you a gamer? All right, that's good. There we go. All right, participate. Get that in there. I think D is playing. Yeah, D's playing Baldur's Gate. Oh.
Eddie, you're a gamer, right? What do you play?
Well, I know that GTA 6 is coming out next year. We're sort of waiting on that. I'm more of a Forza. I like the
Nice.
Forza. I customize a lot of the cars on there. It sort of, it's very, very peaceful when you're
I was just
designing.
about to say you're a relaxing gamer.
I've been playing F123, which is not peaceful at all. The Formula One racing game.
Yeah.
I think it's more stressful than trading, to be honest. It's probably one of the hardest games I've played, but it's a challenge.
Some of these games that's a flying one, right?
No, it's the Formula One racing one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Baldur's Gate, I heard, is pretty good.
Yeah, I heard that. They won a couple awards, if I'm not mistaken.
Let's see here. Well, we got about a 50-50. Are you a gamer? 371 votes. 54 say yes. 46 say no.
There you go. Even split.
That's a lot, though.
FIFA, yeah, I played with FIFA before. All right, this market's not doing a whole lot right now, so
yeah, just
sit on your hands, everyone. That's what TopstepTV is here to do. We're going to help you get through the lulls in the market. We'll talk shop. Obviously, market comes first, but we're going to help you not force trades and demonstrate patience. Pass those combines and put money in your pocket.
In a market like this, are you guys looking at levels to say, hey, if I get here, then I can start looking for a trade again?
Go ahead. No, not necessarily. There needs to be confirmation to move one way or another.
Yeah.
There needs to be volume in order for it to confirm that we are going higher or lower. I think levels kind of fade at this time of day, unless I always have when it comes to levels, I think the big players, paper, if you will, need to be looking at the same levels as I do in order for them to hold and be true. We talk about, I know Deanna, she's watching, this is kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy. As long as enough people are looking at the same levels and levels will hold, If not, levels are just sit and duck, if you will.
Yeah.
I agree pretty much the same, especially when we get to these like lower volume times of the day. We got no more economic news coming out. Usually, like I'll be looking at levels, but I'm more so expecting like consolidation around them than I am expecting expansion right off of the levels around these.
Agree. So, but we still have the close coming up here in about 90 minutes till the bell closes. So there's definitely gonna be more opportunity. I think we've seen some pretty good movement today, so I wouldn't count out there's not another trade to be made, but you just gotta be patient. And you know, you can make your whole day or get back your whole day in that last trade of the day. So this is that's what trading's about. It's not always the most exciting. Sometimes it's like watching paint dry, but you know, watching that paint dry pays pretty damn well sometimes.
Andre, I'm going to bring something up real quick. You mentioned waiting for volume to come back in. Have you ever heard of a tick strike?
No, hit me.
So I'm sharing it on my screen right now, but basically what it is, I'm an order flow trader, right? So I read time and sales, I read the DOM. Basically what tick strike is, it's audio cues for volume coming into the market.
Nice. What's it
so
sound
I have
like?
A bunch of random ticks. Honestly, it's some of the most annoying sound ever, but what I can do, like exactly like what we're talking about, right? You don't want to sit here and just wait for a trade.
For sure.
So I can walk away from my desk, leave it on, and then the ticks are going off. And then I think, okay, hey, you know, volume's coming back into the market, time for me to trade. So if you can look at my screen right now, all these things kind of lighting up green. Right now, I basically have the Mag 7 and then, you know, a few of the popular markets that we trade.
Okay.
They're all lighting up green right now. So
what's the threshold? What's the minimum threshold for volume that you set in order for it to alert you, so to speak?
So right now, there's different levels. It goes 1 to 10. I have it set to a 6, so somewhere in the middle. So basically what it's doing right now is my time in sales in Quant Tower, I have it filtered to 6 contracts on the NASDAQ. So anytime something there triggers, it'll trigger and tick strike as well. So I'm not getting the one contract, you know, I took a trade. I don't want to show up in the tick strike, but any bigger orders are going to show up.
Very cool. Right on, man. I appreciate that. I will look into that. That's boy, that really helps you demonstrate patience. So yeah, you can walk away from your TV or your screen. You know, go get a glass of water if you want. Oh, here we go. All right, here come the buyers.
All green. Look at this tick strike.
Awesome, Jed. I'm gonna look into that after the close here. Sweet.
Yeah.
Hey, Cortland.
TV, man. Traders helping out traders.
Yes, sir, Eddie.
JP is knocking on your door again. And me being the bouncer asking, what do you want? What do you want, JP? JP says, can you ask Cortland any reason why trading ZB instead of UB? Why trade ZN or ZT? Why are you trading the ZB versus the UB?
So that would be a volume question. When I'm comparing UB and ZB, the ZB or the 30-year usually most of the time has the most volume. So that's why I would choose between the ZB and the UB. When I'm looking at the ZB versus the 10-year or the 15, or 10-year or the 5-year, which would be the ZN or the ZF, I think you said ZT in there. But the reason I would trade the 30-year over that one is because the tick value. I don't need that much for it to pay me. So if I'm looking at maybe getting in and just getting 5 ticks out of the marketplace, in the 5-year or the 10-year, it wouldn't butter my bread as much as me getting 5 ticks out of the 30-year and just calling it a day. It's something that allows me to take less strikes at the marketplace while still also paying myself in times.
Wow, here come the buyers.
Keep an eye on this NASDAQ. I was waiting for it to get above this level right here, and it took a little spike, 16,620s.
NASDAQ getting a little heavy, 72% long right now on the tilt. S&Ps are up taking 68% long.
Yeah.
So 16,620 is the high of the opening range. I use 3-minute opening range. Above that, I have 16,640.
I'm going to put on a 3-lot. See what I can do here. Tighten it up a bit.
This looks good. I see 16,640, and then up above that, 16,680, which we had a ton of selling in this area earlier. That's all the negative delta Hoag was talking about before. This is where it happened.
Yep, and we got Coach Vincent here just saying negative delta is shaved off to minus 8,300. So we're starting to see some of those shorts getting out here.
Nice. Yeah,
so good team.
I got stopped out. I just took my day there.
I was stopped out a little bit earlier for a $400 loss in the ES. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look to see if I can get one more trade in here today, but I'm going to switch to micros and I'm only going to risk $200.
There you go.
Very smart.
So we'll see what happens.
Let's see if this opening range high holds. It rejected so far. I don't know if I would look for a long before that right now.
Well,
Just the way that it just reacted.
Agreed. Moving
16,621 is the level we're looking at.
Pulling back here pretty strong, though. See how strong it's going to pull back here.
Eddie, were you trading gold or are you trading?
I was on the NASDAQ. I wanted to give NASDAQ a shot.
NASDAQ's where the party's at.
Yeah. I don't want to see a pullback here, though.
It's the second trading day of the year, so I told myself I wasn't going to trade anymore, so I have to stop. But I'm going to switch over to a practice account and maybe take it there. But I'm liking this trade for sure.
Come on, baby. Come on. You know what to do. Give Papa some juice.
Oh, it's juicing.
And there it is. Okay. I got what I wanted. First time around, it stopped me out. Second time around, I still felt confident in the buy there. And lost 420 on my loser. And made
Eddie,
6 on the winner.
It's always
you have to have your stops. You have to have your stops set to 420.
Literally, you have to.
It's too much. It's too much of a coincidence.
420. That's what I got.
Always.
This is down 420. So, all right. Let's see here. Put up about another 100, but took a little heat, and was confident in what I saw, and so the opportunity was there again. So I played that out, and thank you, NASDAQ. Now I will walk away like the meme of Homer Simpson disappearing in a bush.
All right, Hoag just updated us. My 7,200 delta. So they're starting to unwind these shorts. I think that might got the squeeze right there. We'll see, Johnny. We'll see if we can see how it looks going into this close.
Yeah, I'm looking. I saw somebody just ask me. It was Mark asked me, what is my strategy when I trade the bonds? So another one of the I don't want to call it a New Year's resolution because I started it before New Year's. Another one of the things I wanted to do on TopstepTV as well is pretty much use my same strategy across the board. So what I'm doing in the bonds, I will try to be doing here on TopstepTV. But basically what I do is, like I said, I'm an ICT trader, and just to make it as easy as possible, I'm looking for a fair value gap that occurred in either the upper 50% or lower 50% of the previous days. So example, if I'm bullish, I'm looking for a fair value gap that formed in the previous days, upper 50%. And I'm taking it once I see it. Obviously, there's got to be liquidity ahead, and then obviously there has to be. For me, I'm always looking at the daily chart. So if I don't know what the daily is doing, I'm pretty apprehensive about taking a trade, just in general. So that's pretty much my whole strategy, though. It's really only 4 steps.
If you're taking trades, you can't be holding on to these positions for very long. If you're trying to do profits right now, we're chopping around pretty damn good right now.
Gold took off.
What gold do? I'm sorry.
Gold just in the last 6 minutes went from 2040 up to 2050.
Interesting.
Cool.
Yeah, that's what I was watching that, and I wanted to be a buyer once it got above the. Well, see, I got my 15 minutes here. Once it got above the wick on let's see, the 1 o'clock wick when the FOMC came out, that was the head fake we saw, and it pulled back. But once above that, I thought maybe we might be able to run a little bit cleaner to the top side, but there's been some interference here. There's been some didn't really happen really clear. So like I said, I got stopped out on that, but still wanted to make that play on that, and it panned out. Not for much, but well, actually, yes, it was. It was a $600 winner.
I was gonna say that's pretty good.
All right, so that's a pretty nice dinner.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm gonna look to see if I can get a short in at 476625 on the ES. We'll see if it gives it to me. I just want to be
4766 quarter, 4766 quarter, 7625. Gotcha.
Cam's Lightning is asking what's the levels again, Coach? He's talking to Jay.
Yeah, so we were talking about the NASDAQ 16,621, which is the opening range high, which we didn't hold. And then if we were able to hold that 16,641, 16,653, which was initial balance high, and then up above that was 16,680. But we didn't hold that. We are holding 600 right now, which is interesting. But this is still kind of just chopping around right now.
Yeah, it is.
Agreed.
We're right in the middle of the opening range.
Looks like I just got filled. Let's put a stop above. I'm risking $100 on this trade.
Light and tight.
Yep, light and tight.
Yeah,
It'll let me know.
There we go.
Nasdaq's kind of been doing this thing all day. I've been watching it. We would creep up. We get up like 10, 15 points, and then someone would just come in and market sell at 300.
And hammer it.
And we do the same thing. So I would be very cautious on longs right now, because if one of those don't get absorbed, that just takes us, right back down to the lows. And they've been doing it pretty much all day.
Yes, they have.
Jay, I've been watching that also. We've had some big size sitting.
Yep.
And actually getting hit. And I've got to honestly say that I believe that some of these markets are very aggressive.
Yeah.
Considering this is the first week of the year, and we have not seen all the big players coming in yet. Obviously there's still a week of kids out of school, and a lot of traders and so forth want to stay home and have time with the kids.
Right.
So I'm really looking. I'm looking my chops for next week when everybody is,
all the volumes back.
Yeah, I think we might start seeing it spike come Friday, Eddie. And then
you think?
Definitely next week for sure. But Friday with non-farm and unemployment report coming out.
Oh yeah.
That'd be my guess, but next week for sure.
Yeah. No, I think you're right, Andre.
But yes, it's
waiting for some of those big numbers.
Slow build up for sure. So I mean, and we should be trading the same way. We shouldn't be come guns blazing, maxing out trades here. Then sellers, damn, good luck trying to stay long in this.
Guns a blazing.
Yeah,
guns a blazing, y'all.
Tiptoe in this.
In a market like this, though, right, traders, if you want to be involved, right, with this much volatility, I think it's okay to trade the micros, right? And
yeah,
agree.
Advocate it all the time. If you're looking for a big move, you don't have to catch it with a mini or two, right? If we get a move that you're looking for, right, if it's anywhere from 30 to 50 points in the Nasdaq, you can do well with trading the micros and limit your risk, because in a market like this, it could look like it's going your way and then very easily go the opposite way.
Love that.
100%. Those are confident with that too.
Right. Sometimes traders don't want to do it. It's like, oh, the profits are slower. They are, but so are the losses.
So are the losses.
We got to worry about controlling those.
That's the thing we always talk about. It's kind of a negative outlook on this, but it's more about not losing money than making money in this
survival.
If you don't lose money, the rest takes care of itself. The big days will come, but it's more about not losing money. We always say trade for tomorrow, live to trade another day. I think that's the name of the game in this. So that's kind of why you see us taking light trades with tight stops right here, because we're living to trade another day, keeping our positions light and tight, and that's just that's the name of the game. It's about not losing money as opposed to making money, if that makes sense.
Right. Well, management, man. I mean,
management.
To me, I've been working on patience, but I think management always needs a check, and always needs to be fine-tuned, and always needs to be looked upon and sort of, am I doing this correctly? Am I still doing this? And because if management falls off the boat, you're in for a big surprise about, oh my God, what am I doing? And that's one thing. That's why we have our checklists. Checklist. It's going to help you manage your account. It's going to help you manage you. It's just very important. I myself have to check in. Am I following through what I want to do? Am I staying focused? How are the emotions and so forth? And, one of the things throughout the years is, I've been really good at keeping emotions outside the door, and
good thing, Eddie.
Hey, Eddie, you think it's easier to keep your emotions in check when we're trading, so to speak, by ourselves, or when you're in the pits in front of 100 other traders that are essentially your competition? Was it easier or harder to keep your emotions in check trading solo in front of the screen?
Well, here's the thing: when we're trading electronic, we're sitting at home.
Correct, but we're by ourselves. But we're by ourselves. But yes.
And we can cuss and swear and throw our monitors and punch our keyboards,
right.
and tell the dog bad pooch. But I mean, on the trading floor, there really was no time to freak. You know what I'm saying? You know, a lot of guys, not a lot of guys, but there was a good number of people that just snapped on the trading floor
In front of people.
You know, but and I mean, on the trading floor, when the markets were moving, I mean, there was no time to scratch your arm. You know, oh, I got an itch. Well, that's got to wait. You know, I mean, honestly, I mean, fast markets. It was. I'm surprised not too
Go to the
many more
bathroom.
people. Pardon me.
There's no time for even a bathroom break then.
At times it would be like, no, you know, hey, I gotta go, man. You know, you can't.
No, not right now.
Some of the guys would actually leave the trading floor to use the washroom. A lot of these
I know the other stories.
filling brokers, and they'd have a lot of, you know, they'd hold the deck, DECK, deck.
Oh, come on,
deck. That's what it was called. It was.
I know it's called it, but you spelled it out. Yeah, I got you.
Well, because I don't want people jumping on me.
We're talking about bathrooms.
I'm tired and old, and I'm tired of people jumping on me. No, I love it. And they would be like, okay, real quick, I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. Here, watch all these paper orders for me. And oh my God, I can't count the number of times dudes would come back and they would be running back to the pit because all of a sudden they're looking at the board going, oh shit. Oh, we were screaming and yelling and oh yeah, you know, guys would fill. They would you know, here watch it, and they would fill these big orders, and the guy'd be like, "Oh man, that was a $2,000 bathroom break." You know, it was funny, not to him, but to everybody else. I mean, you'd poke him, you'd jab him, you'd laugh at him. You know, oh, you couldn't hold it, huh? You couldn't hold it. But yeah, I mean, you know, that's what it was when it was time. When it was time to work, it was time to work. When it was time to play, oh boy, we played. You know, we had fun. We had our own little games and so forth, and pranks and so forth. But when the shit hit the fan, especially FOMC, you know, I remember just bobbing back and forth in the pit.
Yep.
You know, when I was clerking and so forth, because the thing is, when you were clerking, you had about 5 or 6 houses that were watching you, that were going to give you orders. Okay, orders to put in the pit, buys and sells, and they would sometimes. I mean, everybody's waiting for the FOMC. It's like a, you know, you're at a drag strip, and it's like, you know, red, yellow, green, and that's how it was. Everybody's watching the board, Reuters board, when they were going to do rates, and you know, I'd be bobbing back and forth, and you know, like Hoag was talking earlier, sweaty palms and nervousness, and then the number would come out, and it would be just total chaos. But
Nothing
it would
like
be.
That.
I mean, it was controlled chaos. But the thing is, being an arm clerk, you'd have like I said, 5 or 6 houses that'd be screaming your name. Eddie, you know, and shooting you orders as fast as they could. Sell 100, buy 32. So, you know, hey, work is stopping, you know, stuff like that. And it'd be like, you'd have to sort of catch all that at once. And I tell you, it was when we were done and everything was matched up. I used to tell myself, man, I don't really believe that I just did all that, you know, and a lot of other people in the pit, you know, everything checks up, everybody's got what they need, and you'd go to the house, you got everything you need, everything that you gave, yes, check. How about you guys over there? Check. Right. And it'd be like, whew, you know, and then somebody'd be like, oh, I'm missing a 10 lot.
Like, oops, oh my God. Get out of here.
Whoopsie.
Get out of here.
We have a
here we got buyers coming in. I wonder if we got to return to settle.
I think we're gonna take off here. And
again, there might be return to settle here. And
oh, you guys watching? What are we watching, Nazi?
I'm looking at S&Ps.
Fast market. Fast market. Let's do it.
I'm thinking I'm probably gonna get stopped out here. We'll see. I'm working on just holding my stop. So if it takes me out, it's gonna take me out. I already reduced the risk earlier, so it's fine.
So I had mentioned this kind of entry signal before. I'm going to clean up my charts real quick so we can see exactly what it looks like. But we see all this volume come in. I call this a trigger candle. If you've been in Coach Ray's class, he calls it Bigfoot. Basically, it's a price action and volume candle, where this price action candle, this is a 3-minute chart. This candle took us, out of this consolidation with significant volume, right? In a 3-minute candle, we had over 6,000 contracts traded.
Okay.
What I've been using kind of as an entry signal is just cutting that candle in half and using about 50%. But you can see the market kind of respect where that volume came in. And once it comes in, we don't go any lower. Missed the 50% by a few points, maybe 5 points or so away. But I think this candle is the one that tells us, hey, it's time to go up. Now we'll see whether or not that's true. But that's kind of what that looks like to me here. So
I like
if we continue to see these buyers coming in, and we respect that volume, a pullback to the high of that candle, I'm thinking 16,609. I may look to enter there with a tight stop.
Then we got
Cortland, you okay over there?
I'm chilling. I'm having a nice time. I was looking at these questions in the chat. My brother JP is I love you, JP. He said another question for me. Do you consider any fundamental info like news, etc., or are you purely technical? Do you use the yield curve as reference? If so, can you elaborate? First things first, I don't really use fundamental news. Like, I know when the news is going to come out because there's going to be volatility injected into the marketplace, and I want to have a position on before that volatility, unless it's FOMC, unless it's NFP, unless it's those type of news events. So I don't really care too much about what the number says. I'm more so focused on the time that it comes out, because I'm expecting to get filled around those times. And you're asking more so about fundamental info. I mean, I take a glance at stuff, like I'll look at routers or whatnot, but when it comes to fundamental stuff on the bonds, if you're looking at a weekly and daily chart, you are looking at the yield curve. You're just looking at it inverted. So if I'm looking at the weekly and daily chart on the 30-year, I don't really need to go look at the interest rates, because I'm literally looking at the interest rates. I'm just looking at it on the opposite side, asymmetric. So I don't really use too much fundamental news. I use the weekly and daily, and that is my fundamental news. Like, I use a weekly and daily chart as my fundamental news, if that makes sense.
There you go. There you go. I think we're going to start getting once we add bonds to Topstep X. I think Cortland, and I think also we should probably have you on a little bit more. And I know Jack likes his bonds also. We'll have Jack available.
Yeah.
But I think it's a product that maybe we should be looking at. I know Robert likes those ultra bonds. He's always talking about his ultra bonds, and I mean that's something also.
Yeah, they move pretty much exactly like the 30-year. So I would understand why he would choose to trade the ultra bond. It's like more so like a niche pick, whatever one you feel better, like NASDAQ versus ES type of thing.
Dude, they do not want this to go higher, Jay.
Yeah,
I just saw your comment in the chat, and you're spot on.
Yeah,
it's just every time it's about market orders.
And it's like, when do they stop that, right? At some point, either those sellers get trapped or they're right, and they're going to make money.
Close.
And if they do,
close.
Right.
But heavy longs in the NASDAQ right now, 72% closing on 73% long. So something to keep an eye on in there.
It's getting there. Yeah.
Getting there. Yeah. It's pretty heavy.
Stair stepper.
Yep.
Nathan was asking how many contracts was my winner. It was a 5. That was a 5 lot. Yeah, that was a 5 lot.
Trading the big bucks.
You're trading like Patak over there, man. I like it.
Yeah, right.
Well, orders from headquarters.
Hell yeah, man. I like it.
Make it happen.
Trade size.
I see we got another question from LDNAR. I don't really know how to say their name. Sorry, brother. Do you have any recommendations for starting with the bonds? My recommendations would be ICT YouTube bonds. Just click enter. You got a whole playlist. You got a whole playlist. You got a whole playlist for you. And then after that, yeah, a whole pretty much every market asset class, he has a free whole playlist for you. But he was the one who told me to start focusing on the bonds, and I also was working in the mortgage bank, so kind of like went hand in hand.
Sense.
Yeah, it made perfect sense for me to understand, bases and things of that nature. So yeah, I would focus on just watching one of those the bond walkthrough, and then I don't really have too many books on like trading the bonds, I would say you could look at some old Larry Williams stuff. I think it's pretty much free on YouTube as well. Just look up like Larry Williams, because he pretty much talks about like correlations more so, like a good amount of correlations for the bonds and like what to look at, like as far as like inside days, outside days, and things of that nature. So that's something I would look into, but focus on the ICT stuff. And then I'm pretty sure ICT talks about the Larry Williams stuff as well. So
is ICT coming? Is ICT coming out with this? Eddie, any idea?
Yeah, I think the invite was sent. I don't know the details about it, but I think
when
he
it
is coming.
happens, it shall happen.
Yeah, fair enough, Jack. Enough said.
We have a date in the ether, but I think you just sometimes have to go with it.
Yeah, just got to manifest it, right?
Yeah, manifest it. Like 2024.
2024 is the year of the manifestation.
I like that.
AKA daydream, but no, kidding.
Let's get another poll out there. Since we're talking about bonds, would you be interested in learning how to trade bonds? Yes or no?
Say yes. Say yes.
Who said that?
Yeah, I think it's important to be able to trade multiple markets.
Agreed.
We don't want to bounce around too much, right? You don't want to be looking at 16 different things, but
understanding interest rates and how it affects understanding interest rates is essential for understanding how markets work.
Yeah,
agreed.
Most important, it's everything, to be honest with you. As we've seen over the last 2 years, interest rates are everything.
Right.
Yeah. I think it would be. I think it would be fun. I never thought that I'd be trading bonds. We gotta.
Oh, me neither.
There it is. There's the poll. Are you interested in learning to trade interest rate products? Right. I'm gonna put yes because.
I'm gonna put yes as well. I'd like to learn some more.
I think that they're scary because it's difficult to wrap your mind around what you are trading. It's not like, you're trading crude oil. It's like, okay, this is 1,000 barrels of oil.
Right.
That needs to be in Cushing, Oklahoma in May.
Exactly.
Versus, the bonds are like, okay, what's the cheapest to deliver in this basket 30 years out, and how you calculate the yield to maturity, things like that. It's a little tricky, but you can trade it like anything else.
Yeah.
And I will say, when it comes to the bonds, they are one of the least manipulated assets in the world. They pretty much got to run the straight and narrow. And when they are manipulated, the central bank will tell you. They'll tell you straight up.
You learn something new every day. Hey, I just wanted to say props and congratulations to Victoria, VW Trader, passing the combine today.
Nice.
Way to go, Victoria. Way to go, VW.
Way to start the new year.
Yeah.
I see Command 86 and 2. You said, can you explain the main difference between trading the bonds and trading futures? If you're trading bonds, you most likely are trading the futures. So there isn't that big of a difference as far as like when you're trading the actual CME based product. It's just more so learning like what that specific market does as opposed to the other ones, like how fast it moves, how fast it doesn't move, tick value, things of that nature.
Yeah. Well, boys, we are coming to the end of this segment, and
ready?
I really enjoyed this segment, and I honestly learned a lot here.
Tick strike, Jay.
Somebody duct tape Coach Jay to his chair because we're going to take him into Power Hour with us.
Sweet. Buckle up.
Yeah, right. Hopefully we get some movement out of this range. This is gross.
For real.
Yeah. I'm probably going to end up closing this trade and then taking just a quick winner.
Nice.
What's your P&L, Court?
It'll probably end up being, well, right now it's negative 403 on the day. It'll probably end up being like negative 370 because I'm going to clip this trade before we get off here.
All right. I mean, if you want, you want to join us for Power Hour, and I mean, it's up to you. I don't want you to close a trade, down that much without giving you without asking.
Listen, I will stay for a little bit longer.
Wow. How about that?
Okay.
There we go.
How about that?
I mean, you got a lot of following here, and a lot of people are digging what you're saying, and I just want to make sure that you're comfortable. I don't want to sort of cut you off, and I want to make sure that our community gets more of Cortland, because I don't think I got your back the rest of this week. But by all means,
yeah, definitely. I'm off of work, so I'm not really doing anything. It's gloomy outside. I didn't expect to go outside that much today.
It is a bit gloomy. Yeah, a little cold,
You
chilly.
in Chicago, Cortland?
I'm in Atlanta.
Atlanta's cold down there?
Yeah, it's cold and gloomy. My dog didn't even really want to go outside this morning.
So, boy, our Bears beat your Falcons, and now everybody thinks that Justin Fields is like the savior of Chicago. So
Got you.
Got another one.
yeah. Well, no, I like Justin Fields. I definitely like Justin Fields. I mean, the kid's got a great attitude, works his ass off. You know, but
He might be
I
Atlanta's
think
quarterback next year.
That's
Jack.
rumor.
No manifesting, Jack. Do not.
Rumor. Well, no, that's. I mean, that's
I know
been
he's
hitting the
from
wire
there.
that they're interested in Justin Fields. So what do we do?
Somewhere Jim Belushi's smiling for that Chicago win.
Right.
Jim Belushi, yeah, he's a Chicagoan.
Let's see.
Yeah. I remember when I was first starting down here, and I was running orders from the CME to the Board of Trade, and they were filming the movie Red with Jim Belushi and Arnold Schwarzenegger, and oh my God, I'm walking down the sidewalk, and they got all the movie stuff all over the place, and I'm walking, and Arnold Schwarzenegger's stunt double was sitting there, and if he didn't look like Arnold Schwarzenegger to the T, I mean, I thought it was. I mean, my heart stopped. I stopped in my step. I was like, "Oh my God, Arnold Schwarzenegger!" And then I realized that it wasn't. I was like, "Wow, that's pretty." And then I walk about a half a block down, and then they've got both of them in a car on a trailer, getting pulled by a truck with a camera. And that's how they do it, when they show people driving in the street and they're talking to each other. It's like they're not really driving; they're like on a trailer, getting pulled around the city, doing their lines. And there's Jim Belushi and Arnold Schwarzenegger, and it was like I walked like 5 feet right by them, and nobody said nothing to me. Like, kid, get out of here! You're on the set. I thought that was pretty cool. I was like, wow.
They thought you were in the movie, Eddie.
Yeah, no, yeah. Who's it? Yeah, who's that scrawny little kid with the spiked head? See, I had spiked hair back then, but no. But yeah, a lot of good things in Chicago.
Somebody said, "What's cold in Atlanta?" Let me go check. I don't know.
So we're gonna keep everybody here. Basically, we're gonna get Hoag.
Nice.
I think Hoag gonna join us back here again. We got 2:00 here.
Let's take a quick one and bring Hoag back and get this power hour started.
Yeah, I think Hoag was supposed to be us for Back to the Future, but he didn't make the cut. Yes, so we're going to take a little break. We've got Hoag coming back, Andre, Coach Jay, and of course, Cortland's going to be with us. I'll sit this one out. I'll sort of sit and you can put me in the trunk, and
the trunk.
In the trunk. So we're going to take a little break, Andre, and we'll be right back with our last segment of the day, Power Hour.
Power Hour.
Power Hour. right, welcome to Power Hour, our last segment of the day, Power Hour. And we got Hoag joining us. Hoag, what? Hoag. What? We got Hoag with us. Gonna join us, Hoag. Johnny's with us right now. And we're keeping Cortland and Jay popular demand. And I know Cortland's still on a trade here. We're going to see if we can get that 400 back for him. And hopefully more.
So you got a winner on now, right?
Mm-hmm. Speaking of that winner, I'm gonna take one contract off of that winner just to bank some profit.
Nice. All right, smart man. There you go. Cashing in.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Johnny. What's our count at? I think last I saw you pump in there like 7,800.
Yeah, that was NASDAQ. We're 9,500 negative in the S&Ps, 8,700 negative in the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
That push up to the highs and then back off.
Yeah.
That kind of put us in an odd situation because we looked below the initial balance and we've looked above the initial balance in the S&Ps.
Yep.
Not in the NASDAQ. So
not in the NASDAQ.
There's that's increasing the probability of a range bound rest of the day.
Okay.
Dwayne Miles says, "Hell, I never thought I'd be trading futures. Not really sure how it even happened." Well, welcome aboard, Dwayne.
Yeah, me too.
You've been shanghaied.
Say that about
you're not
hit you over the head and threw you in the brig.
How did I wake up here?
Exactly. I was just gonna say. Sometimes in the mornings you say, "How did that? What just happened?" I'm kidding.
Yeah. So Dre, I mean, we're right in the middle of the range for me for the day. I mean, I'm not doing anything right here.
No.
Yes, Coop, I'm with you here. If you're here for the reset, you missed it. Okay. Check your email. We had that earlier today. So please stop bothering Coop and the rest of us asking for resets.
There'll be another one day.
Dwayne says he's missing a kidney. Yes, Dwayne.
How did I wake up in ice bath?
Trading futures and missing a kidney. That's funny.
Like a nightmare.
You get a comedy cookie today, my friend.
Yeah, sometimes it feels like that.
Let's see here. Frozen Gumwad is asking, does a good trade only mean when you make a profit? Would trade management or risk management be even more important?
100%. Sometimes the best trades are when you. I remember that a couple of weeks ago, John, we were trading that close and the market just fell out of bed. Remember?
Yep.
I was long. Had my tight stop in. Only lost $350. Was able to make the money back to the downside. But the best trade I made that entire trade was having a tight stop and sticking to it, and only losing $350 on my long. Best trade I made. Able to make
any trade. Any trade that is in your strategy and in your process is a good trade, whether it's a loss or a win.
There you go.
Truth. Big truth. That's something I've had to learn more as I've traded, over time. I definitely was striving for perfection a little bit more, but then once I realized, like, every time you take a trade that's checking off your checklist, you gain a lot of confidence and more confidence and more confidence. So definitely builds you up. And then obviously you're protecting your equity as well.
Yeah, definitely. We got D with us still. D is with us here. And D, you got a position on, or you're just here for the tradertainment?
Do I amuse you?
Do I make you laugh?
Do I make you laugh, my clown?
After we took out that 500 lot at 47.60, some nice selling below.
Sure have.
4 points below that now. Andre, you took that short, right?
I took the short, got out. Yes, I thought it was be short-lived. I'm still getting used to the fact that paper gets filled and there's follow-through.
Yeah, you're right.
Sometimes.
Sometimes, right. And more often than not, so I'm seeing previous markets I've traded, euro dollar interest rates. It was, you saw paper orders, you see paper have to chase. The locals locals wouldn't fill paper. Paper would fill locals, if that makes sense. Markets would run away from it. But here, it's quite the opposite.
We got another 600 on the bid down here at 51s, 47.51. There's another 600 on the bid down there.
They're just loading up on these longs for long term, aren't they?
47.51. I'll put another limit buy right around that level as well.
51, John, you said 51?
Yes, 51. Yep.
Thank you.
Yep, you got it.
47.51. Everyone's watching right now. The Bell to Bell Club, especially.
Mm-hmm.
See how
I'm
this
looking to see if we get some pretty heavy movement past 47, 46 and a half. That's where my full closure is. I'm expecting it'll probably go a little bit lower than that, but we'll see. We'll see.
Cool. 51. We're not too far from it.
See.
These bids, yeah, it's got to be long-term trade, right? They're trying to buy these. Obviously, we're gonna be higher.
Well, I mean, if I'm following my rules, if I were to be following my process and my strategy, I got to wait till the extremes here and try and fade them. Especially, I think, the fade to the downside, because we're getting, back into some negative delta here, negative 9,500.
Okay.
But we got a time to wait for that to unravel.
Still selling here. Still selling. 51s. Is 51s the extreme, John? Would you say ish? 49s?
Well, yeah, I mean, 51 is below value.
Yes, it is. Okay, cool.
Let's see, get here. I got my hand on the market buy. Once we get to 51, I'm gonna take one more contract.
There's another 600 down below that at at 48.75. That's kind of an odd number for a big number like that.
48.75.
But there's a lot of liquidity in that area.
It's funny. I'm looking at the NASDAQ books and I'm not seeing anything like that at all. Right?
Really on the book, nothing.
Yeah, there's 200 lots trailing like 10 points on each side, but other than that, the most I'm seeing is 25, 30. So this could really go if we see that selling come in. This is not much to hold us up.
We got a question. I'm pretty sure this is going to be directed at actually all three of you guys use a DOM. So they're saying, when you see those bids, do you typically sell towards that direction?
I do now. I had to learn the hard way. I do now, man. Or I put a bid in front of it, and I'm like, no, man, these block orders, these paper orders just get filled. So yeah, they're like a magnet. So yeah, I'm short right now, waiting for it to be filled.
Yeah, you just got short again, right?
I did. I'm working the bid right there.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, it's not something I target, but if I'm already in a position, I'll be like, okay, yeah, we're gonna go get that. We're gonna go get that liquidity.
That makes sense.
Yeah, something I had to learn, adjust and adapt accordingly.
Creativity.
I have to.
Creativity. Be creative.
Did not pay well.
We got let's see what that looks like. Hoag, got another question for Hoag. Hoag, when you do the morning brief, do you ever look at the T-bond futures? My eyes automatically go to anything that looks like the bond. So
for years, I was doing the market prep, and we added the 10-year to it. So I'm not an active trader in the treasuries, but I do occasionally look at them, and was thinking about that this morning. If we had time in the morning, we could add, at least one of the treasuries, but we keep running out of time. I don't have a lot of time to talk about it. So I don't know. Something we can certainly talk about and think about is adding one of the treasuries.
30-year. Let's do the 30-year.
These are 4 years.
I know, right? Everybody, you guys have all been talking about the 30 years.
47.51 was that order, right, Hope?
47.50.
51.
Yeah, 51.
Gotcha.
And below that, it was 8.75, and it's still there.
Oh, wow.
That's a big chunk.
Yeah. And I mean, if we're going to stay range bound, be careful being short down here, because that may attract price, but the anywhere down below value down here is cheap.
Right.
By today's standards. Every time we've been down here, it's been bought up.
Agreed. Yep. That's why I'm very happy I did take that short pretty high in the premium.
That 600 lot gets pulled, and it's
51. 51.
51.
And 8.75.
Up to 8.75 now?
No, there's one down at 875 too.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I've never seen this before, but the delta on the S&Ps and the NASDAQ is almost even. 8,800 in the NASDAQ, 9,000 in the S&Ps, negative. Well, I mean, you're going to see everything in futures, I guess. I've never seen this before, but.
Okay, there you go. You've been doing this for how long, John?
Long time.
You haven't seen it? No one's seen it.
No one's seen it.
Well, I mean, I've been watching Delta for 10 years, so, it's like kind of unusual to see Delta and the NASDAQ as stark as it is, as, deep into the negative or positive as it is. Trying to wrap my head around what that means. What does it mean? Tell us.
I asked Andre earlier how many hours of screen time that he thinks he has. It's in the tens of thousands. What do you think
got me blowing out of the water on that one.
It's and you're still finding new stuff, right? Which is why I love trading, right? There's
me too. Yeah, it's great.
Every time you get the right answer, the market's going to change the questions.
Right? You got to love it. We got a comment from Ryan in the chat. The Russell is not range bound right now, where that market's down almost over 2% at the moment.
Russell
doing a way better job. Yeah, doing a way better job than the other equities that actually moving
away.
Yeah.
Agreed.
It might leave us, but we'll see.
Looks like somebody also asked a question about when do we liquidate traders' positions. That'll be at 4:10 EST. That's when we start. But you also should be managing your own position. So try to get out before we have to do it for you.
There you go.
Yep.
You do that too, don't you, Cortland? If they call up, say, hey, I need to get out of a position.
I'm quick on it in the Discord chat. That's me.
All right, cool. Well,
as fast as I can.
Just so you know, for those, we do have a Discord channel, and Cortland, if I need to get to something, what is that Discord channel? What's it called, and what do you guys do on it?
So we have a few different actual channels there. You could just come and find yourself a trading buddy. You could come talk in the lobby like you're experiencing an issue. Well, there's different channels for each different platform. So if you're using Topstep X or if you're using TradeAvate, Quantower, you got your trove of people who are in there, helping around, talking about their trades, things of that nature. You also got the Get Flat channel, which, as the name states, if you need help getting flat, your internet's out, computer goes off, go ahead and type in that chat and we'll do our best to get you flat as fast as possible. Also got a lot of helpful links in there and just a lot of helpful people in general who they really are there to really like direct you to where you're supposed to be going depending on your question. And yeah, it's a nice community. It may not be for the faint of heart sometimes, or get a little cutthroat in there sometimes, but it's all love. It's all love.
Well, it looks like crude made a new high here at 72.98.
Crude's making that high. I like that for my short.
Hey, if you're still around here and you haven't given us a thumbs up, if you could, we got 3.5 likes today, which is a very nice number. We appreciate it.
Like that a lot.
It wouldn't hurt to add some more to that. And of course, subscribe.
Liam wants to know when they're going to see the handlebar mustache.
How far away are we?
We're not too far.
I think we hit it, haven't we? What was the number?
35.
What was the number?
3,500.
I think we're there.
Yeah, John,
we are.
Yeah, it's got to grow a little bit more, and then it'll look good. Well,
sharpen up that.
If you like handlebar mustaches,
that's your thing. So looks like they're hunting for that 600 lot here.
Yeah, that's.
Are you still short?
I am. I shaved one.
As well.
Shaved one. Move the stop to break.
That's good. I mean, kind of short time frame play, but I mean, it's working for you. You hit one once, right?
Yeah, so far so good.
Yep, I took one off earlier too. I like that I got in at a nice premium though, so I didn't really have to suffer through too much drawdown. Only a few ticks.
Good trade location.
Yep.
Yeah. Samuel says here the Discord invite us invalid. Is it not working?
Let's get you a new
one. If we can, Tyler, if you make sure that link is working, put that Discord link back in here. If you could, my friend.
Let's see.
Well, I have something good to
85%
show
long in
here.
gold. Wait a minute. Where
Yeah,
are we
it's not
here?
that.
Crude, 72%.
700 on the bid now. It's at 875.
Wow. Gold. Yeah, you weren't kidding me. Gold, that's the highest I've seen it. Long, 84.44 long and 15% short. Wow.
At this time of
Did
day?
you see it ever that high before?
Hey, there.
85% long.
We
Yeah.
got some bulls in the till. We got some bulls in the till.
It was 86 something a second ago.
Wow. At this time of day, that's really kind of surprising.
It is.
Yeah. Robert Harrison, thanks for that heads up, man. Way to go, Eagle Eye. See, that's what it's about, community. Not everybody's watching everything, but things like what Robert Harrison, just sort of helping everybody out.
Andre, you got it.
I got it. Got it.
You got it. Nice, Trey.
Nice
Hey.
trade. Nice trade, Andre.
Nice.
Trey, Andre 3000 score.
Nice.
Then we got
There you go.
51 coming up. I'm gonna get another.
So, can I get an amen?
Amen.
Amen.
That was you guys, man. That's team trade right there.
Ooh, that's a long
Didn't take it out either.
It did not.
It didn't take
So
it out.
your
I
order
was
was
a quarter tick in front of it.
nice.
Nice.
Should have bought two.
Nice.
Should have reversed out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cortland, how you doing, man?
That was
You were
a low
like,
value.
I am still in the profit a good amount. I want to see if it gets me that 51 level again. I'll take one contract off.
okay.
And then I'll just let that last. I'll move my stop up to break even and let it ride. Whatever it does, it does. But we'll see if it gives it to me again. We just took out a short-term loan, this 5-minute chart, so it could at least give us a little bit of upside, just at least on the short term. But we'll see. I would like it to remain heavy for my sake.
Want to see it take out that 41s. Or
He
51.
is talking to Travis.
Yeah.
51, yeah.
They're going to give it the cold college try.
D is telling Travis, since I'm expecting a range bound, only looking for 47.60, roughly middle of today's range.
Yeah, I'm looking for a long here myself in the NASDAQ. I'm just not seeing the opportunity yet, so I'm going to try to be patient on it.
Smart man.
But I'm looking for a bounce through the end of the day.
Yeah, you're below value.
Yep.
I got a question for everybody here. Let's put it on the table. Rich Free says, I was right about gold and ES, but I got cold feet today. Let's start with Coach J. Coach J, what would you tell Rich? I mean, first of all, he had some good calls.
Yeah.
But he just didn't put the trade on. What's your take?
Yeah, so I actually said this in our market recap yesterday. Goal for me this year is to be a player, not a play-by-play analyst. I think a lot of us can do a really good job at analyzing the markets, and that's a lot of time the easier part of the game, right? But the clicking the button, that execution, I don't think we get better at it until we click the button. Now, if you're hesitating because you're worried about how much risk you're putting on per trade, right? Consider your risk parameters. Maybe you're trading too many contracts. Maybe you should scale down and trade the micros. But you have to find something that's going to get you to just click the button.
Right.
If the dollar-wise risk is a little bit too much, consider scaling down, because there's no other practice, getting comfortable taking trades than taking.
Yeah.
Right. Well said. I got to add, some of us tend to be deer in headlights.
Yep.
When it gets to our levels or when things start working our way. Don't be that deer in headlights. Make sure you know that if I get to this level, if this level hits, if this happens to my market, this is what I'm going to do. Have it decided already. Make it an action and not a choice or an option where if this hits here, this is what I'm doing. And have it pre-decided instead of when you get to that level, oh gosh, should I get in? Should I not? Oh, I don't know what to do. This is going to help you make a decision a lot better.
100%.
You watching this, John? Obviously.
Yeah.
51s.
Yep.
Yeah.
What's our play if it gets filled? Look out below.
Well, my eyes are more down towards that 875 level. There's a lot of liquidity down there that takes us basically to our low of the day. which makes it very, very cheap if you're looking for a long.
Okay.
You know, so 875 is down here. You don't have to risk a lot. I mean, if we extend the range much, you know, you might be out.
Okay. What time we got? 22.
And then I was gonna also chime in on the question Eddie asked. One thing that, just like Jay was saying, one thing that really helped me was like starting, like at first I was risking, you know, like around $300 per trade on the bonds. And then I went down to my smallest amount. So now I only risk $156. But what it did was it allowed me, once my trade came up and I had already had it written down, the moment risking $156 for me wasn't that hard of a decision as opposed to when I was risking more. So definitely look at that risk, because if you lower your risk, a lot of times you'll find that it's easier to enter that trade and at least see what will happen. And then also another thing that kind of like bit me in the butt was I would have that good analysis like you were saying, and then I wouldn't execute when I knew I should have, and then I would enter in at a less favorable position later in the day. So, you know, and that never feels good. So both of those things will really get you, you know, to the point where, okay, let me go ahead and just enter on a lower amount of risk.
Instead of having to pay up.
Yep, exactly.
You know,
pay for 2 trades instead of 1.
It's hypothesis. You know, if you're preparing for the trading day, you've got a hypothesis for the things that you think might happen. And that should, I would hope, you know, make you more likely to take the trades. Because there were guys on the trading floor that sold their numbers, but they couldn't trade their way out of a paper bag.
Yeah, it's funny how that works, John.
Yeah. So you don't want to.
Anne Marie and Deanna with us here today. Anne Marie says, finally, the target long completes in crude after the oil market has closed.
It's closed, of course, right?
Closed.
Yeah, I saw Marcus Stalker D had her thoughts about how crude was behaving today.
The little bish?
Little bish. You saw that? I wasn't going to say it, but yes.
Commented.
I believe Dante started it, and Deanna finished that one.
There you go.
Well, I got something for everybody here.
What do you got,
Jack?
What do you got?
All right. I'll take a few seconds to
Cookies,
show.
milk?
Both. And a picture from the bond pit in 2003. What's super special about this?
Total chaos.
Wow. Look at that.
Is that it's blurry if I zoom in. But if you zoom in, you find JD.
No way.
Hair and all. Yeah.
Oh, brother.
No way.
Is he on the bottom? The bottom
Hey.
There you go.
Really?
51's got filled. 51's got filled, guys.
Nice.
Yes, it
He's
did.
got his Abercrombie and Finch sweater like wrapped around him or something. Oh, boy.
You just have amazing hair.
Man, that was a head full of hair,
That's
wasn't
my
it?
position. JD, that's my position.
There he is.
Oh, dude, look at these 500. Look at all these. Look at the size on the bids, John.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. I want to see that.
They're gonna run through all that. You're telling me they're going to run through all that? Okay.
So
I
what
tell you,
I'm
that pit was just, oh my God, it was butt to nut, butt to nut, butt to nut.
what a great time, apparently.
Oh my God. I worked there maybe, I don't know, 4 or 5 months. And I was like, you know, I got to get back into the currencies.
It was a fire-breathing dragon.
That's what it was. I mean, that's what they called it, butt to nut. Squeeze your way in here.
Go ahead and come here.
Well, everybody, I mean, if you were a clerk, you'd be standing sideways. You wouldn't be facing the phone clerks. You'd be standing sideways. And some people were left-handed, and some people were right-handed. And you know, you'd use your arbitrage, and you'd hate to like it would be nut to nut. Somebody with left-handed would
Tell us
be cool and be
more.
like, oh man, I can't do it.
I was that way in the S&P pit as an arb clerk, just, you know, chest to back.
Oh, is that what they call it there?
I was facing a female.
Hey, nice. That's better than nut to nut.
Yeah, and one thing too, though, one good thing about it, everybody had mints. You know, everybody had gum and mints and so forth. You'd be like, here, man, you know, here, have a mint. Oh, sorry, man. Sorry, didn't realize. Breath, you know.
I know some of us desk traders have been, and I've been trading at home. We said we missed out on the floor. I don't think I missed any of this. I'm happy I wasn't there.
Yeah. You can leave that part out. I didn't hear those stories.
We're good on that. Thanks for sharing, though.
Let me see if I can find this picture.
Topstep HR has entered the chat.
I saw that.
Yeah, I know.
Jay Hilton says my Russell's failing. Let's take a look at the Russell here.
Yeah, the Russell.
Oh yeah, new lows in the Russell. Good call. Good eye.
Nice.
Jay Hilton. All right.
He's calling that for a while. Nice
new
job,
lows,
dude.
1974. Well, that was a good year. 1974. All right.
Wasn't even a seed yet.
Not a glimmer in somebody's eye. Not
even a glimmer.
I'm glad we got you though.
I was gonna say.
Me too.
It worked out.
So this picture, if you guys want to put it on my screen, is one of them that hangs in my office here where I work. And that's the bond pit. That's just one little corner of the bond pit when it was still on the old grain floor.
Yeah, somebody took a picture and drew that. That is awesome.
Yeah,
that is pretty cool.
Yeah, now these are the windows that face up LaSalle Street. I've got a whole nother one that's like a pair of them, and they go across the whole wall in front of me here.
That's what it was like, folks.
Yeah.
You know, and actually that looks like it's a mellow market. It may be like an open or something, not a fast market, but you know, some of these guys are.
And one of our users actually saw this when I was doing it on the market prep, and he sent a picture back to me. That's him.
No way.
Yeah, that's him. He sent it back to me with that circle on it. It's me.
Oh,
yeah. That's Pioneer Town Phil, right?
Yeah, I believe that's right. Yep. Yep.
Let's see. Looks like what I decided to do for that trade, I was gonna buy another one. Well, not buy. Well, I was gonna buy offset a little bit. I got 2 short positions still on. I was gonna offset around that 51 level, but it started moving pretty fast. So I decided to opt into just securing at least $100 in profit, like moving my stop up or moving my stop up to pass break even, and then I'm just gonna full pull if it takes out this 47, 46 and a half. I'll go ahead and get everything out there.
Nice. Our Vermont 92. Where were you guys during the flash crash? We're on the trading
on
floor,
vacation.
but, you're on vacation.
Yeah.
We're gonna get Ben, who called that on YouTube. They made him a celebrity calling that flash crash. He's scheduled to be with us here. I don't know about this month or so, but he's a good friend of mine. And I said, yeah, come on, you got to get out. You got to come on Topstep TV.
Definitely.
And he's like, definitely. So,
definitely.
So now this is the S&Ps right before the 87 crash. So all these yellow coats here, those were the ARB clerks on the outside, all the
yellow jackets.
So they were the ones that were quoting the market to the people on the phones who were flashing orders back and forth. The first line of people in like red and blue coats and all that, those were the filling brokers. Those are the ones that were filling the orders for the off-floor people. Everybody on the inside were the locals. These were all people that were trading for themselves, trading their own money.
Right. That was the CME, right?
Yes.
And
so this was
if you were in the guy in the middle,
this was the spot where I was right here. This was Phil and Bobby T. This is the whole group that I worked with, and this group they hired all girls. So you know, it was, you can see everybody's kind of shoulder to back, shoulder to back, shoulder to back, shoulder to back out here, flashing the orders and I mean, this is, you know, it's a lot of people in a kind of a small room, but it's not as big as the bonds. Bonds were huge.
Yeah.
Oh, look at it. Oh man, look what we just came off.
Yep. Hey, Joe, what's Delta?
Delta is negative 11,000.
Okay.
You know, and
who's asking? We got a short squeeze set up coming.
some of those guys in the middle.
I bought one, and we're just going to have to see what happens here.
I did too. I'm in long 561 in the NASDAQ. I was trying to wait for the timing, but it just really wasn't giving me what I wanted.
230.
230. I might wait till 45, but yes.
I'm gonna take another one off here too. Just go ahead and bank some profit.
I'm gonna be tight with this one, just because the selling that we've been seeing all day, Andre. I have no doubt that they're gonna do at least one more of those.
You think so? Okay.
I have a feeling. I don't know why. It just
we still have all that liquidity down.
I'm with you. I feel that.
This doesn't feel comfortable.
We still left all that liquidity down there, down in the 730 area.
I agree.
Right.
So I don't want to risk a lot, but if this goes, I'm in.
You have a lean at least, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna trail this tight. I'm
just
10 points
traders
in the profit
talking
right
850 million buy set MOC.
50 mil. Okay. Looks like it's lining up a little bit. Hey, was the setup much cleaner yesterday, John, for the short squeeze?
I don't know. I felt more confident in it because the delta was a lot deeper in the negative.
Okay.
Jay, you got a position on?
I do. Yeah, I'm long 16,561 even.
Okay,
in the
long a
NASDAQ.
5 lot too. Handful.
No, not at all. No, that's not me. I'm long a 1 lot.
All right, they got to fix that then.
I'm long on 1 lot. I could have taken a 5 lot. This trade has had no drawdown, but end of the day, I'm not looking to take that much right now.
Yeah.
Agree.
John, regarding that picture where you were showing there was a lot, like an abundance of yellow coats.
Yes.
Usually, that's where the Morgan and Goldman desks were, right?
Yeah, I could show you.
Desk.
I could show you where they were.
Yeah, and I mean that's where more of the clerks, the bigger retail. I mean, because you had competition. They used to say you're only as good as your last fill, and if they didn't like what you filled, they'd use the guy next to you. No, not you. No, get him, and then they'd give him an order.
This was Payne
and then
Weber.
You'd be like, oh man, what did I do wrong?
This was Payne Weber.
And then
Shatkin, Bear Stearns, Merrill Lynch, Morgan, and Goldman was over here.
Were they? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Morgan and Goldman had their own filling brokers, come to think of it. Very seldom would they give somebody an outside order. They kept everything within the organization. If a Goldman phone clerk would give it to a Goldman clerk, which would give it to a Goldman broker, and so forth. But if you see those guys in the middle, I tell you, when you had to use the washroom.
I had to go potty.
Yes, when you have to go potty, take you about a good 10 minutes to get out of that pit.
Man, just shuffling around.
Yeah, and you wouldn't say excuse me. You just sort of like wedge your way around there.
And before the crash, there were no wave breakers. So if somebody down here was trying to push to get to a trade or something, everybody spilled out and then ran back into the pit.
Ran back in.
It was crazy.
Well, that's how I broke my ribs twice, getting squished against the rail. They all of a sudden somebody'd have a big size and everybody wanted it, and it would be a bull rush, and you'd had no. I wouldn't spill out of the pit. I'd be against a rail, and you just get squished.
Stampede.
Yeah.
Sounds like WrestleMania.
Yeah, the Royal Rumble for real. That's crazy.
Heavy longs, NASDAQ, so to speak. Heavy-ish, 70% long, 65% long, ES.
Yeah,
the Russell bounced off of that, off those lows pretty strong.
Let's see.
Is the squeeze coming?
Squeeze.
And then we also seen the NQ and the Dow holding their lows while the ES was getting smaller and smaller, lower. But now we're seeing that heaviness pick up at the bottom. That's why I'm going to go ahead and I'm risk free right now, so I don't really care.
If we're trading this 50 level in the S&Ps as we've seen all day.
Mm-hmm.
What I don't go ahead, Hoag.
No, that wasn't me.
Oh, sorry. What I don't love about this NASDAQ long right now, I'm looking at volume. I'm looking at 3-minute candles. Volume on the 3-minute candles has been lower than the average, right? So we're moving up on lower volume.
Yes.
Lower volume. What does that tell you then, Jay?
It's usually it to me, what it's looking like, sellers have been the dominant presence all day, right? Yep. This is just giving them an opportunity to step in and kind of sell it again. Where no one's really pushing this up. It's kind of just floating
drifting.
Around. Yep.
Gotcha.
Call it a volume divergence.
Really need to see some volume step in right here, right where we're sitting.
Like right Command now. It, Jay.
Yeah,
Command
like right now. Somebody take a call.
Somebody heard you a little bit.
Yeah, Jay, don't say that anymore. It's taking money off it.
Right. Call your hedge fund friends.
If we can just hold here, the later it gets, the more squeezy it might get. I don't know.
Right.
23 minutes.
There was a question regarding the email with the 50% off of the combine. Yes, there is an expiration date on that. Read the email. That should let you know that you've got to claim that.
So we're pushing down. Looks like we're gonna. Well, I'll wait until it does it before I say it.
That's exactly. It just came back to my entry. I got out of that. Got out break even.
You did.
Yeah, I got out break even. If we see Hoag, I've one of my rules for myself this year is wait for a trigger, and for me that's price action and volume. That felt like an anticipation trade to me, where I know what I want to see happen, but it's not happening yet, so I had to get out of it.
Right.
It's self-awareness.
It's self-awareness for sure.
Yeah, I know myself. I'll get mad. I think, hey, I know something needs to happen, but the market really doesn't give a shit.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't care. It doesn't care at all. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to stick with this if it doesn't kind of heads my way pretty quick here, because I can always get back in.
Right. Yep. That's how I feel.
Let the trade another day. Let's see. I'm just slowly.
Travis has got a question for you. I got a couple questions for you. Hoag, if there is that much liquidity below the market that doesn't get filled, do they move their orders up when price starts moving against them and fuel the move higher?
Well, I mean, that's
the question.
That's certainly something that they can do, but if they're putting the liquidity into the dome like they are, they do that for a reason. They're looking to attract price.
They want to be seen, right, John?
Yeah. Now, if there's an accumulation going in a longer time frame, damn it, I squeezed myself out of that, and now it's going. All right. If there's an accumulation that they really want to accomplish, they're not going to put big orders into them. They're going to use ice orders. They're going to piece them in little by little, little by little, little by little. And that's when we get the divergence in delta, because it's the short-term traders that are using market orders to hit into those bids. They don't know that they're there. They don't know that there's more behind them. So they just keep hitting those bids. And that's when you get your divergence. And that's when you get that late squeeze at the end of the day, like we're kind of anticipating may happen today.
Yep.
So, I mean, if that doesn't get filled, I don't think they're going to drag it up. They're there for a reason.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Johnny. And thanks, Martin. Martin is taking over here in our YouTube. Martin. Yes, the same handsome guy that trades with us. He's over in our YouTube channel.
Martin's a good guy.
He's a good, for sure.
You're all good guys.
Well, thank you.
Hey, my guy.
Hey, my guy.
My guy.
Ocean Blue is asking, John, was the pit like that every day with people crammed?
I mean, if there was business, yes. You know, week of Christmas, no.
Had a poll coming out. Thank you, Rob. Robert Kune. Have you ever been on the trading floor in New York or Chicago? 89% said no. Okay.
I gotta get up there
New York, 3%, Chicago, 6%, and 3% said both.
Ray, is this feeling kind of squeezy?
Yes, it is, John, but still waiting.
It is.
It is.
We're not taking it lower.
I'm just really happy that my position was so much in the premium that I didn't have to endure any of this, because I definitely would have closed the trade. I already know.
Well, that's why I invited you back. I wanted to make sure that you had the opportunity.
Yeah, I'm happy you did. I'm happy you did that, Eddie, because I was going to close the trade way earlier than this.
Are those bids still there, John?
Yeah.
Okay.
875.
Okay.
You know, I worked in the Board of Trade for 6 years, and I didn't see the floor until like my last week there.
Oh, really?
Really?
Jeez.
Yeah.
Well, was you at a trading desk?
I mean, yeah, we were upstairs.
Jack was a secret weapon.
No, there was a whole bunch of we were on like the top floor of the atrium.
They had an atrium in there?
Yeah, it was the annex.
The annex, yep. Old and new building, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So, Jack, you were one of those guys that said, "No, I'm not taking the 35s. Get me time in sales."
I wouldn't say it out loud.
What? No, I want time in sales now.
I mean, there were a bunch of us together. I mean, there was probably 200 traders at the place, but it was a lot like kind of what we see as trading now, just people sitting in front of a lot of screens.
Uh-huh.
Were they sending orders to the floor?
No, I can't
It was
speak
all
for
electronic.
the whole time. It was all electronic.
Wow.
18 minutes.
18 more.
You see how we just kind of floated right back down?
Sure did.
That volume. There's just no one. Everyone's waiting for the last 10 minutes.
Good on you getting out. Well done.
Yeah. Could have got out at plus 15 points, but it is what it is.
Hey, it is what it is.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Yep.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda.
So you're looking at 3-minute volume.
Yeah, so I switch between 1-minute charts, 3-minute charts, and range bar charts. And really, with the 1 minute and the 3 minute, I'm not looking at the candles. I'm just looking at volume.
Looking at the volume.
Yeah, for when it comes in. Yep.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's slowed down tremendously here in the S&Ps too, but
Right.
it's also slowed down to the downside.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Yeah, right. Yeah. So it feels like hands off because it's just going to come in at one point, and who knows in what direction. It's kind of what it feels like right now.
Coach Jay, we're looking at your chart right there. Is that your chart?
That's not me.
It's mine.
That's what.
Okay, it's Johnny's. Okay, yeah. Sorry, Degushi. Yes, that is
So this is the
Mr.
3.
Hoagland's charts. Thank you, Martin.
Oh boy.
Yep. Yeah, we're going to get some volume. It's going to be in the last 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And speaking of that, we got a question about where do we see market on close and how do we use that information toward the closing bell?
Well, we see it usually. I see it on Financial Juice.
Yep.
So it's saying there's 815 million to the buy side, but I've never really been able to figure out a useful way to use it. Other than if I'm in a position and I'm long and I'm up money, I'll hold on to it till after 250.
Yep.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
So now we're going down to get that liquidity.
Yeah, we are. It's on.
What it looks like.
Look at this shit get filled.
Ooh, yeah, there we go. I like
Unreal.
that. I like that.
Nice.
I'm gonna go ahead and just hold for 47.46.5. We might not get it, but let's see if we do.
Are you in a position?
Yeah, I've been in a position since 4.7. Yeah, 4.766.25.
Got it. Oh wow, there's still that one.
That's
Huh?
a great trade.
Nice trade.
Thank you.
We're all talking about a short squeeze and all that. You hung through that. You got some intestinal fortitude there, my man.
I'm bored.
Well, I was able to go in. I took a loss earlier today, but I was able to go in with half of that position size, so I wasn't too mad if it would have came back and stopped me out anyway.
Negative 10.7 now, Delta.
Gotcha. Thank you,
Andre.
7.
Negative 9.2 in the NASDAQ.
Hoag, I got a question. I know you look at open interest. This selling that we saw yesterday, was that new sellers coming into the market?
In which market?
NASDAQ ES.
NASDAQ, the sellers, old longs liquidating.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. Got you.
Because we lost open interest.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Thanks.
That makes sense. So you pretty much want to always see open interest go in the direction of your anticipated trade, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I can, I've showed it before, like during coaching and stuff, but there's a really, really stark example in 2002 in gold. about how open interest and Delta really just, if you were long, you had to stay long. If you were thinking about going short, you should have just like walked away. And I mean, this was a $200 move.
Jesus Christ. So they're just moving hand in hand.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Delta, I mean, price kept going higher. Open interest kept going higher. And Delta was negative every day. Negative every day. So they just kept buying all there was somebody bigger part with some bigger entity bought it every day from short time frame traders and just ran them over, ran all those shorts over every day, day after day, day after day.
We got another question for Hoag on that. How do you track open interest in real time?
You don't.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I figured. That's what I figured.
There have been platforms that have tried, but it's impossible. It takes the exchange till 10 o'clock the next morning to get it right.
Yeah.
Right.
Heads up here.
Yeah, I'm not too. I don't really.
If you guys are not already in a position, do you look to take one at this point?
Looking for it, yeah.
Yeah.
If we start to see that short squeeze happen, then I might jump into it, but
Yep.
Light and tight.
Light and tight for sure.
Light and tight for sure.
I talked about
that
875 level for a long, just because it's cheap.
Gonna lock in some more profits here. Gonna just move my
Big
stop
drop
down
and pop.
to
I'm with you, Spartan Global.
52.5.
These orders can get filled on the bids. Maybe sneak a bid in here light and tight.
Minute and a half.
Yep.
Yeah, and after
It's like the last 5 minutes, right?
250, I'm done.
Yeah.
Unless.
Johnny.
Eyebrow raises.
Sweep these.
Where do you see open interest by Matt? You can find that on the CME website. Yeah, just go find your whatever product that you like to trade and then type it in. Open interest will be on the, I want to say it's like the 4th option on the right, but you'll see it. It's there.
From what I understand, they may be changing that, but I don't know how yet. We'll figure it out.
They're gonna take it away. No,
they're gonna charge us for it.
Oh yeah, of course.
Love you, CME. You're watching. Love you.
Yes, somebody asked for a P&L update. What am I at right now?
My P&L, I'm pretty sure is correct on this top of this.
Yeah,
I'm up 772 on the 772 on the day. Did not do most of that on the stream. That was earlier this morning. But up 772, which is why I'm kind of hesitating taking a trade right now. I don't want to get back a decent day. I already took one loss.
Makes sense.
Come on, sweep these things out.
Yeah, go ahead and give it to me so I can close this.
How far are you from your target?
We're about to. Oh, we got it. There it is. Boom. There it is. That's
Andre, did you just get long?
Yeah.
You son of a.
So I just sold that to Andre.
There you go. That's what we call. That's what we call risk transfer.
Yeah.
Yep. Just transfer that over.
Oh, you don't love it, John? Let's look up below.
No,
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
holy, nice. Makes me wish I would have held one, but it's fine. I'll take it. I'll take that profit and keep it pushing.
Nice shorts, whoever caught that.
Seriously.
Yeah.
And Cortland, great trade.
It was very nice.
Rejected right at the initial balance low on the NASDAQ.
Bad move, Dre. We'll see, JT. We'll see.
I don't hate it, Andre, but
I don't either.
I mean, this was somewhat kind of a hypothesis of mine that we would take out the low and then squeeze.
Mm-hmm. That's what we did.
We're negative 14.6 now.
Okay.
Andre, I'm in long with you in the NASDAQ.
Cool.
Tradertainment, let's do it.
I'll call up.
Tradertainment.
Well, here, I'll join you.
You gotta take their profits sometime, right?
Right.
I think we did that Friday. Everybody got on a position.
I don't work out.
I just got in with you, but I hope I'm not the straw that breaks the camel's back.
I'm gonna say we're probably Let's see. Freddie says there's no squeeze, give up. Freddie, you might be right.
You may be right. I may be crazy, but it just may be a lunatic you're looking for.
Thank you, JT. All right, hoops in too. We'll see.
Something I will say too, we are all, if we're taking a long right here, we're definitely counter trend trading. It's about picking your spots, right? If we were just clicking long just because we thought the market went down too far, then that's not good trading, right? But it's about picking your spots, identifying where the market might be exhausted to the downside, and then getting in from there, right? It has to be calculated. And right now, expectations for this long are very small.
Yep.
Right. I'm not looking for a 50-point move right here.
Nope. Light and tight.
Somebody just asked, what do you mean when we say squeeze? That's a good question.
When our direct competitors, the short time frame, weaker hands, pea shooters, are all one way, like too short, the market has a tendency to squeeze them out. It'll go the opposite direction.
That's the perfect,
So that's what we're looking for now. We're suspecting we've got a lot of short time frame traders short, and they want to go home flat.
Right.
Now we could be wrong. We could be right.
They gotta go home flat in like the next 7 minutes.
Go flat or fat, because they made a lot of money on the short if they keep going.
So I pitched. I'm done. It's after 250. I'm usually done. I'm gonna be done.
Good call.
I hope you guys catch the squeeze.
No. Yep. I'm about to get stopped out.
Yep.
Well, here, guys, since you showed the pits, I found out that my old company's website still works, even though I went out of business years ago. But for some reason, they made this picture of the inside in black and white to make it more depressing than it is. I know it's going to take you guys a few seconds to see it behind, but this is sort of what it looked like. Well, it's exactly what it looked like on the inside. And then if you guys are watching an app, it'll be way behind. But I did find from the old site, 1 second here, from one of the, they'd have like poker games in there, and I'd always get annihilated because a lot of professional poker players there.
Oh, wow.
But I took this, or did not take, found this picture on the internet and noticed that if you squint, I'm going to do the zoom in just like for JD.
There he is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can see like a 25-year-old Jack Pelzer in the background.
Nice.
Jack.
Nice.
One day we'll be working a production box on TopstepTV.
Those were the days when facial hair was not cool.
Right?
Oh, man.
I think a lot of people on the trading floor, traders, didn't have that facial hair. There he is. Look at him.
Look at that guy.
You think the guy next to him like drinking something.
Swilling a beer.
Oh, we were definitely drinking something. Someone pointed out like all the screens, you only look at a couple. The thing is, when you're trading bond spreads across the yield curve, it's like 8 of those screens were just to have the ladders you needed. You needed like 30 different ladders that you traded.
Oh my goodness.
Sheesh.
Dre, you still in that long?
Yep.
Here it comes.
Squeeze.
Yeah, looking like I said, a little bit of a vice grip going on.
I'm taking 10 points regardless. I'll move my stop up. I'll take 10
Smart.
and we'll call it there.
Makes sense.
I'm out.
I like how you guys entered in a really nice discount. Very, very good. Very clean.
And I don't think we're done.
I FOMO'd in.
Listen, you still made some money though, John.
Come on.
My.
Get back inside this initial balance, 556 on the NASDAQ, and we got some room up, but I'll take the 10 points.
There it is.
Yeah, I'll take it. Yep.
All right, boys, got about 5 minutes here until the top of the hour.
Had to take some heat, but
yep.
Yeah, I just want
Way
to
to hang in there, Andre.
Yeah.
Way to hang in there.
just want to say thanks for joining us here today and for all the community hanging around bell to bell. Good stuff.
Good stuff for real.
Now, don't forget, right after this, we got Coach Jay and Coach Paul. I was going to ask you if you could sort of break that down a bit in the Discord channel.
I could do it real quick. So basically, Coach Paul and I do what we call At the Buzzer. It's a market recap. We want to talk about any opportunity that there was to trade in the markets. We've been talking.
Oh,
hey, puppy. We've been talking on this call about the bonds, crude oil, NASDAQ, really anywhere that there was opportunity in the markets to trade. We kind of just put our analysis over that. Our job as traders is to make money at the end of the day. It's not to trade your favorite market. So that's really what we want to talk about. I've learned a ton from Coach Paul on that call. The moving averages that I use right now, the 20, 50, and 200 moving average, I got to thank Coach Paul for that one. So join us in Discord, ask questions. We talked about it before. Best way to learn something is to admit that you don't know it and then to ask questions afterwards.
Yep.
So come in and ask questions for sure.
What's the channel they're looking for real quick?
So it'll be in the events tab. If you go into Discord, you'll see a live event once we start it, and you can just click listen in, and then you should be in the channel from there.
All right, gentlemen, appreciate it. Cortland, any closing comments here before we call it a day?
Thank you guys so much for having me on for a double dose of myself. I really enjoyed all the friends. Happy I was able to hold that short down to get some of that profit back that I did today. But
I was hoping that you would, brother. I'm sorry, man.
Another day.
Another day. I see, folks, write that down. It's a great example. Don't harp on it. And Andre, any closing comments?
Good to be back. It felt good to get roasted earlier this morning. That was fun. It's definitely worth it. A little hazing. I appreciate it. It's good to be back, seeing all the familiar faces in the chat on here. Good job, chat mods, everyone behind the scenes. Awesome day.
Coach Jay, any closing comments?
No, let's continue the good start to the year that we've had. We've had some good trading, looking for volume to come back, and that's about it.
Yeah. And of course, our good friend Johnny Hoags. Johnny.
It was fun trading with you guys today. Thanks a lot. Welcome back, Andre.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, everybody, for joining us today. Thanks for the whole production team. Thanks for the monitors. Thanks for everything. Make sure that you don't forget to pray for peace. We need all the prayers we can get.
Amen.
Looking forward to seeing everybody tomorrow. Let's be fresh and ready. Make some money. Have a great night.
By all means. Danielle, if you can, I'd really like this group. I tell you, we got some really good groups, trading these hours, but we could book this again. This was fun. I know we were supposed to have a lot of other coaches with us, but the schedule got changed, but that's fine. Tomorrow, folks, be with us here earlier. John and myself, Hogan Horn going to open up opening call here. We've got Anne Marie for fast markets. Power players. We've got Angelo Mick on shoulder tap. We'll have Vanessa and Jack top quiz. Hogan JD group coaching. Hopefully, if he's feeling better, we're going to have Rips with us for Back to the Future with Hogue, Andre, and myself. And he's going to stay with us for the remaining of the day. And
Eddie, real quick.
Yes, sir.
We're 14 views away from 30,000. So we can just hold for like 30 more seconds.
For today?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
I'm looking forward to
the next time it
Anne Marie
Yeah.
on Fast Market. That's going to be fun.
Oh, yeah. And
With all my friends. Damn.
And there is the closing bell. And wow.
Wow is right. Oh, my God.
I think.
Great job, everybody.
Yes,
7
great
away.
job, everybody.
Come on. I'm not going anywhere.
I think the next time it updates, it'll be, guys, I promise, it'll be within the next like 30 seconds.
Go ahead.
All right. We're sitting here patiently.
Yep.
Somebody juggle or something.
Yeah. I got a dog here.
Yeah, whatever.
Hey,
Jake.
okay, buddy.
Yeah,
His name is Odin.
Holy
Look at him.
Does he do a trick?
Hey,
Cute puppy.
Guys,
what are you doing?
we hit it.
Yay! Good job, Odin.
Odin is owed, thanks.
Way to go, guys. All right, until we meet tomorrow. Have a great evening. Thank you for being with us here. Get some rest, get some energy, and we'll have you back here tomorrow. So this is Top Step TV. Take care.